ice bag. Creepypasta's ice bag. Creepypasta ice bag.
This is it. The longest video in the history of this channel, and likely will never be surpassed. The Ultimate Creepypasta Collection Supercut, featuring the most well-known classics from the 2010s and beyond. Some of the best and worst that this unique internet storytelling medium has to offer. A lot of cringe, some genuinely creepy tales, and mostly nostalgia for people like me who grew up with these stories, good and bad. This is the entire Creepypasta collection, aka the perfect video for bedtime. Squidward / Red Mist. I just want to start off by saying that if you want an answer at the end, prepare to be disappointed. There isn't one. I was an intern at Nickelodeon Studios for a year in 2005 for my degree in animation. It wasn't paid, of course, most internships aren't, but it did have a perk beyond education. To adults it might not seem like a big one, but most kids at the time would go crazy over it. Since I worked directly with the editors and animators, I got to view new episodes days before they aired. I'll get right to it without giving too many unnecessary details. They had very recently made the SpongeBob movie. The entire staff was somewhat sapped of creativity, so it took them longer to start up the season. But the delay lasted longer for more upsetting reasons. There was a problem with the Series 4 premiere that set everyone and everything back several months. Me and two other interns were in the editing room, along with the lead animators and sound editors for the final cut of an episode. We received the copy that was supposed to be Fear of a Krabby Patty, and gathered around the screen to watch. Now, given that the final cut isn't final yet, animators often put up a mock title card at the beginning. It's sort of an inside joke for us, with phony, oftentimes lewd titles being used, such as How Sex Doesn't Work instead of Rockabye Bivalve, in which SpongeBob and Patrick adopt a sea scallop. Nothing particularly funny, just work-related chuckles. So when we saw the title card, Squidward, we didn't think it more than a morbid joke. One of the other interns did a small throat laugh at it. The episode started with the happy-go-lucky music playing as normal. The story began with Squidward practicing his clarinet, hitting a few sour notes like normal. We hear SpongeBob laughing outside. Squidward stops, yelling at him to keep it down, as he has a concert that night and needs to practice. SpongeBob says okay and goes to see Sandy with Patrick. The Bubbles splash screen comes up, and we see the ending of Squidward's concert. This is when things begin to seem off. While playing, a few frames repeat themselves, but the sound doesn't. It's supposed to be synced with the animation, so yes, that's not common. But when Squidward stops playing, the sound finishes as if the skip never happened. There is slight murmuring in the crowd before they begin to boo him. Not the normal cartoon booing that's common in the show, mind you, but you could very clearly hear malice in it. Squidward's in full frame and looks visibly afraid. The shot goes to the crowd, with SpongeBob in center frame. He too is booing, which is very much unlike him. That isn't the oddest thing, though. What's odd is that everyone has hyper-realistic eyes, all very detailed. Clearly not shots of real people's eyes, but something a bit more real than CGI. The pupils were red. Some of us looked at each other, obviously confused, but since we weren't the writers, we didn't question its appeal to children yet. The shot goes to Squidward sitting on the edge of his bed, looking very forlorn. The view out of his porthole window is of a night sky, so it isn't very long after the concert. The unsettling part is that at this point there is no sound, literally no sound, not even the feedback from the speakers in the room. It's as if the speakers were turned off, though their statuses showed them working perfectly. Squidward just sits there in this silence, blinking for about 30 seconds, then starts to sob softly. He puts his hands over his eyes and cries quietly for a full minute more. All the while, a sound in the background is very gradually growing from nothing to barely audible. It sounds like a slight breeze through a forest. The screen slowly begins to zoom in on his face. By slowly, I mean that it's only noticeable if you look at shots 10 seconds apart side by side. His sobbing gets louder and more full of hurt and anger. The screen then twitches a bit as if it twists in on itself for a split second before going back to normal. The wind through the trees sound gets louder and more severe, as if a storm is brewing somewhere. The eerie part is that this sound and Squidward's sobbing sounded real. It was like it wasn't coming from the speakers, but that the speakers themselves were holes that the sound was traveling through from the other side. As good a sound as the studio likes to have, they don't have the equipment to be able to produce audio of that quality. Below the sound of the wind and sobbing, very faintly audible, something sounded like laughing. It came at odd intervals and never lasted more than a second, so you had a hard time pinning it. We watched this episode twice, so pardon me if things sound too specific, but I've had time to think about them. After 30 seconds of this, the screen blurred and twitched violently, and something flashed over it, as if a single frame was replaced. The lead animation editor paused and rewound frame by frame. What we saw was horrible. It was a still photo of a dead child. He couldn't have been more than 6. His face was mangled and bloodied, one eye dangling over it, popped. He was naked down to his underwear, his stomach crudely cut open, and his entrails splayed out beside him. He was laying on some pavement that was probably a road. The most unsettling part was that there was a shadow of the photographer, but no crime tape, evidence tags, or markers, and the angle was completely off for a shot designed to be evidence. It would seem they were the person responsible for the child's death. We were, of course, mortified, but pressed on, hoping that this was just a sick joke. The screen flipped back to Squidward, still sobbing, louder than before, half of his body in the frame. There was now what appeared to be blood running down his face from his eyes. The blood was also done in a hyper-realistic style, looking as if you'd get it on your fingers if you touched the screen. The wind sounded now as if it were that of a gale blowing through the forest. There were even snapping sounds, like of branches. The laughing, a deep baritone, lasted for longer intervals and came more frequently. After about 20 seconds, the screen again twisted and showed a single frame photo. The editor was reluctant to go back. We all were, but he knew he had to. This time the photo appeared to be of a little girl, no older than the first child. She was laying on her stomach, her barrettes in a pool of blood next to her. Her left eye was damaged in the same way as the boy, and she was naked except for underpants. Her entrails were piled on top of her above another crude cut along her back. Again, the body was on the street, and the photographer's shadow was visible, very similar in size and shape to the first. I had to choke back vomit, and one intern, the only female in the room, ran out. The show resumed. About 5 seconds after this second photo played, Squidward went silent, all sound cut out, like it did when the first scene started. He put his tentacles down, and his eyes were now done in hyper-realism like the others were at the beginning of the episode. They were bleeding, bloodshot, and pulsating. He just stared at the screen as if watching the viewer. After about 10 seconds, he started sobbing, this time not covering his eyes. The sound was piercing and loud. The most fear-inducing thing of all was that this sobbing was mixed with screams. Tears and blood were dripping down his face at a heavy rate. The wind sound came back, and so did the deep-voiced laughing, this time with a still photo that lasted for a good 5 frames. The animator was able to stop it on the 4th and backed up. This time the photo was of a boy about the same age, but the scene was different. His entrails were being pulled out from his stomach, wound by a large hand. The right eye popped and dangling, blood trickling down it. The animator proceeded. The next frame was different, but we couldn't tell how. He continued to the next image, and it was the same thing. He then went back to the first and played them quicker, and I lost it. I vomited on the floor. The animation and sound editors gasping at the screen. The 5 frames were not 5 different photos. They were frames from a video. We saw the hand slowly lift out the guts. We saw the kid's eyes focus on it. We even saw 2 frames of the kid beginning to blink. The lead sound editor told us to stop. He had to call in the creator to see this. Mr. Hillenberg arrived within about 15 minutes. He was confused as to why he had been called down, so the editor just continued the episode. Once the next few frames were shown, all screaming and sound again stopped. Squidward was just staring at the viewer, his face taking up the full frame for about 3 seconds. The shot quickly panned out. That deep voice said, "Do it," and we saw a shotgun in Squidward's hands. He immediately puts the gun in his mouth and pulls the trigger. Realistic blood and brain matter splatters the wall behind him and his bed, and he flies back with force. The last 5 seconds of the episode show his body on the bed on its side, one eye dangling from what's left of his head above the floor, staring blankly at it. Then the episode ends. Mr. Hillenburg was obviously angry at this. He demanded to know what the heck was going on. Most people left the room at this point, so there were just a handful of us left to watch it again. Viewing the episode twice only served to imprint the entirety of it in my mind and cause me horrible nightmares. I'm sorry I stayed. The only theory we could think of was that the file had been edited by someone in the chain from the drawing studio to here. The CTO was called in to find out when it had happened. Analysis of the file did show it was mixed with new material. However, the timestamp of the change was a mere 24 seconds before we began viewing it. All equipment involved was examined for foreign software and hardware as well as glitches, such as if the timestamp was showing us the wrong time, but everything checked out fine. We didn't know what had happened, and to this day, nobody does. There was an investigation due to the nature of the photos, but nothing came of it. No child scene was identified, and no clues were gathered from the data involved, nor physical clues from the photos. I never believed in unexplainable phenomena before, but now that I've had something happen to me and can't prove anything about it beyond anecdotal evidence, I think twice about things. Dead Bart. You know how Fox has a weird way of counting Simpsons episodes? They refuse to count a couple of them, making the amount of episodes inconsistent. The reason for this is a lost episode from Season 1. Finding details about this missing episode is difficult. No one who was working on the show at the time likes to talk about it. From what has been pieced together, the episode's production number was 7G06, and the title was Dead Bart. The episode labeled 7G06, Moaning Lisa, was made later, and given Dead Bart's production code to hide the latter's existence. It was also written entirely by Matt Groening. During production of the first season, Matt started to act strangely. He was very quiet and seemed nervous and morbid. Mentioning this to anyone who was present around Matt at the time resulted in them getting very angry, and forbidding you to ever mention it to Matt himself. I first heard of it at an event where David Silverman was speaking. Someone in the crowd asked about the episode, and Silverman simply left the stage, ending the presentation hours early. In addition to getting angry, asking anyone who was on the show about Dead Bart would cause them to do everything they could to stop you from directly communicating with Matt Groening. At a fan event, I managed to follow him after he spoke to the crowd, and eventually had a chance to talk to him alone as he was leaving the building. He didn't seem upset that I followed him. He probably expected a typical encounter with an obsessive fan. When I mentioned the lost episode, though, all color drained from his face, and he started trembling. When I asked him if he could tell me any details, he sounded like he was on the verge of tears. He grabbed a piece of paper, wrote something on it, and handed it to me. He begged me never to mention the episode again. The piece of paper had a website address on it. I would rather not say what it was for reasons you'll see in a second. I entered the address into my browser and came to a site that was completely black, except for a line of yellow text, a link. I clicked on it, and a file started downloading. Once the download was complete, my computer went crazy. It was the worst virus I had ever seen. System restore didn't work. The entire computer had to be rebooted. Before doing this, though, I copied the file onto a CD. I tried to open it on my now empty computer. As I suspected, there was an episode of The Simpsons on it. The episode started off like any other, but had very poor quality animation. If you've seen the original animation for Some Enchanted Evening, it was similar but less stable. The first act was fairly normal, but the way the characters acted was a little off. Homer was angrier, Marge seemed depressed, Lisa behaved anxiously, and Bart appeared to have genuine anger and hatred towards his parents. The episode was about the Simpsons going on a plane trip. Near the end of the first act, the plane was taking off. Bart was fooling around as you'd expect. However, as the plane was about 50 feet off the ground, Bart broke a window and was sucked out. At the beginning of the series, Matt had an idea that the animated style of the Simpsons world represented life, and that death made things more realistic, hence why it was used in this episode. The picture of Bart's corpse was barely recognizable. They took full advantage of it not having to move, and made an almost photorealistic drawing of his dead body. Act 1 ended with a shot of Bart's corpse. When Act 2 started, Homer, Marge, and Lisa were sitting at a table, crying. The crying went on and on. It became more pained and realistic. Better acting than you'd think possible. The animation started to decay even more as they cried, and you could hear murmuring in the background. The characters could barely be made out. They were stretching and blurring, looking like deformed shadows with random bright colors thrown onto them. There were faces in the window, flashing in and out so that you were never sure what they looked like. This crying went on for all of Act 2. Act 3 opened with a title card saying 1 year had passed. Homer, Marge, and Lisa were skeletally thin, and still sitting at the table. There was no sign of Maggie or the pets. They decided to visit Bart's grave. Springfield was completely deserted, and as they walked to the cemetery, the houses became more and more decrepit. They all looked abandoned. When they got to the grave, Bart's body was lying in front of his tombstone, looking just like it did at the end of Act 1. The family started crying again. Eventually they stopped and just stared at Bart's body. The camera zoomed in on Homer's face. According to summaries, Homer tells a joke at this part, but it isn't audible in the version I saw, so you can't tell what he's saying. The view zoomed out as the episode came to a close. The tombstones in the background had the names of every Simpsons guest star on them, some that no one had heard of in 1989, some that haven't been on the show yet. All of them had death dates as well. For guests who died since, like Michael Jackson and George Harrison, the dates were when they would die. The credits were completely silent and seemed handwritten. The final image was the Simpson family on their couch, like in the intros, but all drawn in the hyper-realistic, lifeless style of Bart's corpse. A thought occurred to me after seeing the episode for the first time. You could try to use the tombstones to predict the death of living Simpsons guest stars, but there was something odd about most of the ones who haven't died yet. All of their deaths are listed as the same date. Mouse.avi. So, do any of you remember those Mickey Mouse cartoons from the 1930s? The ones that were just put on DVD a few years ago? Well, I hear there's one that was unreleased to even the most avid classic Disney fans. According to sources, it's nothing special, just a continuous loop, like the Flintstones, of Mickey walking past 6 buildings that goes on for 2 or 3 minutes before fading out. Unlike the cutesy tunes usually put in, though, the song in this cartoon was not a song at all. Just constant banging on a piano for 1.5 minutes before switching to white noise for the remainder of the film. It wasn't the jolly old mouse we've come to love either. Mickey wasn't dancing or smiling. He was just kind of walking, like you or me, with a normal, slightly dismal facial expression and his head tilted to the side. Up until a year or 2 ago, everyone believed that after the film cut to black, that was it. When Leonard Maltin was reviewing the cartoon to decide whether it belonged in the complete series, he decided it was just too junk to be on the DVD, but wanted to have a digital copy due to the fact that it was an original creation of Walt. Once he created a digitized version on his computer and looked at the file, he noticed something. The cartoon was actually 9 minutes and 4 seconds long. This is what my source emailed to me, in full. He is a personal assistant of one of the higher executives at Disney and an acquaintance of Mr. Maltin himself. Quote, after it cut to black, it stayed like that until the 6th minute, before going back to Mickey walking. The sound was different this time. It was a murmur. It wasn't even language, more like a gurgled cry. As the noise got louder and more indistinguishable over the next minute, the picture began to get weird. The sidewalk started twisting in directions that seemed impossible based on the physics of Mickey's walking, and the dismal face of the mouse was slowly curling into a smirk. In the 7th minute, the murmur turned into a blood-curdling scream, the kind painful to hear. The picture was getting more obscure too. Colors were appearing that shouldn't have been possible at the time. Mickey's face began to fall apart. His eyes rolled onto the bottom of his chin like 2 marbles in a fishbowl. He now had a curled smile pointing upwards towards the left side of his face. The buildings became rubble floating in midair. Meanwhile, the sidewalk was still navigating in warped directions, a few seeming inconceivable to what we as humans know about direction. Mr. Maltin became disturbed and left the room at this point, sending an employee to finish the video and note down everything that happened, up until the last second. Afterwards, he was to immediately store the cartoon's disc in the vault. The distorted screaming in the film lasted until 8 minutes and a few seconds in, before abruptly cutting to the Mickey Mouse face seen at the credits of every Disney video from that time, with what sounded like a broken music box playing in the background. This continued for about 30 seconds. Whatever was in those remaining 30 seconds, I haven't been able to get a sliver of information about. From a security guard working under me who was making the rounds outside of that room, I was told that after the last frame, the employee stumbled out of the room with pale skin, stating that real suffering is not known 7 times before speedily taking the guard's pistol and offing himself on the spot. The only other thing I could get out of Leonard Maltin was the last frame of the film was a piece of Russian text that said something along the lines of, quote, "The sights of hell bring its viewers back in." As far as I know, no one else has seen it, but there were dozens of attempts at getting the file on rapid share by employees inside the studios, all of whom have been promptly terminated from their jobs. Whether it got online or not is up for debate, but if rumors serve me right, it is still out there somewhere under AVI. If you ever find a copy of the film, don't view it. Contact me by phone immediately, regardless of the time. When a Disney death is covered up as well as this, it means this has to be something huge. Get back at me. TR. I've yet to find a copy, but it is still out there. I know it. The Amazing World of Gumball. The Grieving. I've always loved Cartoon Network. When I was growing up, it was my favorite channel to watch. Even today, it still has some good shows, like Adventure Time and Regular Show. One of the newest shows on the network, The Amazing World of Gumball, is a cute and mildly entertaining show. Not really my cup of tea. It's a little immature, but my little brother seems to like it a lot. One day, I was watching Adult Swim when I realized that I'd been up so late that I hadn't even kept track of the time. It was already 4 a.m. I don't recall ever watching Adult Swim this late, so I stayed awake to see what would happen when it ended. A little bumper showed up at the bottom of the screen during a commercial break. It said that a special episode of The Amazing World of Gumball was about to come on. I was a little confused about an episode of a very popular new show coming on this early, but I was bored and I decided I would watch it, thinking it might come on later in the day so I could spoil it for my brother. Sort of mean, I know. The flashy and energetic intro theme played. Although it was played a little differently than I recall, the music was a little different and the show's logo wasn't animated. Its colors were done rather sloppily as well, almost like something a little kid would do on a doodle board or a glow board. I ignored it, assuming it was just done for this special episode. The title of the episode was The Grieving, a sort of sad title, but I didn't really pay too much attention. It began with Gumball, the show's 12-year-old protagonist, standing alone facing a corner of his dimly lit classroom. He looked absolutely miserable, a far cry from his cheerful demeanor he usually had. There was no one else in the room, not even his best friend and adopted brother Darwin the goldfish, and the windows in the room clearly showed the night sky outside. I was really starting to get confused. Why would he be at the school at night? And why was he standing in the corner all sad and alone? After about what seemed like a minute of Gumball standing somberly in the corner, the scene suddenly changed. We were in Gumball's house. Once again, the scene is silent and a little disquieting. Richard, Gumball's enormous rabbit father, walks in from the kitchen. He looked even more miserable than Gumball had in the previous scene. Richard isn't wearing his usual attire. He's dressed in a fancy black suit, a little uncharacteristic of him, as he's usually a slob. He sighs and slumps down onto the sofa and starts sobbing intensely, sounding like someone who had just lost something important. I was starting to get a little creeped out. Where was the silly, fun cartoon that I usually look forward to watching with my younger brother? This was something completely different. I was beginning to think that this might have been something the creators did as an experiment or something. A test of the animation or sound, perhaps. Though it couldn't have been. Aside from the opening theme, which was still different from the final shows, the episode had been much quieter than it usually was. Only subtle sounds and very little music. And the animation was nothing to write home about either. It was done a bit like an amateur Flash on Newgrounds. The character designs were somewhat sloppy and rushed looking, and the real-life backgrounds used for the show looked different. As confused and somewhat frightened as I was, for some reason I kept watching it. Poor Richard was still sobbing on the sofa, as the front door opened suddenly, making me jump a bit at such a loud noise. And Gumball's mother, Nicole, a blue cat like him, stepped in. Like Richard, she wasn't wearing her usual outfit for some reason. She was in a black dress and wearing a pretty black hat to match. Nicole sat down on the couch to comfort her husband, although she was looking a bit saddened herself. By this point, Richard's crying had begun to get more pained and miserable sounding. This wasn't the normal cartoon crying on the show. This was realistic and almost depressing crying. I almost felt like sobbing myself. Finally, after what seemed like hours, the sad scene at their home ended, as it shifted back to school. We weren't in Gumball's classroom this time. We were in Principal Brown's office. Nicole and Richard were there in their usual clothes, looking more normal and happy than they had before, but still slightly worried. Principal Brown, however, looked extremely sad. He quietly and somberly informed them that their children, Anais and Darwin, were not present after lunch earlier that day. They hadn't been seen at all the rest of the day. Nicole was instantly furious at him. She began spouting various insults and calls at him that I don't think would have made it on a more mature program like Regular Show. I was laughing at this because it seemed sort of funny for Nicole to flip out in this manner and start swearing like a sailor in a G-rated cartoon. But my outlook soon changed when Principal Brown told her something else after she had finally quieted down. His eyes began to tear up as he informed them that they were eventually found, but they had not been found alive. He went into graphic and nearly nauseating detail, describing how their bodies were found, their parents sitting back in utter shock. I could hardly believe what was happening. How could such a cheery and fun kids show be taking such a dark and twisted turn? I was considering turning the television off, but I was too scared to be left in the dark by now, nearly frozen by fear and disturbed intensely at the terrible things that he was saying. Another flashback. The scene was earlier that day, and the animation in this scene was even worse than earlier. I don't remember it very clearly, but I think he began his recollection by saying that the school had called the police department when they first turned up missing, believing the kids had simply ran off and decided to skip school. They said it was very uncharacteristic of both Darwin and Anais to go skipping school like delinquents. Darwin was a little naive and a bit ditzy, but he was a good kid and wouldn't even have dreamed of doing something like that. And Anais was even less likely to run away. She was a straight-A student, despite being only 4, which also troubled the police, seeing as a defenseless 4-year-old girl was missing as well as an older boy. The school had been thoroughly checked, so the police started to search the heavily wooded area outside the school. It took little time for the police to discover the horrifying fate of Anais. In a small clearing outside of the school, Anais's head was found in a small box. You likely would have expected something like that to be shown in the show's cutesy art style, but it was nothing like that at all. Realistic blood covered the box, inside and out, while Anais's head was done in the normal style, but was drenched in blood. There was a note in the box, seemingly written in her blood. It was never stated during the episode what exactly was written on the note, but it apparently led to the rest of her remains and Darwin's heavily mutilated corpse. What I remember most about this scene was how out of place it seemed. All the blood and gore from Darwin and Anais's slaughtered and dismembered remains was done in a very realistic and disturbing way. It looked like the scene had been taken from a crime scene photograph done by a professional, not something from a cartoon. The way the scene was animated was different from most of the show as well. You may know that the characters from this series are done in vastly differing animation styles, from flash animation to CGI, and I think that there's even a character done by someone putting their chin upside down to make a face. This particular scene wasn't like anything I had ever seen on the show before. Every detail on Darwin's face was clearly illustrated. He looked a little like a zombie. His face was very pale and his eyes had been gouged out by someone. Anais fared no better, or what was left of her anyway. Her stomach had been slit open, her intestines were strewn around the trees and bushes in the woods, done once again in a very morbid and realistic style. I was feeling very ill by the time this incredibly disturbing flashback had come to an end, so I quickly ran to the bathroom to vomit. I was feeling better after upchucking, so I had realized that I had good timing and ran to the bathroom during a commercial. It was then I noticed that the show had been running twice as long. It usually ran for 11 minutes, but this episode was running for about 30. By then, I was wondering if there was any information on the grieving on IMDb or something. So while the commercials were still playing, I looked up some information about this episode on Google. Nothing came up. No information remotely similar to the plot or name of the episode existed anywhere. Now, I'm incredibly scared and wondering if anyone else was watching. I quickly dialed my brother Larry and asked him to turn on Cartoon Network and see if he was seeing the same that I was. He was pretty mad that I woke him up at this hour, but he's a nice guy and told me he would see for me. I thanked him and stayed on the line as the show came back from commercial break. The scene had thankfully panned away from the horrific sight of the children mutilated and was back to the principal's office. I asked Larry if he saw some cartoon animals talking or crying, since that was what they were doing on my TV. To my surprise, he said that he saw nothing like that. Instead, it was a rerun of an old Looney Tunes short. In utter shock, I dropped the phone and ran over to the TV to turn it off, and as hard as I pressed the buttons, it would not shut off at all. I tried every single button and none of them did a thing. I tried unplugging the whole thing as well, but nothing worked. The TV stayed on no matter what. Larry had hung up, assuming that I was playing a joke or something, I guess, and I was alone again. My door was locked from the outside somehow, and the door to my bathroom was now locked as well. It seemed that I had no choice but to call the police, since my other family members were gone that night. It was the reason I could stay up so late to watch Adult Swim in the first place. When I hurriedly dialed the number, they didn't pick up. I was very scared and had no choice but to finish the episode. I turned on all the lights in my room and got under the covers, hiding like my little brother does when I make him watch scary movies with me. I had apparently missed a little bit, but Gumball's parents were still talking to Principal Brown, so not that much. Nicole was asking if Gumball was alright, apparently since she hadn't remembered him when Principal Brown told her what happened to Darwin and Anais. He looked slightly confused and shocked for a moment, and explained to her that he thought Gumball was out sick today, and that he had spent the day at home by himself with the stomach bug. Nicole screamed and wailed, while Richard quietly told him in a very out-of-character voice that they thought Gumball had got on the bus this morning, but it didn't seem that way. The police were called once again to search the building and the small forest outside of Elmore Junior High. They had found him in Miss Simeon's classroom, hanging by a noose, with a blood-covered knife behind him and blood covering his clothing. The episode ended with the shot of Gumball's dead body hanging there in the corner fading to black. The credits rolled silently, not like the usual way Cartoon Network annoyingly airs a promo that squishes half the screen. These credits rolled unusually slow, and they weren't that fun to watch either. A little creepy, just plain white text scrolling on a black background. I only recognized Ben Bocquelet's name, as he was the creator of the show. The rest were people I had never heard of. The copyright notice at the end said, Cartoon Network Studios 2001, which was incredibly odd, seeing as the show was new for 2011. After all that was over, the screen went to static for a split second, during which some incredibly creepy and shocking video clips were shown between static intervals. I can still remember them all very clearly. The first was a picture of a person in a plague doctor outfit. Those always scared me for some reason, and the way the person in the suit was filmed was just as bad. A red light, something that freaks me out incredibly, was shown over the clip. The next was what seemed like a video being played very quickly, over and over, of a kitten's face being squished by a woman wearing high heels, which was strange because a so-called friend of mine sent me a picture yesterday of a cat being stepped on and killed, similar to the kitten in the video. The last one was the one that disturbed me the most, and made me want to both cry and vomit my guts out. It was my little brother, or at least a small child who looked very similar to him, being shot in the face by a person who looked like my father. You could clearly see the child's brains and blood splatter on the wall. I began to sob uncontrollably after that traumatizing clip, so much so that I passed out. When I woke up, my door was unlocked, and my television was turned off. I went to call the police on the home phone in my kitchen and report that I had seen some very disturbing things on TV, and that my doors had been locked. When they arrived, they could find nothing like what I remembered from early this morning. My internet history was even cleared. They were angry at me, and just assumed that I had a bad nightmare, when I was sure that I hadn't. Thankfully, one of the officers felt bad for me and took me out to a small diner so I could recollect my thoughts. At the diner, I remembered that my family was out visiting my aunt, and they were all supposed to be back by noon or so. It was already 11, so the officer and I drove back, only to find a whole squad of police cars and even some government agents at my house. They explained to me that my little brother was missing and that my mother and father were major suspects. I was freaking out and telling them about the disturbing clip of the boy who looked like my brother being shot in the head, but they wouldn't listen. I stayed with my older brother Larry, who wouldn't believe me either, still insisting that all he saw was an old Looney Tunes cartoon, and nothing at all creepy or weird. The cops eventually told me that they would contact Turner Broadcasting and tell them about the incident. A representative of Turner Broadcasting came to my cousin's house to talk to me in private about what I had seen and experienced that night. He was very kind, but it all seemed a little like some sort of affront. After I could tell him all I remembered, he agreed to play back that day's programming from when the incident with the disturbing Gumball episode had occurred. To my shock, all that was airing at that time was an old Looney Tunes short. Nothing more, nothing less. I hysterically sobbed and moaned that what I had experienced and seen was completely real, but no one listened. Eventually, I discovered that Ben Bakwale had a Twitter account, so I sent a message about the episode, and this was the reply I got. One thing, how in the heck did you find that? I never, ever, ever thought I would think about that old shame again. Don't tell anyone this, Sarah. Yes, that's my name. But the amazing world of Gumball goes back further than you know. I used to have a really boring job as a teen, and I sketched little drawings of the Wattersons and friends. The episode you saw was never meant to be seen by anyone but me and a few friends of mine. It was a very, very awful thing to do, but we made the episode as a joke. A guy from the old job, who everyone hated, had lost a child to a crazed serial killer, who was apparently still out there somewhere. Anyway, we made it so we could make fun of how he came into work, usually crying like a fool, which is why you saw Mr. and Mrs. Watterson cry so much in the episode. I know, I am deeply sorry for what I did, which is why I tried to bury that stupid thing years ago. Literally, I went into the countryside with my mates and dug a hole and buried it. What I don't get though is how you describe the blood and guts and stuff. We didn't have any scene with Darwin and Anais' bodies being found. All that happens in the episode is that the parents are informed of the kids being found dead and them crying like crazy. We didn't even draw anything in the episode like that at all. We're not that sick. Now, this is my theory. The lunatic who killed the man's child found the tape we buried, watched it, and heavily edited it. Then he hijacked the local TV station near you, somehow, and got the episode to air on your local Cartoon Network station. Now, why your brother couldn't see it, I have no idea. Why it seems like you're the only one who saw it, I have no idea either. Sorry, but I just don't know. Now for the explanation you've been waiting for. The clips at the end, I don't know. I don't. I'm deeply sorry from the bottom of my heart. But I don't know why those clips were aired. I just don't. I'm sorry, I really am. But me and my mates are just the ones who made those scenes with Richard and Nicole crying. That's it. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I'm so deeply sorry. Best wishes, Ben Bakwale and everyone involved with the grieving. Gregory's room. My life has always been pretty cheerful. This was made possible by my friends, family, a bright future at my university, and nothing particularly harmful happening to me so far. Everyone I know has nice thoughts of me, as I have of them. All my teachers and I get along well, and despite having no known relatives other than my parents, I don't really care much. I've always thought of my friends as brothers. I had, however, something I hid for years. I, like many other people I know, am a 90s kid. I'm pretty sure even adults during that time liked those years too. It was all about video games, simplicity, and good TV cartoons. Yes, good TV cartoons. The dream of becoming a cartoon tester came to me when I was just 6 years old. My parents accepted it delightedly when I told them. After all, it was just the perfect job for someone my age. One afternoon, they took me to Nickelodeon HQ. I was so excited to see everything they were making before anyone else watched it. My friends would be so jealous. I sat there in a room with a big TV and a DVD player, the first time I actually saw one. There were about 5 other kids that were, like me, expecting to watch cartoons all day. The room felt somewhat like a living room, probably to make us feel more comfortable. It had a carpet, chairs, a table, potted plants, and a nice warm shade of red paint on the walls. A staff member came out of nowhere with a CD, smiling at us. "We're going to make a new series on Nick Jr. If you like it, then we'll send the first season to your parents in no time," he said with a cheery tone. All the kids and me started celebrating as the man inserted the CD into the DVD player. "I'll be back in a while," he said with a bright smile as he left the room. The TV displayed a static screen, which was odd since it was the newest they had been selling that year. Eventually it showed a warm fireplace burning. The camera then panned out to reveal the whole room. There was no music at all, nor did the sequence introduce anything. The room looked warm and soft. A chair faced a window, showing stars and a night sky. A bald head was on the chair. It turned slowly, showing a face with big, creepy eyes, and a surprisingly realistic mouth. Me and all the kids were surprised about this man and his appearance. We waited to see what would happen. A robotic, emotionless voice broke the silence as the man said, "Oh, I didn't see you there." The camera turned around, showing his cruelly made CGI body. He greeted us and said, "Hello, I'm Gregory, and this is my room." The camera zoomed in on his creepy face. "We're going to have so much fun together, just the 2 of us." He pointed at the window. "We can look at the stars together." He held a book. We can read a book together. The camera showed us the fireplace as Gregory said. We could stare into the glorious flames of the fireplace together. The silence was crushing. All the kids looked confused and at each other. We waited again as Gregory stared into the fire. His face suddenly appeared again, and the camera slowly zoomed in. But no matter what we do, it will just be the two of us, and no one else in this room. Just me and you. No parents, no police, no one can hear you. Distorted background music began playing as his face got closer and closer. Not only that, but his voice and the background itself started to get weird as transparent flames took over the place. Embrace me. I need love. Gregory needs love. The movie ended with his paralyzed face all over the screen. Every kid started crying uncontrollably as the man from some minutes ago came in. He had a very angry look on his face, and his words pierced through my memory. You. I thought that guy learned his lesson long ago, but he yelled furiously as he went through the door along with the other kids. The screen went blank as I secretly took the CD. It had clean, simple, plain-written text on it that said, Gregory's Room. After a few days, there was some news about parents suing Nickelodeon for showing inappropriate content. They even got as far as labeling the incident as, quote, a show that was ultimately rejected due to a poor focus group result. My parents were so frightened that they didn't let me near the place again. We live relatively close to Nick HQ. Until then, I kept the CD with me, hoping to understand, one day, the meaning of such a dreadful creation. Candle Cove. Skyshale 033. Does anyone remember this kids show? It was called Candle Cove, and I must have been 6 or 7. I never found reference to it anywhere, so I think it was on a local station, around 1971 or 1972. I lived in Ironton at the time. I don't remember which station, but I do remember it was on at a weird time, like 4 p.m. Mike_Painter65. It seems really familiar to me. I grew up outside of Ashland and was 9 years old in 72. Candle Cove, was it about pirates? I remember a pirate marionette at the mouth of a cave talking to a little girl. Skyshale 033. Yes, okay, I'm not crazy. I remember Pirate Percy. I was always kind of scared of him. He looked like he was built from parts of other dolls, real low budget. His head was an old porcelain baby doll, looked like an antique that didn't belong on the body. I don't remember which station this was. I don't think it was WTSF though. Jaren 2005. Sorry to resurrect this old thread, but I know exactly what show you mean, Skyshale. I think Candle Cove ran for only a couple months in 71, not 72. I was 12 and I watched it a few times with my brother. It was Channel 58, whatever station that was. My mom would let me switch to it after the news. Let me see what I remember. It took place in Candle Cove, and it was about a little girl who imagined herself to be friends with pirates. The pirate ship was called the Laughingstock, and Pirate Percy wasn't a very good pirate because he got scared too easily. And there was Calliope music constantly playing. Don't remember the girl's name. Janice or Jade or something. I think it was Janice. Skyshale 033. Thank you, Jaren. Memories flooded back when you mentioned the Laughingstock in Channel 58. I remember the bow of the ship was a wooden smiling face, with the lower jaw submerged. It looked like it was swallowing the sea, and it had that awful Ed Wynn voice and laugh. I especially remember how jarring it was when they switched from the wooden/plastic model to the foam puppet version of the head that talked. Mike Painter 65. Haha, I remember now too. Do you remember this part, Skyshale? You have to go inside. Skyshale 033. Mike, I get a chill reading that. Yes, I remember. That's what the ship always told Percy when there was a spooky place he had to go in, like a cave or a dark room where the treasure was. And the camera would push in on Laughingstock's face with each pause. You have to go inside. With his two eyes askew and that flopping foam jaw and the fishing line that opened and closed. It just looked so cheap and awful. You guys remember the villain? He had a face that was a handlebar mustache above really tall, narrow teeth. Kevin_Hart. I honestly thought the villain was Pirate Percy. I was about 5 when the show was on. Nightmare fuel. Jaren 2005. That wasn't the villain, the puppet with the mustache. That was the villain's sidekick, Horace Horrible. He had a monocle too, but it was on top of the mustache. I used to think that he only had one eye. But yeah, the villain was another marionette, the Skin Taker. I can't believe what they let us watch back then. Kevin_Hart. Jesus H. Christ, the Skin Taker. What kind of a kids show were we watching? I seriously could not look at the screen when the skin taker showed up. He just descended out of nowhere on his strings. Just a dirty skeleton wearing that brown top hat and cape, and his glass eyes were too big for his skull. Christ almighty. Skyshale 033. Wasn't his top hat and cloak all sewn up crazily? Was that supposed to be children's skin? Mike Painter 65. Yeah, I think so. Remember his mouth didn't open and close? His jaw just slid back and forth. I remember the little girl said, "Why does your mouth move like that?" And the skin taker didn't look at the girl, but rather at the camera and said, "To grind your skin." Skyshale 033. I'm so relieved that other people remember this terrible show. I used to have this awful memory, a bad dream I had where the opening jingle ended. The show faded in from black, and all the characters were there, but the camera was just cutting to each of their faces, and they were just screaming. And the puppets and marionettes were flailing spastically and just screaming. The girl was just moaning and crying like she had been through hours of this. I woke up many times from that nightmare. I used to wet the bed when I had it. Kevin_Hart. I don't think that was a dream. I remember that. I remember that was an episode. Skyshale 033. No, not possible. There was no plot or anything. I mean, literally just standing in place crying and screaming for the whole show. Kevin_Hart. Maybe I'm manufacturing the memory because you said that, but I swear to God I remember seeing what you described. They just screamed. Jaren 2005. Oh God, yes, the little girl, Janice. I remember seeing her shake, and the skin taker screaming through his gnashing teeth. His jaw careening so wildly I thought it would come off of its wire hinges. I turned it off and it was the last time I watched. I ran to tell my brother and we didn't have the courage to turn it back on. Mike Painter 65. I visited my mom today at the nursing home. I asked her about when I was little in the early 70s when I was 8 or 9 and if she remembered a kids show, Candle Cove. She said she was surprised I could remember that and I asked why and she said, "Because I used to think it was so strange that you said, 'I'm gonna go watch Candle Cove now, Mom,' and then you would just tune the TV to static and watch dead air for 30 minutes. You had a big imagination with your little pirate show." 1999. The year is 1999. That sentence brings me back to my senior kindergarten class when I was 5 years old, where we used to read out the date on the blackboard every single day. The year 1999 exists as a stain in my mind. However, as a memory that will not go away no matter how I try to forget it. 1999 marked the year I lost my first tooth, my first time on a plane, and unfortunately the early loss of my childhood innocence. That one memory that refuses to be wiped. It all started with that new, or old TV. At the time, Pokemon was the latest fad to hit the school. Pokemon cards, games, stickers, and the most popular, the TV show. So of course, every time I came home from school, I would stay glued to the TV until Pokemon came on at 5. The only problem was that my dad watched the news at 5:30, and Pokemon episodes were back to back, which means I had to miss an episode every day, something I whined on and on about. My dad got tired of hearing me complain every day. That must be why he went and bought another TV. My dad put the TV he just bought in my room. Unfortunately, it was just an old, small boob tube with rabbit ears even. It also had only 20 channels available, not including the channel Pokemon was on. I recall I didn't care though. I was just thrilled I had my own TV in my room. After surfing through the channels, I came to the conclusion that only Channel 2, TVO Kids, was worth watching, so I watched that for a while. It wasn't for another few months until I discovered Channel 21. One day in April, I was flipping through the channels, trying to see if Pokemon was on, and I pressed Channel 21 on the remote, hoping there were more channels, and to my delight, there was. My dad was surprised too, but he let me watch it because it seemed to have kids' programs on. The channel was called Caledon Local 21, and later I found out it was indeed broadcasted from the town of Caledon, Ontario, a town very close to my city. The shows I saw on Caledon Local 21 looked poorly made, and I never understood what was going on in them half the time. However, as I grew up, every time I thought of that channel, I realized more and more how messed up the shows were, and I had to ask myself, what the f was I watching? The following is a list of shows and episodes I remember seeing on Caledon Local 21. How I remember such detail even disturbs me, but I guess things like this just stand out in your mind for a while. The channel only ran a few shows, probably because it was only operational between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. April 1999. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 12. Very sketchy name if you were to look at it nowadays. The show featured a man wearing a bear mascot costume who would get a new visitor into his cellar every day. It was always a kid. The show was filmed with a camcorder, and not a very good one either. The police asked me a lot of questions about this show. This episode started with Mr. Bear sitting at a table playing checkers by himself. He sat there playing for a bit until there was a knock on the door. The camera was then looking up from the stairs at the door, where there was another knock. Mr. Bear climbed the stairs and opened the door to reveal two young children. One was a boy about my age, and the other was a girl who looked about 8. Mr. Bear danced in delight and then started talking to the kids. I couldn't hear any of them that well. Mr. Bear then led the kids into the cellar, which was quite dark, only lit by a small oil lamp on the table. I can't really remember that much more, except him singing a song which I couldn't hear too well either, probably because of that large bear mask. The episode ended with them playing hide and seek, with the kids hiding in a closet and Mr. Bear counting. May 1999. Soup and Spoon. I don't think this was even a show. I think it was more of a special movie thing. All I know is I stopped watching Caledon Local 21 for a while because I thought this show was too stupid, especially since Pokemon now came on at 4:30 and 5 o'clock. I don't remember much of this, but it showed a can of soup and a spoon both attached to strings, swinging back and forth, as if someone was holding them and dangling them in front of the camera. Interestingly enough, the show was shot in a basement, which looked just like the one used in Mr. Bear's cellar. Like I said, I can't remember much. The only thing I can remember clearly was the end. The entire thing was only half an hour, and just included stuff I found stupid, such as the spoon chasing the soup around trying to eat him. The ending showed a table and about 7 kids sitting around it, each with a bowl of soup in front of them. They were sitting and looking at the camera, but with confused, almost frightened faces. The cameraman then held the can of soup in front of the kids and said, "Spoons ready?" And then it just stopped. July 1999. It was summer and I hadn't watched Channel 21 for a while, until one day when I slept over at my friend's house and I decided to check it out again. My friend had gotten a TV in his room for his 6th birthday, so we stayed up very late. For us, 9:30 was very late, and watched TV. That's when I remembered Channel 21 and brought it up to my friend. We decided to see if it was on, and to our surprise, it was. They must have changed the broadcasting time. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 23. This episode was entertaining for my friend and me, mainly because it had swearing. However, now when I think of this episode, I realize something was definitely wrong when it was filmed. The episode started with the camera on its side, while it was facing Mr. Bear, who was walking upstairs to the cellar door. The camera then blacked out for about a second, before fading back upright and facing Mr. Bear. There was also another kid talking to him, but this kid looked about 11 or 12. He was talking to Mr. Bear for a while, but I couldn't hear well, again with the crappy camcorder, until the kid started raising his voice. The kid was saying how it was late and his sister had to go home. You could also hear more voices in the background. I remember Mr. Bear clearly saying, "Get the f*** out, you're not invited," with a deep voice muffled by the bear mask. I remember my friend and I looking at each other and laughing at the mention of the forbidden F word, but the episode got weirder. The kid began climbing the stairs before turning around and saying how he was going to call the police. Mr. Bear began breaking into a run towards the kid, who started screaming and running as well. The camera then cut out, and that was the end of the episode. The channel then turned to static shortly after. August 1999. I didn't want to watch Channel 21 after that. In August, I grew more curious to see Mr. Bear's Cellar for some reason, though. The last episode I saw of Mr. Bear was weird and had swearing, which also made me think the show was meant for teenagers. Nonetheless, I flipped onto Channel 21 when my dad was busy. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 28. Apparently this episode had been playing the entire month of August. It was studied a lot by the police. The entire episode was just Mr. Bear sitting in a chair talking to the audience. "Hello kids, you want to visit my cellar? If you do, please write me a letter at this address." The screen then switched to a white screen with multicolored letters reading the address. And that was what remained for the episode. This repeated for 5 hours every day until September came. And guess what I actually did? I sent Mr. Bear, or that sick who portrayed him, a letter. I did it out of curiosity mostly. My dad was okay with it because he thought it was a legit kids show, but then again, he never saw any of what was on Channel 21. So I wrote a letter using my best writing possible. I think I just said how I wanted to meet Mr. Bear, so my dad sent the letter to the address Mr. Bear said on the show, It stayed on all day anyway for some reason. It took about a week to get a response, which I was surprised I did. I still have the letter I received on August 15th, 1999. The letter read, "Dear Elliot, thank you ever so much for your letter. I would love to have you in my cellar. We play games, watch movies, and go fire camping in the middle of the woods. Come to my house at," the police cut out this address, "Caledon, Ontario, Canada. I look very forward to having fun with you. Love, Mr. Bear." I cannot believe my dad never found this sketchy, because he actually took me to the house, and that's when the police became involved. Those endless questions, those pictures of terrified kids, the woods. That brings me to why I'm writing this blog. That psycho and his friends did some back then, and now it seems he's trying to get in contact with me again. The entire police thing is coming back. That has brought 1999 back to me, over a decade later. It is happening again. Update, November 14th, 2009. People have been emailing me asking exactly what happened in 1999. I will get to that. Those weird TV shows I was watching apparently were meant to attract kids to Mr. Bear's house. What Mr. Bear did shocked the entire town. My dad actually drove me to Caledon along with the address Mr. Bear left on the letter. The house was actually in the outskirts of the town, in the open farmland. I still remember that house. It looked like an older farmhouse that looked to have been built in the early 1900s. The windows were all boarded up, and the house looked in a state of disrepair. As we walked up to the house, I remember my dad checking the address over and over again, and looking at the house in disbelief. Then the door opened. I expected Mr. Bear to be at the door, but I was surprised to see a police officer emerge from the creaking doorway. The officer began talking to my dad. While I quickly asked if that was Mr. Bear's house, the officer's face cringed slightly, and then he muttered, "Oh God," or something like that. He started talking quietly to my dad so I couldn't hear, although my dad told me to go to the car anyway, and then we just went home. My dad was quiet the whole way home. I felt something strange had happened. My dad never told me what happened for a while. I forgot about it anyway, too. Channel 21 no longer came on, and when I asked about it, my dad would not acknowledge its existence. I think it was when I was 13 where I learned the truth. I remember Channel 21 one day and asked my dad about it. I guess he finally decided I should hear the truth. Caledon Local 21 was a local TV channel that ran from October 1997 to August 1999 in the Peel region of Ontario. The entire channel was made from a house in Caledon, the one I visited, and run by a man who was not really known by anyone in the town. The channel was only available to older TVs because the signal was only picked up by rabbit ears, weaker frequency. The man created all the shows on the channel, all of which were kids shows. He was Mr. Bear, and he was the mysterious cameraman. The reason he created the channel was more disturbing than what was originally thought. As you might have already guessed, he kidnapped kids and held them in his cellar. But while most people think he was a serial child molester, he really wanted to use the kids for another purpose. The day I arrived, the man had fled his house the night before, the day before the police went in for their investigation. I wasn't the only one who was watching. Update, December 2nd, 2009. Sorry for not answering any questions for so long. I haven't accessed my email account for some time. Anyway, let me finally set things straight about what I know. Back in October, I visited the house previously owned by the man who ran Caledon Local 21. 2 women lived there, operating a daycare business. How ironic. Now to answer the questions you guys emailed to me. Who else watched Caledon Local 21? I know other people watched it for sure, including those kids who wound up at Mr. Bear's house. After some Google searches, I found a few people on the NeoSeeker forums who were discussing shows from Caledon Local 21. They talked about the 2 shows I watched, but there's also 2 other shows I had never seen before. A user named I Am Real Life seemed to know all the shows that were broadcasted on Channel 21. Here are the 2 I have never heard of: The Fallen Angel and Life. I Am Real Life described it as a fairly boring show about a guy rambling on in front of a camera about how he must please Satan and appease him before it's too late. Paint with the Soul. I Am Real Life and another user called Siggy92 were discussing this show. They described it as Blair Witch-like, as it consisted of the cameraman wandering around a forest at night, doing nothing particularly interesting. I'll go looking for the conversation and see if I can get the link. Where is Mr. Bear, or the guy who wore the costume? If I did know, I would have said earlier. I have no idea where the guy is, or if he's dead or alive. Hopefully dead. When I see my dad's friend next time, I'll ask him about this. Maybe I can get a more definitive answer. What did Mr. Bear do to the children? This is by far the most common question I've been asked. I found this out in October as well via my dad's friend who is a retired Caledon regional officer. Apparently the man playing Mr. Bear took the kids out of the house and into the forest nearby. What he did there, police are not exactly sure how it happened, but 16 charred bodies of children between the ages of 4 to 13 were found in a 15 by 15 foot ditch deep within the forest. My dad's friend did not want to go into exact details, but I'm seeing him next Thursday anyway, so maybe I can extort more information from him then. That's all I have for now. Thanks for keeping an interest in my blog. I will try to gather as much information as I can for my next post. I've actually been getting pretty interested in this myself. It should be my right to know what the hell happened. Update, January 14th, 2010. I'm sorry I haven't posted anything for a while. I kind of lost interest in this blog since I hit a standstill while looking for more information about the identity of the owner of Caledon Local 21. However, a few weeks ago I struck gold. I found some answers surprisingly from the father of a kid I used to babysit. He lives just across from my street, and I used to look after his kids when they were younger. He currently doesn't have a job either. He used to live near the woods outside of Caledon, and witnessed the owner's activities in the woods. His name is Anthony Polo. When he lived in the small bungalow outside the woods, he would often venture in to smoke a joint of marijuana or two before returning to his work as a woods craftsman. Polo described that sometimes he would hear voices of children coming from deeper within the woods, as well as a glowing light off in the distance. Polo told me that these events started in late 1997. Note, this is around the time Caledon Local 21 began airing. He apparently became annoyed by this happening every once in a while, and actually went to investigate. Polo then described what the whole scene looked like when he got there. There was a group of kids, he said about 13 to 17, and ages 5 to 12 gathered around a large fire pit with a burning fire. With them was a single adult. Polo talked to the man, noting his unusual unkempt appearance of a crack addict as well as his constant twitching, and asked what he was doing out in the forest with the children. The man said they were on a camping trip, something they did frequently. Polo, not suspecting anything, Caledon has one of the lowest crime rates in Canada, simply left it at that and told them to be quieter. Polo then paused for a while before telling me that they never became quieter. In fact, sometimes he heard loud chanting from the children in an unknown language. He didn't bother meeting with the man again, as he was moving anyway. I told Polo that the man was probably the owner of Caledon Local 21, but he doubted it, as he heard that the man was moving to Pickering by several other residents near that area. Here is what I know now. The man would take kids into the woods regularly for quote-unquote camping. The fire pit Polo described may be the hole the bodies of the children were found in. The children Polo saw are probably the ones found dead. The man moved to a city called Pickering, a smaller city east of Toronto. I will discuss this with my dad's friend, the ex-cop, and see if this matches anything the police knew about the man. I also want to see if he has any other knowledge of what was aired on Caledon Local 21. Update, February 10th, 2010. Good news, guys. I talked to my dad's friend, and he disclosed a lot of information for me. First, I asked if the police had any information on the man who ran Caledon Local 21. He replied that they have only had the same leads for years and never found a suspect. However, the Peel Regional Police do have some of the tapes found in the house Caledon Local 21 broadcasted from. He took me over so I could watch a few. I guess I haven't said much about him yet. My dad's friend's name is Mitchell Wilson, a pretty nice guy. He seems to understand my thirst for knowledge on what happened during the late 90s in that house. He feels it was wrong that my dad went so long without telling me much. He took me to the Davis Road Police Station. If you don't know, it's the largest station in Caledon, and one of the largest in the Peel region itself. Each of the main stations around Peel have some of the tapes. I was able to watch all of the footage that the Davis Road Station has. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to take any tapes home for obvious reasons. Paint with the Soul Episode 10, Garbage Thrown Away. Paint with the Soul was one of the shows that I Am Real Life and Siggy92 discussed on Neoseeker. I told the police about this, and they informed me that 12 episodes of the show were made and broadcast between December 5th, 1997 and January 8th, 1998. Exactly as I Am Real Life and Siggy92 described, the episode opened with the cameraman wandering around in a forest. It appeared to be during the evening, as it seemed the sun was setting. The cameraman walked along a path until he got to an area where there was a lot of garbage lying in the leaves. The The camera looked around at the various wrappers, bottles, bags, and boxes, making sure each item got a few seconds of screen time. The camera then focused on a single area before the man spoke. I recall he spoke in a very timid, quiet voice, and I swear I've heard it somewhere else before, like on another Caledon Local 21 show. I could barely hear what he was saying, but he mainly talked about how humans are garbage, or something that had to do with saving ourselves by cleaning up the garbage, us. It actually sounded really stupid, but still a feeling of dread came over me. I mean, that forest was possibly where those bodies were found, right? Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 25. When the police administrator brought this tape in, I actually said, "Oh shit," and chuckled a bit out loud. Of course I got stares from the staff, but Wilson explained to them about my little experience with Mr. Bear, and how I still kept the letter he sent me. Like the previous episodes, this one included a guy wearing a bear mascot costume. The episode began with Mr. Bear waddling over to his cellar door with a bottle of orange juice in his paws. On the ground were 16 shot glasses as well as a small bottle that contained an unknown liquid. Mr. Bear poured an equal amount of orange juice into each glass before opening the smaller bottle and depositing one drop into the glasses. Mr. Bear then went off camera. There were some minor sounds such as shuffling, and then Mr. Bear emerged from behind the camera's location. Following him were 16 children. Some looked as young as 4, while others looked like they were practically teenagers. As the children entered, the administrator commented that this is the only episode that showed all 16 victims. The kids all looked rather content, except for one who had visible bruises on his face, and unlike the other kids, he had a more fearful expression. He also looked about 11 or 12, which caused me to recognize him. He was the kid who had asked about his sister and subsequently met an unknown fate at the end of episode 23, that one episode I watched during July 1999. When I told the administrator this, he confirmed it was the same kid. He was also featured in episode 24, an episode that only aired once at 3 o'clock in July 1999. The police have still not found the tape. Mr. Bear then broke into song, singing about citrus fruits and how good vitamin C was for you. I could barely hear the lyrics as they were muffled by the bear mask. The kids all drank their juice, the one from episode 23, doing it rather reluctantly, and the episode ended. After viewing the tapes in possession of the Davis Police Road Station, I'm satisfied, but only temporarily. I still want to know the full story. The police just keep giving me the same crap about the creator of Caledon Local 21 being a fetishist pedophile, as well as an apparent cultist. I will sign off for now, get into university first, and get information later. Hopefully I will get back to this blog as soon as possible. Update, May 8th, 2010. Last month, I finally got my G2 license. In Ontario, Canada, this allows you to drive in a car by yourself, as well as some passengers after 6 months. I, of course, took advantage of this and drove into Caledon for a little Sunday drive. Since I haven't updated this blog in a while, I figured I might as well visit the house where the infamous channel of my childhood was located. The house looked different than last when I saw it in October. The place was no longer used as a daycare, and just sat there abandoned. However, it did have a for sale sign showing that someone still owned it, wanting to get rid of it though. The abandoned house drew fuzzy memories from my mind, mainly of that day my dad took me to visit Mr. Bear. A feeling of dread came upon me. What happened to the children while they were living in that house? I walked up to the steps of the front door and peered through the window. Inside, I could see a nearly empty hallway with a few boxes at the end. At the end of the hallway to the right was an open doorway, presumably leading to the kitchen. To the left were 2 doors, both apparently leading to the rooms visible through the windows outside. I wondered where the cellar entrance was located and whether it had been sealed up. I walked around to the back of the house and found my answer. 2 wooden doors lying at an almost flat angle were padlocked shut. This had to lead to the cellar. Not wanting to hang around, you cannot imagine what was going through my mind at that time, I departed. Behind the house, this empty field continued on until it reached a dense forest that lined the horizon. I wondered if that was the forest where the bodies of the children were found. I thought to myself, yeah, and proceeded to walk across the field behind the house into the forest. The forest was oddly quiet, save for the few periodic sounds of a woodpecker drilling into a distant tree. I cautiously made my way deeper into the woods, not really caring about the fact I had no idea where I was going. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like there was something I had to find. I came to a thinner part of the woods and a few small houses in the distance. Polo's house crossed my mind, and I wondered if one of these homes had belonged to him. I neared a small clearing in which I could see 3 adequately sized logs gathered around a black, charred area, showing a small fire had been lit there recently. "Hey, get the f*** out of our fort." Those words nearly gave me a heart attack. I turned to my left and saw 2 dark-clothed people running towards me. My initial thought was to run. However, as they came closer, I saw they were really just kids in their early teens, possibly 13 or 14, maybe even 12. As they approached me, they realized my size as well. I'm 6'1", while they could have been no bigger than 5'8", one might have been 5'7". We said, "Get the f*** out," the larger one who was wearing a Slipknot shirt said half-heartedly. I stood my ground and shrugged. The shorter one was wearing a Metallica shirt, swung out a butterfly knife, and held it in my direction. "No, you wouldn't want to," I said in a deep, serious tone, trying to sound as badass as possible. I pulled out my cell phone. The two kids withdrew, the one in the Metallica shirt putting the knife away. "Look, dude, we don't like people in our forest, so can you just go?" the one in the Slipknot shirt said, obviously intimidated. I had no business in the forest anyway, so I uttered out a simple, "fine," and turned before I realized I had a great opportunity. "Did either of you hear of a guy who murdered a bunch of kids in these woods about 13 years ago?" I asked the kids. The two looked at each other in confusion, before the one wearing the Metallica shirt answered. "Yeah, everyone knows about that guy," he said to me as if I were stupid. The kid in the Slipknot shirt continued. "He still lives around here, in the storm drain. My big brother's friend says he saw him in a bear costume once, wandering around the forest at night." My instincts told me this was probably a lie, and the owner of Caledon Local 21 is probably long gone, only existing as folklore in this smaller, isolated community. However, as a human, the thought of the mysterious unknown sparks interest within. "And where is the storm drain?" I asked, just out of curiosity. I don't actually believe the kid's story. The kid in the Metallica shirt stared at me for a few moments, his eyes seemingly full of annoyance, yet curiosity for me. "You're not from around here, are you? Why did you even come here?" Now, I do admit I was slightly startled by the nature of his question. However, I figured I might as well explain why I was there, just in case people mistook my intentions. I told the two kids about my experience with the man and Caledon Local 21, and that I had come to maybe seek out some sort of closure, although even I wasn't exactly sure. The kids seemed familiar with the channel as they smiled and looked at each other when I mentioned it. They also became more understanding and gave me a detailed description on how to get to the storm drain. Shortly after, I decided to just turn around the way I came and head back to the house, leaving the kids at their fort. But now you're probably wondering why I left out such detail about what the kids told me just now. It is because I'm choosing to conclude what I have gathered now. Here is what the kids told me in detail. The storm drain lies ahead of the kids' fort, in the same direction I was heading. The drain ends at a small river where excess water is drained out. Near here is a small playground. The kids told me people rarely use it. The man supposedly lives in the large pipe that rainwater drains out of. People have seen him, although always either wearing a bear mask or the mask and a full bear bodysuit. Note, I do not believe this is true, and in fact simply a myth made by the residents of Caledon. The story does not seem plausible in any way. Why did no one call the police? Didn't this guy look suspicious? And other questions like this leave the story invalid. I may visit the storm drain, not because I believe the story, but because I want an excuse to visit Caledon again, so this blog doesn't die. With no more tapes to watch, I don't know what to talk about anymore. Thanks for continuing to support me and my blog. I know many are looking forward to more information about what happened in Caledon during the year 1999, and I will do my best to continue my research into the topic. Elliot out. Update, October 7th, 2010. Wow, nearly 5 months since I last updated. I'm guessing everyone pretty much thinks I was dead, right? Thankfully I'm not. But in all seriousness, I really have been busy these last few months, and a blog about something that could have killed me as a kid is a little low on my current priorities list. As of now, I am living in Waterloo, Ontario, attending the University of Waterloo for computer engineering. Yeah, I'm a keener. As you can imagine, engineering is no walk in the park, so obviously I nearly forgot about this blog, but as you can see now, I'm back. I remembered to visit the storm drain the kids from the Caledon Forest told me about. It was out in a clearing between the wooded areas nearby a marsh. Unfortunately, I found absolutely nothing, save for a turtle that retreated into its built-in home when it saw me. I snapped some pics of the pipe, which I posted as well. Also, let me tell you, it was not a storm drain like they said it was. What I saw was a simple pipe, possibly to channel the excess water from the marsh. When I returned from Caledon, however, I simply kept putting off uploading everything until I forgot all about my blog. It just didn't seem important to me anymore. Please forgive me. It wasn't until only recently that I am now interested in my case again. On September 10th, I received an email from this email address, returntheb@hotmail.com. Funny, am I right? Well, it does get better. I'm going to copy and paste the exact email this guy sent me. Dear Elliot, my dear, dear boy. You see, this story may or may not be true, but it could happen. There are many slots for airtime. If you have money, you can have a public access TV channel. Some public access channels share airtime like EWTN, religious channel based out of Michigan, that shows Catholic-based programming, but during off hours, have independent shows or just blue screen. Cable networks have empty channels available for rent space, so the scenario of renting a channel on basic TV is not far-fetched at all. However, public access TV is widely reviewed and can be terminated at any time. These are the rules for the United States, not for Canada where this story took place. So if this happened in the US, the would be tracked down and arrested immediately. Yes, this story could happen, but it is very unlikely. 100 fuzzy hugs. Mr. Bear. Now obviously this letter is fake and sounds almost corrupted, but still I would like to thank whoever sent it, though they could use some English lessons. Just reading this letter creeped me out, but because of it, I'm now full of this new interest to continue my blog. I guess it's just funny trying to pursue the mysteries I've always questioned. Now, my roommate knows about all of this. He thought the letter was real and actually seemed more scared than I was for a second. But then I shrugged it off, so he did too. I mean, what are the chances of this being real? How would Mr. Bear know about all this public access TV stuff, and about when I went to Caledon on those occasions? More or less know my email, or me still be interested in his cellar? Ha. I'm going to send a reply to return the bee. Wow, just looking at the email address, you can tell someone wanted to freak me out. It didn't really work, though. Although, to whomever you are, thank you for sparking my interest back into the full matter. Maybe I can find out more about what happened to Mr. Bear. Hopefully, because although I don't buy that email, a part of me still feels anxious. Thank you to all those who are still following me and have become avid fans. You are also why I am choosing to continue this. Thanks, guys. Update, November 7th, 2010. Wow, I can't believe this blog hasn't been deleted yet. I haven't posted anything for so long. I have my reasons, and I'd rather not discuss them just yet. It has been a rather traumatic year for me. Some of you are right. I shouldn't have gone back trying to relive the mysteries of my childhood, but I couldn't resist. It's been over a year since my last post, and a lot has happened. Let's recap where I'm at right now with regards to the whole Mr. Bear incident. returnthebee@hotmail.com is no longer in use. I tried replying to the email, but I got no reply. I tried again a while back, still no response. I actually moved up to Ottawa, the capital of Canada for those who don't know, for university, so I haven't been back to Caledon or back home in the Peel region for a while. I have my reasons for leaving, as you could guess why. I've had to make a new email account because people keep prank mailing me pretending to be Mr. Bear. Thanks a lot, guys. Not. Why have I ventured back to this blog? Mitchell Wilson, remember my dad's ex-cop friend, gave me a phone call on October 23rd about a tape that was found in a branch of the Brampton Public Library. Brampton is my hometown in case you haven't picked up on that yet. He claims he isn't allowed to discuss the contents of the tape with me as it is still in evidence, but he asked me to come check it out when I return home. That tape got the gears grinding again, because we all know what was on the last tapes I saw. I can only imagine what can be on it. I'm guessing it must have something to do with Caledon Local 21. I guess I just wanted to say I'm continuing this vlog and thank you for everyone who still follows it. I don't know when my next entry will be, but when I see that tape, I'll write about what I find. I don't know what to expect, but the idea of seeing another tape has gotten me interested in this whole mystery all over again. Elliot. Update, January 21st, 2011. It has been a long year for me. University has been giving me the usual sleepless nights, especially since I transferred to Ottawa, which is the place to party. Sarcasm. But now I'm back home with my dad in Brampton, the town I grew up in. I got home on the 18th of December and have been visiting with friends and family, or at least that's what I rather would have done. Now, that festive holiday cheer that I usually have at this time of the month is absent. To answer the hundreds of emails and comments I got, yes, I did see the tapes that my dad's friend, Mitchell Wilson, promised to show me. These tapes, however, act as a curse. I want to know more, yet I want to forget everything. I couldn't help it. I needed to see those tapes. Not only for myself, but for all you guys who are just as intrigued as I am by that ominous man in a bear suit from my past. However, after viewing those tapes, I feel that pit of dread deep inside me once again. That feeling where I know that all those kids in those videos are dead, that I could have been one of those kids, and that humanity is a dark, dark place. If you haven't skipped this paragraph for the juicier details below, thank you for listening to my rambling. On January 1st, I called Mitchell Wilson and asked if there was time where I could come by and view the tapes. Things were pretty slow at the station because of a snowstorm, so he said I could come down anytime that day. The tapes were located at a branch not too far from me, So I braved the slushy roads and terrible Brampton drivers and made my way to the Peel Regional Police Station, located at the Bramelia City Center. I met Wilson at the front desk, where he then led me up to the second floor and into a small office. He instructed me to have a seat and wait while he got the tapes. Before leaving the office, he turned to me and said, "I know you're curious, but are you sure you want to do this?" Of course I did, or at least thought so. Besides, Wilson's friend had pulled a lot of strings to get me in there, and I didn't want to waste the opportunity. This particular station had 2 tapes on hand. I was only able to watch a few minutes of footage, however, because the second tape was apparently too damaged to be played on a VCR. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 30. Mr. Bear never ceases to disturb me, especially after what almost happened when I was younger. This episode took place outside in a forest at dusk, making it slightly hard to see, especially considering the quality of the film, a trademark of anything from Caledon Local 21. The episode started with the camera being held in the paws of Mr. Bear aiming it at himself. That bear mask. It looked more sinister in the shadows of the trees. The unmistakable muffled voice spoke up. "Hello, children. Today I will be doing a wonderful thing for my friends. I will be delivering them to a faraway land where they will surely be happy." Mr. Bear turned the camera around to show an ATV with an attached trailer. But what stood out the most was the trailer contained 7 motionless children lying side by side. "This here is the first load, but more will be on their way soon." Mr. Bear turned around and pointed the camera at a large burlap tarp spread on the ground. He picked up the tarp, revealing a large hole that must have been at least 12 feet deep and maybe about 15 feet wide. The rest of the episode consisted of Mr. Bear taking each kid and dropping them into the hole. I asked Wilson if they were dead, to which he shook his head and replied, "Not yet." Soon all the kids were in the pit. Some were in awkward positions due to being tossed in, but they remained unconscious. "The vitamin C will surely help these children on the great journey that awaits them," Mr. Bear mentioned as he panned the camera towards multiple bottles of gasoline beside a bush. The camera zoomed into the bottles as Mr. Bear hummed before the episode ended. Wilson revealed to me that these were 7 of the 16 victims found burnt to a crisp. The gasoline is what the man playing Mr. Bear used to light them on fire. A pit full of burning children. Who the would do that? That feeling of dread found me once again when I realized I could have been one of those kids. Wilson then explained to me that he had previously lied. The other tape confiscated by the Bramelia Police Branch did indeed work and contained the filming of the actual burning. However, he felt that I wouldn't be able to handle the disturbing and graphic nature of the episode. And you know what? Maybe I can't. I don't even want to see it. I'm satisfied for now. I just need to get some time to get myself together. The thing is, the man who ran Caledon Local 21 is still out there. More to come. Elliot. Once upon a time, there lived a boy named Elliot. Elliot was a clever boy who loved playing with his friends. One day, he watched a lovely television show about a bear and his children friends. The children loved helping each other as good children should, but they also loved the bear. The bear loved the children since the children were so good at helping him and the fallen angel. The children and the bear wanted to play together forever with the help of their angel friend. But the fallen angel needed even more help, so the children had to give the ultimate sacrifice. Because that's what friends do, Elliot. They help each other. Help us, Elliot. Burn with us, Elliot. I want you, Elliot. He wants you, Elliot. Come back to my cellar. Pretty please, with sugar and icing on top. Mr. B. Update, April 5th, 2011. I wanted to update more. I truly did. However, certain circumstances had turned me off the whole Caledon Local 21 thing. I've since then had hundreds of emails about my blog and was even in contact with a magazine about my story. But now's the time to come clean with everyone. Where have I been for an entire year? The story of Pandora's Box is true, and I opened it. I opened it when I watched the second tape in the possession of the Bramelia Police Branch. The other subject I'd like to discuss is the number of joke/fake emails I've been getting from people claiming to be Mr. Bear. Let's start with the second tape, as that's what's traumatized me into stopping my search temporarily. After a few weeks of playing silent, I decided to ask Mitchell Wilson if I could view the infamous second tape he talked about. I don't know why. I just felt that viewing the tape would give me some closure. Wilson was obviously reluctant to show me, but I was persistent. He gave me an offer. If I was still interested by the time I turned 20, he would show me the tape. Not being able to do much else, I just played the waiting game. By the time my 20th birthday rolled around, I was definitely still interested in viewing the tape. I gave Wilson a call, during which he admitted that he had hoped that I would forget about asking him again, but I was not taking no for an answer. "You really don't need to see it," he kept telling me, but I did need to see it. I had to at this point. Sure enough, he invited me to the Bramelia Police Branch one Monday afternoon. Having watched every Saw film and a video of animal slaughterhouses in my ethics class, I was sure I would be able to handle whatever the tape could throw at me. How naive I was. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 31. When Wilson went to collect the tape from evidence, the officer in charge of the evidence room shook his head at me, his face saying, "What are you doing?" Wilson explained that the tape includes the last known episode of Mr. Bear's Cellar. I rightfully assumed that I would be seeing the fate of the children, and began to feel a sense of dread. The episode opened inside a forest, the usual one from the previous episodes. This fact took me a while to realize because it was night. The trees and the leaves just looked like shapes dancing around in the darkness. A faint glow of light was present on the right side of the screen. There wasn't any apparent audio. It appeared to be a windy night, yet the trees weren't making any noise. Slowly the camera began to pan towards the glow, revealing smoke rising from a hole with the tips of flames peeking over the top. Wilson paused at this point. "Are you sure you want to see this?" he asked me. I insisted on it, even though a voice in my head was telling me not to. The video continued. The cameraman moved towards the hole, showing a pit of fire. This was the hole that I had seen in the previous episode. Only this time it was filled with shapes. I could see shapes moving around, fluttering, flailing, some motionless. I knew perfectly well what they were. The camera began to adjust to the light, and burning flesh. Red, black, and a blur of surreal movement and colors. I wish I could forget what I saw, but you can't forget a scene like this. This was not a horror movie. This was reality. Human beings were being killed in a horrifying way. A fate that I could have potentially met. The video suddenly cuts to dawn, the camera now positioned farther away from the hole. The fire was out. However, there was still smoke rising up. A figure was up ahead. I recognized it right away. The Mr. Bear suit was laid out on the ground. Empty, it just looked unnerving. The suit was laid out in the shape of a cross. The cameraman did a lap around the suit, treating it like a treasured artifact. Placed at the head of the suit was a sign. In bold red letters, INRI was printed. The cameraman moved back to the end of the suit, zooming into the bear's face. The episode finally ended. I was speechless. It was like a dream. You could find a lot of terrible things on the internet, but I had never seen anything like this. Wilson asked if I was okay, and I replied with a shaky yes. I assured him as we left that I was fine, and that the video gave me some closure over the whole incident. He didn't seem too confident in me, but he left it at that. He was right though. I had nightmares for weeks. I gave up. I didn't care about the whole thing anymore. A sick man burned a bunch of kids alive, attracting them with a fake kids show. I could have been one of the victims, yet I'm still here. I suppose I should be grateful, but I feel guilty. Am I still here only by pure luck? 10 months later, I'm back, but now I need to address something else. My email has been flooded with messages. Some people ask for more details, some ask if I can upload the tapes, and some people email me claiming to be Mr. Bear. First, I cannot get the tapes uploaded as they're A, in police possession as evidence, and B, I have no idea how to transfer VHS onto a computer. As for people pretending to be Mr. Bear, you're not fooling me. When you have dozens of people pretending to be the same person, it doesn't work. I've even seen a fake Caledon Local 21 YouTube channel, which is cute, but still not real. Even more annoying is the fact that someone hacked my account just to put up some demented poem about me on this blog. I'll leave it in the entry above this one, just to show you guys. I've contacted my webmaster about the entry and was told that it was posted on Halloween. Ooh, spooky. Attached to the email, paintwithb@aol.com, which I assume is another joke email. I'm over episode 31 now. The images of what I saw will stick with me for a while, but I want to do one last hurrah. I will get into contact with Mitchell Wilson again and hopefully get set up with the tapes in the possession of the other Peel Police branches. I'll try to update you guys as soon as I can. I'm sure this won't take so long again. Thank you to everyone who still reads this. Elliot. Rap Rat. Ever heard of Nightmare? Like a lot of other games in the 90s, it came with a VHS which you timed with your play. The character on the video would give you instructions on what to do while you played the game in real time. Being a scaredy cat, I refused to play it when my mom bought it for us. My brother was disappointed about not being able to play it, but my mom had a solution. She brought out Rap Rat. It was a cheap, dingy little thing catered to kids my age. You went around the board, collected cheese, and the first player to reach the end would win. It seemed simple enough, and since it reminded us of Mousetrap, which we didn't have, there were no objections. We popped the movie into the VHS and set up the board. The first part of the video was just a simple explanation of the rules, as well as instructions on how the game worked. Then Rap Rat came onto the TV. He was not what any of us had been expecting. My smaller brother, who was only 3 at the time, immediately left the room crying. The rat did not even resemble a rat. The ears were far too big. It had a mouth lined with 2 teeth, the inside of which looked almost swollen. The most striking part about the thing, though, was its eyes. They were large, glassy, and fish-like. I asked, then bothered, then begged my mom to turn it off. Rap Rat suddenly shouted loudly, screaming and wailing, saying, "Wait your turn," in a demonic, low-pitched voice that was not at all like his normal, obnoxious, nasal voice. In the background, we could hear the narrator saying, "He's Rap Rat, and he's the boss," over and over again in an overly serious tone. The video was indescribable. Images crossed the screen in quick succession, overcut with Rap Rat's expressionless eyes. The images were some things I was afraid of at the time. A person looking over a balcony, a hornet slowly stinging someone's eye, an extreme close-up of a tarantula, a pit full of writhing cobras, and a bloodied syringe filled with green liquid. We immediately turned off the video, and I ran out of the room screaming, slamming the door behind me. It took my mom 20 minutes to convince me that the video was gone, that I would never, ever see it again. I had nightmares all week about Rap Rat. That wasn't the last time I saw it, though. While my girlfriend and I were preparing to move in together, I was cleaning out the closet of my room and found it again, with the same VHS and the same board game inside. It was almost perfectly intact, save for a thick layer of cobwebs and dust bunnies on top of it. This was strange. Didn't my mother get rid of it? And what was the game doing in my room? I let out a bit of a gasp when I found it, and my girlfriend came into the room, asking what was the matter. Breathing harshly, I said, "Rap Rat." She laughed a bit, asking if it was a joke. I shook my head and explained it wasn't. She didn't believe me. Nobody did. I decided that the only way to prove it was to show her the video. I borrowed my neighbor's VHS and played the video for her. However, the images had changed. I saw a clown, its nose bursting and spraying blood on the screen. I saw a woman alone in a dark room. I saw a man being forced to pick up white-hot metal and hold it in his outstretched hand, turning his hand into a leathery mess. The scratching I heard as the child continued, picking up, getting louder and louder. Then Rap Rat showed up and began twisting and convulsing, its arms thrusting this way and that. The costume wasn't a costume anymore. The felt was real fur. Its face wasn't plastic, but instead a bristle of thorns and teeth. The eyes turned inwards and suddenly popped out again. Rap Rat's huge fish eyes were inside out, staring right at me, watching my every move, my every expression. It grinned widely and gestured at my girlfriend and I with a single outstretched inhuman hand. I could hear the faintest scratching at the front door. The TV went blank and showed static. The scratching got louder. It wasn't scratching anymore, but thumping. The thumping of tiny feet on wood. My girlfriend embraced me in fear, and my senses kicked in. Before anything else happened, I stopped the video, ejected it, and unplugged the VHS. The scratching stopped. When I looked out the living room window, nothing was there. The police showed up soon after, warning us that a neighbor had seen a figure outside our door and had called in concern. My girlfriend and I simply couldn't believe what had happened, and had to tell the police officer that it was. I was furious that a children's game was terrifying me. I went to pick up the tape, but the VHS burned my hand. It felt like I had touched a Bunsen burner on the highest setting. We had to get the oven mitts from the kitchen in order to take it out, and even then it was scorching hot. I brought it outside, tossed it down on the sidewalk, and crushed it in my winter boots. Afterwards, my girlfriend and I had bad dreams every night. We would both wake up in the middle of the night and describe eerily similar images that we saw in our sleep. The scratching would always be there, when the lights were off and the room was pitch black, save for the moonlight coming in through the window. Now though, it would happen every time I went near the front door, and every time we said Rap Rat's name. It sounded as if something very small was dragging something across the ground outside of the door. Pacing, waiting. I would simply wait myself, with the covers pulled to my neck, until I succumbed to exhaustion. At this point, I was determined to sue the company for damages. The first thing I did was call my mother and ask where she got Rap Rat. She had no idea. I found a merchant who sold versions of Rap Rat, and I asked how I could get in touch with the company. He sent me this email. I don't know about the game, but I know it was created by the same people who created Nightmare. The company is called A Couple of Cowboys. Try them. I did a bit more research and discovered that the company became defunct in 1994, only 2 years after they created Rap Rat. I discovered why soon after. In 1992, the year of the game's development, A Couple of Cowboys commissioned a manufacturing company in Haiti to create the doll portrayed in the game. The company who created the puppet ran a sweatshop, where they forced women and children to produce various components of the puppet, including the felt and plastic of the doll. One day, a young Haitian girl got her arm caught in the industrial sewing machine. The spring loader, unable to handle the weight on the machine, came loose and struck the child's neck, killing her instantly. A few days after the funeral, the mother of the child came to the factory, demanding to see the owner, who denied that he had anything to do with it. In a fit of rage, the mother said that the blood from the innocent would seep into every crevice of the doll, every component with which it was created, and that all who touched it would die. She claimed to have summoned a fear demon, and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Apparat will curse you." The owner simply laughed and told his corporate bosses about Apparat. They spread the joke from person to person, and the game was renamed Rap Rat, a loose anagram of Apparat. Each recitation of the name Apparat brought with it greater and greater curse. Only 2 years after Rap Rat was created, the company was shut down and the owners hired by Mattel. There were stories of the workers begging for days off, skipping work for weeks and weeks, and finding the puppet in strange places. There were also stories of grim, violent deaths in which the workers would stab their hands and set themselves on fire, writing "I am fear" on the nearest surface in blood. Nobody knows where the Rap Rat doll went after the original creators disappeared. Some say that the last things the victims saw before going insane were large, sunken, fish-like eyes. Words of warning. Never ever say Apparat out loud. Saying a demon's name out loud is an invitation to them, a calling. If you've already done this, it cannot be undone. 2. Do not try to speak to or contact Apparat. 3. Avoid being awake between 3:30 a.m. and 4 a.m., when Rap Rat is the most likely to try and scare you. The VHS is back. I thought I stomped on it, smashed it to Kingdom Come, but it's back. I found it in my sock drawer yesterday. This time, I was ready. A whole bunch of people have been contacting me, trying to get the tape or some sort of video from the board game. My answer to you is that it's just too dangerous. If I did that, I could very well drive you insane, scare you to death. The video and the game and Rap Rat itself have some sort of strange power. Rap Rat follows me everywhere I go. I see little shadows in the corner of my eye, or hear sounds coming down the hallway when I'm the only one home. If Rap Rat is there, it will let you know, but it will never let you see it, until it's too late, of course. A lot of people have been watching the normal video from the normal board game. That's the thing. Rap Rat can be normal. It will trick you into thinking it's just a puppet, and then stalk you day and night. Happy Appy. God help me. February 23rd, 2011. Hello, I will be writing on this blog because I am researching a show called Happy Appy. One of the main reasons why I'm researching this show is because I've been fascinated with missing TV shows, episodes, and movies. Like most people who research missing episodes, I'm hell-bent on finding London After Midnight, the 108 missing Doctor Who episodes, and Him, the 1974 film where a man has a sexual obsession with Jesus. Even though I should help the search for any fragment of the missing episodes and films, I'm going to research this one series for now. Another reason I want to research this show is because I had an experience with it around 2001. It was around 8 in the morning. My younger brother, who was 7, was watching a local station during its child TV block. After it dubbed over Blue's Clues, it started to air a show called Happy Apple, and I can barely remember the episode's plot, but it was about the apple who was trying to help a kid named Nathaniel. It felt sort of low budget, but since my brother liked the episode, I didn't mind him watching it. The only thing that made me dubious was the evil smile that the apple did in the middle of the episode. From what I gathered in the first weeks of Noggin's experience, this Happy Appy show began production. Its plot was about a giant clay apple with arms, baby blue eyes, and large dark green lips being held up by a bent, rusty stick. He would go around in a white 1996 Ford Windstar helping children when they got injured. As the show kept going, the episodes started to become more unusual. For one example, Happy Appy would often stare at the viewers of the show with a deranged smile. It's also worth noting that the series slowly got more violent as the series progressed. Happy Appy was one of the shorter shows on Noggin, with every episode being 10 minutes long at the most. They played in duets, making each full episode 20 minutes long, minus commercials. A couple of months after Happy Appy aired its first episode, Nickelodeon canceled the show, and it was never shown again on Noggin or Nick Jr. Even the much more appropriate episodes weren't shown for whatever reason. However, some parents did record the show, but they were VHS copies. Of those said VHS copies, only a few survived through the years. Many of the tapes have been destroyed either due to neglect or disgust, or were simply misplaced and thrown out by accident. However, some copies of the show were reportedly stolen by a shadowy figure. I was one of the lucky people to own a copy of the episodes. Yesterday when I did some winter cleaning, I found an old DVD with HA episodes written on it. I had a feeling that I knew this abbreviation from somewhere. I did some research on what the HA meant. My first choice was the forum about missing episodes and films that I normally go to. When I entered the missing episodes section of the forum, the first thread I saw was one named HA ? What's this? A woman posted the thread who had, like me, found a VHS with the initials HA on it. As I read the thread more, I found out that the initials on the disc stood for Happy Appy. This instantly reminded me of that weird low-budget show I watched with my brother in 2000. In the replies, the users claimed that there are no known DVD copies around. I'm not sure how the disc got there, though. I certainly don't remember owning a disc that looked like that. After viewing the thread, I went ahead and put it into the disc drive, hoping that it would work. Thankfully, the disc did work, and it instantly cut to the intros of the episode. No menus or anything. Happy Appy's intro song had the same tune as Mary Had a Little Lamb, and went something like this. Happy Appy, Appy App. Happy App, Happy App. Happy Appy, Appy App. He helps kids all day. Episode 1 and 2 were called Happy's Vacation and Hurt Happy, respectively. Happy's Vacation was exactly what you'd expect. Happy Appy goes on a vacation to the beach, heals injured kids, and even talks down to a bully into not hurting a child. Hurt Happy was about Happy's stick getting broken, and the kids teaming up to help Happy Appy by giving him bandages and fruit. Nothing seemed too out of place when I first saw it, but when I saw it a second time, the episodes looked questionably odd. When Happy was driving his van to the beach in Happy's Vacation, a few seconds skipped. At first I ignored it, saying that it could be a scratched DVD, but when I checked the disc, it had no scratches on it whatsoever. Also, during the fruit scene in Hurt Happy, the kids gave him an apple for whatever reason. It could have been a mistake by the producers, though. Finally, I noticed some things in Hurt Happy that looked out of place. In Happy's van during the intro of Happy's Vacation, there was what looked like the border of the Hope poster, but it was so out of frame that it could have been something else. At the end of Hurt Happy, there was a news broadcast about a 9.0 earthquake that recently struck Japan. Happy responded, "Oh no, if you want to help the Japanese, call this number," and a 1-800 number appeared. I thought those were just coincidental. Well, I was wrong. Episodes 3 and 4 were stranger. The intro of these episodes were removed, but I found out that the episode 4 name was Nate Needs Help. This struck out to me because this was the very same episode I saw with my brother, but in English. Episodes 3 and 4 were missing a few scenes, and overall more disturbing than the first two. On episode 3, near the 5-minute 10-second mark, is when Happy Appy does his first evil smile for 25 seconds. A scene that could send chills down anyone's spine was the boo-boo part in Nate Needs Help. Happy aids Nate, who has a bruise on his knee. He looks to the camera, giving off that same evil smile that I remember from 2000, and says, "What does Nate need for his boo-boo?" For 30 seconds, he stares at the camera motionless, with his soulless baby blue eyes locking onto anyone watching. Finally, he broke the silence by saying, "That's right, a bandage." Why did he need that long to speak? I will never know. Also, the out-of-place objects were getting more noticeable. In Nate Needs Help, the radio plays what sounds like a country cover of Hot and Cold, which was made in 2008 and very out of place for a kids show. February 24th, 2011. I watched episode 5, which had a few differences from the first few episodes. Firstly, it had Happy on a rustless but still bent stick. Secondly, the episode was somewhat disturbing. The theme song played, and the name of the episode is revealed as Monkey Bar Mishap. It started with Happy Appy in his van driving to the playground, when he sees a kid crying near some monkey bars. Once he parks the van and goes to the monkey bars, Happy finds out that the kid had fallen off of them, cutting his little finger open. Happy Appy said, "What does Jake need to heal with, kids?" He gave off his evil smile at the screen for a couple of minutes, enough time to read a page of a book, preferably the Bible, to him. Like Nate Needs Help, his soulless baby blue eyes watched over anyone in the room like Big Brother. He said, "That's right," and Happy puts a bandage on Jake's finger. After getting hugged by Jake, Happy drives away in his van. It skipped episode 6, which had a better chance of being aired on Wonder Chosen than Nick Jr. In the episode called Never Run with Knives, a kid was running with a knife facing up. The knife was clearly a rubber prop because the blade was flopping around a lot. The kid got cut and held his hand over the wound, crying. As blood began to come out of the kid's wound, Happy parked his van, gave a normal smile, and said, "Hey kids, he shouldn't have carried a knife facing up while running." However, he did heal him by putting a bandage over that wound. The kid hugged Happy, and he said, "Remember kids, never run with knives facing up, or scissors for that matter. Always walk with knives and scissors facing down." Happy took the kid to his van, drives off, and the credits play. However, after the credits roll, the episode takes a very disturbing turn when Happy comes back in his van, the kid missing, and says, "Hey kids, if you find me in my van, just talk to me and I'll take you away. Haha." Episode 7 began with Happy on the playground, but he wasn't playing with the kids or helping them. He was just staring at them, with that unsettling smile I hate so much. A group of kids are playing with jump ropes when Happy walks over to them. He calmly tells them something, but I could barely hear what he said. From what I heard, I could make out, "Hello, Happy, how, me, please?" I could see where this was going, as the kids walk with Happy into the bushes of the playground. Loud, violent screams are heard for almost a minute and a half, until Happy begins to drag 3 bloody bodies to his van. I couldn't believe it. For the rest of the episode, he does that death smile. Why did they use that look so much? It was almost like he could climb out of your TV, grab you, and murder you slowly and painfully with a rusty knife. But he couldn't. I moved on to episode 8 and 9. This time the episodes were so violent and shoddy that they couldn't have aired on Noggin at all. Episode 8 had Happy take a kid into his van. For half the episode, flesh cutting could be heard, and so could loud screaming, which turned into gurgles. The scene progressed, blood splatters on the windows began to appear. Eventually, Happy emerged from the van, and did a death smile until the end of the show. Like episode 8, episode 9 was gory and violent. But this episode was so coincidental and violent that I couldn't believe Noggin would even allow it, unless it was some sort of hijacking. It starts out with Happy walking around the playground when 2 kids ask him what the cycle of life is so that they could complete their homework. He proceeds to tell the kids about the cycle of life in frogs and plants. The kids say, "Thanks, Happy, can you play with us for a bit?" Happy agrees, and they start playing on the playground. When this happens, smoke starts to creep behind Happy and the children. It gets to a point where they start coughing because of how dense the smoke is, so they turn around to see what was making the smoke. Happy gasps at the sight in front of him. 2 towers were... No, they didn't. Oh my god. 2 towers were on fire and were burning up. A few people are falling out of windows to escape the fire. There was a lot of screaming, falling debris, and a crashed airplane in one of the towers. Only the tail of the plane was visible, which was nearing the point of collapse. I could hear a faint whining noise at this point, and I think that it was the plane's engine, which was probably still on. 7 seconds later, the tail of the plane finally broke apart, with the largest piece of the tail hitting and killing someone. During this scene, fire trucks could be heard trying to douse out the flames, but it only slowed the flames down. The wailing of ambulances could also be heard, taking away the bodies of the people who jumped from the towers. It showed a weird guy on fire falling out of the towers screaming. Happy and the kids are seen again, but this time they stood still in fear. The smoke kept getting thicker and thicker, slowly obscuring the trees and equipment of the playground. The debris from the towers fell around the kids and Happy, and a person ran up to them and told them to run away from the towers before running off. When the older kid worriedly said, Happy, why are the towers on fire?" It cuts to a higher up floor that was near where the plane crashed, which revealed a kid that was under a huge piece of concrete, crying for help. Some other kids tried to help him by lifting the piece of concrete off him. He was screaming so loud, it was almost heartbreaking. There were bodies and blood everywhere, and the pain and fear on the trapped kid's face was so realistic, I cringed. After the shot with the kid trapped under the concrete, the younger kid turns to the side and says, Happy, why are people running and falling from the towers?" Happy turns to the camera, death smile on his face, and very coldly says 3 words. Those 3 words will haunt me as long as I research this show. "That's natural, children." He took the 2 kids away from the tower, leaving the kids stuck under the concrete screaming for help. When the credits rolled, the audio of the scene kept playing, and at the end, before the video cuts out, something collapsed, making a very loud noise that could scare anyone watching. I jumped out of my seat. Was Happy a Deathbringer in the form of an apple, or was he a master predictor? If that episode somehow predicted 9/11, I have to watch episodes 10 and 11 to see if there was anything else predicted. I might not see any predictions though, and honestly I hope not. Oh, and you want to know what happens when someone calls the Tsunami 8 phone number? Tomorrow I'm going to go and call it. February 25th, 2011. Hey, I called the 1-800 hotline mentioned on episode 3. It was a pre-recording which I will transcribe for you. Hello, my name is Happy. I'm every kid's most helpful and favorite apple. If you want to make a donation, press 1. If you want to know about the earthquake, press 2. When I pressed 2, the hotline said this. An earthquake and tsunami has recently hit Japan, and we need all the help we can get. If you want to make a donation of $1, $2, $5, $10, $20, $50, or $100, you will be a big help. anyone who donates gets a Happy Appy badge. So I went ahead and donated $1 to the donation for the fun of it by using an outdated bank account that I never used. It responded, "Thank you for helping with the aid for the tsunami. Look in your mailbox in a week from now, because you'll get your Happy Appy badge." I'm wondering what earthquake Happy predicted. Between 1999 and the current day, there were no 9.0 earthquakes in Japan. Since the 2003 Hokkaido earthquake was pretty close to when the episode was released, as well as the magnitude mentioned in the radio broadcast, I guess he was predicting about that. February 27th, 2011. Episode 10 was corrupt, to say the least. It started up, but it had no audio, and the first part was so badly compressed that it was hardly viewable. The next part was just plain static for the rest of the video. Great, a missing episode, I thought. Episode 11, called Happy's Trick, was actually watchable. The intro was just some weird, offbeat carnival music with Happy doing his death smile at the camera. The episode began with him in his van driving on a winding road. As the episode went on, scars started to appear on his body. Eventually, Happy reached the playground, where many children were at play. He jumped out, looking like he was ready to abduct all of them, and said, "Hey kids, who wants to see Happy do a magic trick?" Like brainwashed zombies, the kids cheered and ran into his van. Happy closes the door and drives away from the playground. After a few minutes, the van came back, and the side door opened, revealing a motionless and expressionless Happy covered in blood. I couldn't take it anymore. Happy was making me feel extremely nauseous for some reason, so I skipped to the end of the episode. From what I saw, the rest of the episode was him watching TV and reading the news, with random zoom-ins at the newspaper. Why, though? I'm guessing that they're predictions like episode 9, but after that episode, I'm not going to go back and read them. There was a very brief scene where Happy began to stab a kid, but it quickly cuts out to Happy watching a scene on his TV where the inside of a space shuttle catches on fire. Why the hell does this show keep showing scenes very reminiscent of future disasters? Once I got to the end of the episode, Happy was holding a knife, covered with blood. The camera began to pan down to a table, which had a hand with cut marks laying on it. What was probably the most unusual thing about the episode happened after this scene. After a few seconds of the credits play, it very suddenly cut to a black screen with text that said, "If you get these DVDs, I copied the show over to them from whatever master tapes I could find. I wanted to preserve everything so that the last few episodes weren't lost forever." Now you might be wondering one thing. How did Nickelodeon air all of those episodes? I don't know, they just did. That's what. If you want to know more about the show, including its fate, see me, KC. Thankfully I had a good grasp on whom the KC most likely was. Kevin Seward Christensen, a friend of mine. It wouldn't be out of the question. When I first met him, he did mention something about working with Nickelodeon until the end of the millennium. Wanting to learn more about the show's fate, I went over to his house. What happened when I got there was, to put it bluntly, odd. When I got to his house and rang the doorbell, nobody responded. The door wasn't locked, so I decided to come into the house and see what was going on. I heard a middle-aged woman crying upstairs, so I ran across the living room and up the stairs to see what was going on. Kevin's wife was in the bedroom, crying at a framed portrait of them together. I asked what had happened to Kevin, and she replied... She just starts talking, and those guys just ran into their house. She replied with a very odd answer. "Last night, someone or something took him away in his sleep. The police are trying to look for him, but they've come up with nothing, as usual. They've questioned me and searched our house for any evidence, but there's none except for this scrap of paper." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. I unfolded it, and it revealed itself to be a low-quality photograph of the scarred Happy Appy during the natural scene. While I was at their house, I asked how those episodes had managed to get aired on Noggin. This man had drugged the producers. He was going to... She only managed to say that much before bursting into tears. I could only think that whoever that man was had kidnapped Kevin on the 26th. After comforting her, I left the Christensen household and walked off. Once I started to get near my house, I was startled by the noise of a gunshot nearby. I instantly ran to my house, fearing that whoever kidnapped Kevin and killed his wife... Wait, what? Whoever kidnapped Kevin and killed his wife was trying to chase after me. Before I closed the door, I took one last glimpse at the bushes on the other side of the street. In one of them was a mutilated arm with an unknown figure standing behind it. March 3rd, 2011. Hey, I wanted to know if anyone has any recordings of a Happy Appy episode. If you do, please send me an email containing a video of it. You might wonder why I'm asking this. Well, I found my disc in pieces on my desk. And no, I did not save the videos to my laptop. Oddly, the way it was broken was almost like a claw had slashed the disc into thirds. The paper with Happy Appy on it was nearby, with writing that said, "No more evidence now, huh? I wonder who was angry enough to destroy my disc." March 4th, 2011. The badge finally came in the mail today. It came in a small box that had, interestingly enough, a timestamp from 2000. I can only guess that Nickelodeon still had some left over from when the show was still popular. When I opened the box and dumped out its contents, the badge came rolling out, with a letter attached to it. The badge was made of plastic, had a silver bronze color, and depicted Happy Appy with a smile. On the back, Happy Appy Helper Badge was imprinted in stereotypical army font. The letter had the following written on it. To my friend, you have helped us help the Japanese. Of course, let me introduce myself. Unarguably, you have heard of me on Noggin. Can't understand what I'm saying? Well, I'll give you the answer. Happy Appy Appy App. Appy App, Appy App, Happy Appy Appy App. He helps kids all day. Now, where do I begin with this gift? Today, I've given you a nice badge, right from the old playground. How do I get these, you ask? Running across the playground, I tripped on a rock. I fell down, but I noticed the ground was uneven. Undoubtedly, something was buried, so I dug the ground and found a crate filled with these badges. Now it's time to be off. Watch Noggin at 8:30 a.m. CST to see my adventures. Love, Happy Appy. I checked the back for anything interesting. What I found instead were 2 lines of gibberish. I don't even know what they are. March 5th, 2011. Today I got an email from a man who claimed to be a user on WikiLeaks. He had heard about my research on Happy Appy, so he tried to find any documents related to the show. He did find one, which told employees at Nickelodeon to never air certain TV shows or movies. After browsing through a massive description of Crybaby Lane and other shows, I found this block of text in the middle of the document. One show, originally named Happy Appy, was cancelled due to excessive violence and gore. The show depicted a personified apple named Happy Appy that taught kids how to handle certain injuries, and on an episode called Her Happy Teamwork. On their last and only 8th episode, only an hour had passed when Noggin began to remove all traces of the show. Children who had watched the show's final aired episode allegedly obtained symptoms of nausea and sleep deprivation. A 2003 report says the episode seemed to depict explicit imagery of the September 11th terrorist attacks, even though the episode aired in 1999. I'm getting a lot more dubious about this show. June 1st, 2011. First off, yes, I know that Happy Appy might have predicted the recent earthquake and tsunami, so stop sending me emails about it. To put it short, I'm back. Since my job involves me working as a detective in the police department, I had to take a hiatus from this blog so I could get paid. During this period, there were some trials involving the murder of Kevin Christensen. However, they came to an abrupt halt when the arm they found disappeared one day. I bet that Shadow Man stole the arm. Anyway, I was looking up Happy Appy on YouTube today when I found a video that said, Kevin Christensen interview, audio only. So I watched it. Here's the transcript. Are you Kevin Christensen? Yes. So are you the one who worked on Happy Appy's clay model? Yes. How did you get the job for Happy Appy? I had just graduated from an art college in late 1998. I heard about Nickelodeon Studios were making cartoons, so I sent a resume, and a few weeks later I got the job. I was happy. Well, until this hit the fan. What happened on the day you made the Happy Appy model? Okay, so basically we had to design a cute-looking puppet for the show. We started with a rusty stick that was laying around on the floor of the studio. Made an apple out of clay and stuck it on the stick. We added baby blue eyes as well as pupils so he would look cuter and less frightening for children. Huge green lips and clay arms. Finally, we added a stem and a leaf. We thought it was perfect for the show. Who voiced Happy Appy? I don't remember his name, but I do remember who he was from. It was a show called Fright House Screamers, where 4 teenagers would spend the night at haunted places. What happened to Fright House Screamers? When they were filming the 4th episode, one of the teenagers was found dead in the place they were doing. Besides, the show sucked ass. Was the voice of Happy the teenager who got killed? I'm pretty sure not. Back to Happy Appy. Why aren't there any surviving copies of it? That's a good point. See, Nickelodeon owns the tapes somewhere, but they're not going to release them for a long, long time. There have been bootlegs, of course, but none show the episodes after episode 11, which is weird. How many episodes of Happy Appy were there going to be? 2 full 26-episode seasons. They only showed 8 or 10 of the first season before Happy was cancelled. However, my friend Jim says there's actually 2 seasons, but he was very drunk when he said that. Besides, I don't trust him at all. Do you know any of the other crew who worked on Happy Appy? I only know Jim. June 6th, 2011. Dear God, I've had some feverish nightmares about Happy Appy ever since I saw those last episodes. The dreams range from Happy doing his death smile for hours to him brutally murdering a kid off camera. Not only that, but I've become paranoid of apples. If I see one in my house, I eat it as quick as I can or throw it away. I've seen the mysterious figure more, whether he's sitting on the side of a hill or standing near some trees. It never seems to leave me alone. However, I can at least describe his appearance. First off, he can't be made of shadow because he has some sort of face with a mouth. However, his mouth is locked to one expression, which happens to be Happy's death smile. I'm going to sound weird for this, but I wonder if he's happy. No, he can't be. There's a fine difference between this figure and Happy Appy, a child-sized apple. Oh well. Here's more about the stalker's body. He looks like he's slightly taller than me. For reference, I'm around 1.87 meters, and looks about mid-weight for his height. If he keeps appearing, I'm going to have to board up my house. I'm not sure what his problem is, but if he doesn't stop, I am going to call the cops next time I see him. June 11th, 2011. Great, just great. How the hell do I put this in short? Right now I'm at the library, which could very well be the only place in Aberdeen that has a free-to-use computer. It's been 5 full days since I last encountered the figure, and that is some sort of problem because he burnt my house down. Oh yeah, he burnt the entire thing down for no reason whatsoever. I did manage to save some things from my house, like my laptop and the Happy Appy badge and letter. Even then, I feel like I've released some sort of curse from watching those episodes of Happy Appy, and the library is my only hope spot. Thanks to that figure, I'm not even going to research more on this show anymore. After I destroy the badge and letter, I'm going to close down this blog. Or better yet, I should kill that for what he did. I don't give it if I break the law and get sent to jail. Whoever the figure is has to pay for what he has done to me. However, I'm not sure if the figure... What? I'm not sure if the figure burned down my house. I didn't see his figure near my house, so it could have just been a chimney fire or electrical fire. So you know what? Forget what I said about closing down the blog and killing the figure. I'm going to treat the fire like it was natural and keep researching the show. Don't expect me to act nicely in the following months, though. June 28th, 2011. I finally got somewhere to live in. I bought a mobile home in the nearby trailer park a few days ago. Since I'm not the richest man in the neighborhood, this will definitely do for now until I get enough money to buy a proper house. On Happy Appy, however, one of my friends, Jim Forrester, actually remembered Happy Appy, and is most likely the one mentioned in Kevin's interview. He said that there were more episodes I didn't have on DVD. It turns out the most violent episodes were actually at the end of the season. The entire first season was supposed to have 25 episodes, plus a TV movie. No one mentioned it was because Jim and Nickelodeon had the only known high-quality tapes, until I found the DVD. It's also worth mentioning that the series slowly got more violent as the series progressed. Jim sent me a disc with fragments of Happy Appy episodes. Here are the contents of the disc. The first clip starts out with a close-up of a school bell ringing. It cuts to Happy Appy standing next to a kid sitting at a desk. The kid is trying to answer a math problem, but gives up and says, "I don't know how to do my homework." Soon the teacher says, "Class is dismissed." The kid becomes ashamed that he didn't know how to do his homework. But Happy says, "That's alright, I'll sing you the math song and you will understand." And the kid gasps. Happy sings a song about math. It was distorted in both audio and video, but I could thankfully make out the lyrics. I'm going to show you how to do your homework. 7 plus 4 is 11, and 9 minus 2 is 7. Math's not a chore because 15 minus 11 equals 4. 6 plus 2 is 8, and you're doing great. Now here's the last 3, you're on a spree. 66 minus 39 is 27, and negative 5 plus 16 is 11. 2 minus 1, and now your homework is done. After that, the kid says, "Wow, thanks, Happy Appy." I find it odd that the kids were doing math that was more suitable for older elementary students. The next fragment was one of the violent episodes. Even though the clips look like they were separate and from different episodes, they actually seemed to be in order. It started with 3 kids saying that their families were gone. They proceeded to cry so loudly that it was almost painful to see. Happy Appy and the 2 other kids entered the shot and tried to calm them down. Eventually, they managed to calm down the 3 kids, and all 5 of them leave. However, Happy had this weird, perverted, and greedy expression. He tells the kids to come with him, and they follow him into an abandoned office building. 2 minutes later, he leaves the building, dragging several money bags with him. The kids were screaming for help again. It didn't end there. There was one fragment of a somewhat violent episode. Happy was putting a bandage on a kid's arm. Oddly enough, he was wearing a long coat in this episode, and in the far corner of his pocket, a needle with green fluids is visible. Happy gave the kid a shot with the needle, which knocked the kid out. He dragged the kid into his van, and a chainsaw was heard. The DVD stopped after that. Oh, you want to know more about the encounter with the figure? First, it turns out he was at the library, so I got out of there. However, about Kleiner though, what I thought was Harold was actually someone that looked like him. Secondly, I gave him a nickname. It's Forensic, which is better than calling him the Figure. I didn't come up with the name though. I found a scrap of paper on my desk that said Forensic. Obviously, since I have to call the figure something, I will call him Forensic from now on. When I saw him 17 days ago, he seemed to have fingers with claws. I don't mean like he had retractable claws in his fingers looked like they were very sharp. I also got a good look at how he ran. He seems to be hunchbacked, which means he would be taller when he would be standing up straight. I say about 6'9", although you could speculate on that since I don't have a picture of him. Yet. July 14th, 2011. Jim Forrester has called me again with another development. Treston Yai, the man who voiced Happy Appy and a star on Fright House Screamers, was killed today. His body had 3 long and deep cut marks on his chest, with one of them slashing open his heart. Even though the police marked it as murder by a bladed weapon, I think Forensic killed Treston. It just seems like a weird coincidence that my CD of the Happy Appy episodes was clawed in the same way that Treston Yeh has. Jim, however, said in response that they would have to be very sharp claws, since the markings managed to put a deep cut on one of his ribs. I might need to research Fright House Screamers after I'm done with Happy Appy. It sounds quite interesting. July 15th, 2011. Today, Jim Forrester gave me a DVD with 3 new episodes. According to Jim, the first one is the episode with the green fluids needle, the second being the full version of Happy Goes to School, and the last one being the second part of the Happy Appy TV movie. I would be able to describe the episodes if it wasn't for the extensive cleaning the disc needs. July 17th, 2011. After all this time, I cleaned the disc enough to be watchable. The only problem is that it sometimes freezes when a video gets played. Here are the contents. The first episode started out with the scene with the green fluids needle. After Happy kills the kid, he drives to a crashed plane, where the scene with the money bags happened. It cuts to the playground, where Happy was playing with some kids. It went along normal until his skin peeled off, revealing a rotten apple core. It was like an orange peeler was being used on him. The skin landed on a boy's head, covering his face like a blanket. The weird part about this scene was that the kids had no reaction to Happy's skin being peeled, almost like it never even happened. After a minute of seeing the boy with Happy's skin on his head, the episode ends. The second episode was, as Jim said, the full version of Happy Goes to School. It begins with the math scene and song happens, but in a vastly improved quality. After that, Happy goes into a science class where a kid is messing around with a Bunsen burner. Eventually the kid gets his finger burned by accident. Happy informs, never play with a Bunsen burner without adult supervision. If you don't, you might get hurt like Eddie here. After his short monologue, Happy puts an ice pack on Eddie's burn, and he thanks Happy. A few seconds after, Happy puts the ice pack over the kid's burn, he hears an argument coming from the hallway. It cuts to a bully mocking a young kid, telling him that his art project is the dumbest thing ever. Because of this, the younger kid starts crying. After some more mocking, the bully runs off laughing. Right as he leaves, Happy comes over and tells the kid to never give up at what he likes doing. The kid instantly cheers up and runs into a classroom, presumably to tell a teacher about the bully. Finally, I saw the second part of the Happy Appy movie. It started out with Happy Appy driving his van on the road leading to the playground. It shows a kid playing with rocks on the side of the road. By accident, he throws a large rock on the road, which lands directly in the path of Happy's van. Happy thinks it's an animal and tries to swerve out of the way, but the van goes off the road and crashes into a grassy ditch. For this scene, footage of a real car crash was used for whatever reason. After this scene, the van starts to catch on fire, and some kids, including the one who threw the giant rock, run over to the burning wreckage. The music for this scene isn't the happy-go-lucky music that plays throughout the show, but sound clips of Reversed Revolution 9, with Happy screaming, "Get me out!" After a kid says, "There, his hat, his hat," it cuts to Happy's bloody stem, which had a mouth with bloody teeth on it. The stem proceeded to scream, which was just one of the screams that Mike Shank did in American Movie. Another kid says, "His body, his body." Happy's body was badly burned and scratched up, with blood coming out from the larger, deeper cuts. His left eyeball dangling out of the socket, while all of his upper teeth were either chipped or broken. Where Happy's left arm and stump were, there was pure white bone, with blood slowly leaking from the exposed wounds. Happy tried to crawl out of the burning wreck with his right arm, but it was only a minute until he collapsed and died, while screaming to weird sci-fi noises. The next scene just showed the road, lacking any children whatsoever, with the remains of Happy and the van in plain sight. It cuts to a funeral where kids were crying over Happy's dead body, while one kid said, "Why, Happy? Why?" Another tried to wake up Happy by shaking his corpse. After the funeral scene, it showed Happy's body with blood on his broken teeth. The shot fades to a scene taking place 10 years later, where a kid was talking to her mother. The mother replied to the girl, but her speech was in reverse. After re-reversing it, the speech turned out to be, "Don't worry, my daughter. Happy is coming to take you away. Ha ha." The father comes in and talks about how bad Happy was, but in a sarcastic tone. After the mother asks why he randomly brought Happy up, the father brings out a knife and stabs the mother in the head. The girl screams, runs to the mother's side, and starts crying. The father's skin peels off, like the scene with Happy and the orange peeler, revealing Happy with his injuries from the car crash. Happy proceeds to kill the girl. The last shot before the credits was Happy smiling over the bodies of the mother and kid, as well as the skin of the father. Instead of the theme song playing over the credits, dark carnival music played, with clips of Revolution 9 and Napoleon XIV's "They're Coming to Take Me Away, Ha Ha." A narrator said, "His stomach was in two today. There were two and there is none now. He's there, he's getting next to his sister with all he knows. And finally, he ceased to work in the underworld." Guess what the narrator was talking over? He was talking over Happy with a bloodied scalpel in one hand and an X-Acto knife in the other. It slowly panned down to the disguise Happy was under, like the magic trick episode, and stopped at the hand of the skin, which had cut marks on it. The episode ended. July 23rd, 2011. It's been almost a month since I watched part 2 of the Happy TV movie. It turns out that someone claimed to have the first part, so I asked him to email it to me. It turns out he was right. Here's what happens in the first half. It starts with the carnival theme from the credits of part 1, but with distorted voices. The intro often flashed to white. After when the original intro would play, it went straight to Happy on a medical bed dying from an unknown disease, with children at his side. Happy said in a loud voice, "They're coming to take me away," and it cuts to one of the younger children. He was trying to fake cry over Happy's death, but the single tear that came from the child was in claymation. It played a solemn piano tune after another kid with a high-pitched voice said, "They're coming to take me away." It showed Happy coughing up blood, and a few seconds later, his bed wheeled itself into a surgery room. What followed was an hour of stop-motion surgery. It was so horrifying, but yet so compelling. How did the episode creator create a decent surgery scene with puppets? After that, Happy comes out in a wheelchair, and the children said, "Are you okay, Happy?" Happy said, "Yes, my friends," and gave them a large hug. After that, it faded to a title that said, 3 months later, and started to fade in on the second part of the TV movie, but the video ended as soon as the fade stopped. July 24th, 2011. I got another episode today. One of my blog followers, who has a job in a daycare center in Seattle, mailed me a VHS tape. The tape had a white label that said, written with a blue Sharpie, "Happy is the hospital doctor." He found the tape because a kid brought it with him for whatever reason, and started crying when he saw the contents. The tape began with a few minutes of static, and then played the famous intro, but with new lyrics that didn't match the tune too well. Happy helps those kids. Happy app. Happy, happy. It went to a POV shot of Happy running through a hospital for 2.5 minutes, with a choir singing Amazing Grace. Since I knew what Amazing Grace was because of choir experience, I was prepared for anything related to death. It cuts to Happy on his metal stick, doing his death smile for a long time. Like the 2 other times, he watched over any living thing near the TV with his uncanny, soulless baby blue eyes. The death smile made his glare worse, giving an immense feeling of threat to anyone watching. After the Amazing Grace choir ended, ambient music started playing. It kept growing louder and louder, and it very slowly zoomed in on Happy. Finally, after 10 minutes of watching a clay apple staring you down with loud ambience, he says, "Hey kids, let's go find some children to help." He runs up to some body bags holding bodies while a nurse is zipping one up. Happy walks up to the nurse and says, "Hello, Mrs. Nurse. Can I help those people?" The nurse says, "Happy, they're dead. They won't come back." Right before the credits, Happy turns to the camera with another death smile and says something that could be more disturbing than the natural scene and the staring scenes, and made me cringe. Remember, kids, you will all die one day, and I won't be there to help you. July 28th, 2011. A week ago, Jim told me that a fire had recently ravaged through the studio that filmed Happy Appy. It wasn't until the 25th that I visited the ruins of the studio to see if I could find anything that could help me investigate Happy Appy. After traveling on the I-5 for 20 or so hours, I reached the studio. It was completely abandoned, but what was very strange was that no one was there to demolish it. After grabbing a flashlight and turning it on, I proceeded to sneak inside. When I got into what remained of the lobby, I saw two rooms that weren't overly burnt or crushed by debris, a sound set and a storage room. The storage room had a lock on it, so I went into the sound set first. It was massive, around the size of half a football field. Despite the sound set being large, the only things that were there were some remains of the green screen stages and a burnt studio camera. For some reason, parts of the remaining cloth on the stages had what looked like bloodstains on it. While I was walking through the sound set, I heard male laughter and the movement of a lanky figure near the back. I got the hell out of the sound set and blocked the door with a burned desk. After that close encounter, I went over to the storage room and broke the rusted lock off the door. After I had opened the door, the room turned out to just be a vault of props that were used in the show. There was a mostly intact shelf to the right of the room, which held some reels of tape. After stealing them, I found a safe which had been partially melted into the floor. After some force, I managed to rip it off the floorboards and haul it to the car. After going into the storage room a third time, I heard what sounded like wood burning, so I checked the sound set to see what was going on. The entire back wall had been lit ablaze by some vandal. I quickly checked the storage room for any more artifacts, which it didn't have, and ran out of the building before the entirety of it started to burn up. I seriously wonder who the hell had done this. Is Forensics so dedicated to kill me that he would set an entire TV studio on fire to do so? Was it even him at all? August 1st, 2011. After dealing with some personal things, I got around to breaking the lock of the safe. The contents were one thing, and that was Happy Appy's puppet doing the death smile. Even though I really don't want to own him, I'll keep the puppet in case it helps me find out more about the show's history. The tapes weren't anything special. They were just Happy Appy's earlier episodes in a higher quality than the DVDs. August 2nd, 2011. On closer examination, though, the Happy Appy puppet has a few anomalies. First off, the right hand was quite obviously reattached, which could suggest that someone accidentally ripped Happy's hand while trying to get him to hold something. One of his eyes was a darker blue than the baby blue his eyes normally were, and his leaf was broken off halfway. Finally, there was writing on the back of the puppet's head, but some of it had been smudged. PRPTYOFNIELOENSDIS, owned by. It also turns out that the tapes were, like the Happy Appy puppet, different from what I had thought. For Happy's Vacation and Turn Happy, the scenes with missing frames had those frames back. However, what was more interesting was that the Hope poster that was in Happy's van was missing from those tapes. I guess these tapes were actually in work print quality, and not the finished product. If that's so, it doesn't explain why the tape that held Happy Goes to School had the beginning of The Towers on it. I can only guess that The Towers was originally a normal episode in production, but some asshole edited it and ended up canceling the series. August 4th, 2011. When I was getting the mail at night, I managed to find Forensic looking at me from the garage. This time, however, I finally took a picture of him. Even though it's incredibly blurry, I at least have a photo of what he looks like. The odd thing is that, unlike regular times when Forensic has Happy's death smile on his mask, he had a frown on his mask. I wondered why he wore a frowning mask this time, until I smashed and burned the Happy Appy puppet, because I think it's powering Forensic. I could be wrong, though, which is probably true. I kept the tapes, though, as they are good enough to keep. August 15th, 2011. I apologize for not updating this vlog lately. I really haven't had much to say, but recently I've been creeped out. I thought I had destroyed the Happy Appy puppet 3 days ago, but when I went into the kitchen to make a snack, I saw it lying on the counter, without any damage done to it. Also, I've had many nightmares about Happy or Forensic. The most vivid one, based off of The Towers, occurred to me tonight. I saw a completed Freedom Tower being hit, almost ironically, by a large airliner. Onlookers were either running, crying, or praying to God. I remember that I was one of the onlookers, unable to move an inch. Right next to me was a ripe apple tree, which oddly hadn't been knocked over by debris. On the pavement, there was an apple that presumably had broken off the tree. I picked it up and almost got to take a bite out of it. However, I noticed that Forensic was watching me from a nearby bush. As I bit the apple, it suddenly grew a mouth and began screaming loudly. Horrified, I threw the apple to the pavement, which injured him more. As soon as the apple hit the ground, Forensic disappeared from the bush. As the scream from the apple grew louder, the fires on the Freedom Tower kept flaming on until the thing collapsed, sending a cloud of debris towards the onlookers. Right before I was hit, I jumped out of bed, screaming in horror. I don't know why, but it seems like Forensic and Happy are the only things that I can really think about anymore. Thanks to them, I think I'm going insane. First off, I can't see fruits without thinking about Happy in any way. Thankfully, though, I don't think about Happy when I see a vegetable, unless I find an episode involving a vegetable clay puppet. Secondly, I fear tall and skinny, and especially both people, a lot more than I used to. Mainly because Forensic and how he's very tall and skinny. And when I see a playground, I imagine Happy in that one dark, plant-filled, abandoned corner of the playground, doing a death smile and looking like he's ready to murder every child. I regret researching this show. I've learned more about Fry House Screamers, but it's not as related to Happy as I thought it would be. August 16th, 2011. Today I went to look for Happy on the TV. Even though it sounds idiotic to look for a show on the channel that it's banned from, it's worth a shot. I woke myself up when Nick Jr. started and watched the shows for Happy. It all went well, playing Dora the Explorer and Yo Gabba Gabba when a bumper aired. A woman's voice said, "And now we have something special to show you. Please welcome, for the first time in a decade, Happy." I was excited for that I would most likely get to see a new episode. Unfortunately, it was the school episode again. Even though I was disappointed, I was still elated from seeing an episode of Happy air. At that point, I had a major question. Why did the episode air? Did a new employee mistakenly air the episode without knowing the history of Happy? Or did someone else deliberately air them? If someone did air it deliberately, why? And was it Retro Day at Nick Jr. and they allowed a showing of Happy just this one time? Or did someone know about my research blog and to help they aired an episode? Second post. Hey, I've got two things to tell you. First, I will try to make at least one post every day, all the way until when I quit researching Happy. Second, I'm keeping track of the episodes. Here are my guesses for the episode list. Anything with parentheses describes the episode better. 1. Happy's Vacation. 2. Her Happy. 3. Monkey Bar Mishap. 4. Happy Goes to School, the one with the math song. 5. Nate Needs Help. 6. Never Run with Knives. 7. Happy Fixes Kids. 8. Happy Fixes Kids Part 2. 9. Happy Fixes Kids Part 3. 10. The Towers. 11. Happy the Doctor, the one with the green fluid needle, the crash plane, and Happy's skin peeling off. 12. 13. Happy's Trick. 14. The Happy Movie Parts 1 and 2. I know there are only 15 episodes mentioned here, but I haven't discovered the other 9 yet when I published this post. August 18th, 2011. I was on YouTube when I came across a Happy video. It was named The Happy Dance and was a promo that aired on Noggin. In it, it showed Happy moving around like he was breakdancing. The music was slightly distorted, but it had someone making and failing at beatbox noises. Accompanying it was some lyrics on how to do the Happy Dance. Do the Happy Dance. Jump to the left, jump to the left, jump to the left. Now jump to the right, jump to the right, jump to the right. Now get down and scoot to your left, scoot to your left. Now scoot to your right, scoot to your right. Do the Happy Dance. After that, it said, watch Happy every Monday at 8 a.m., and it ended. I know it isn't a new episode, but it's a cute thing I saw. August 23rd, 2011. As I was looking over some posts today, I noticed a draft in the folder. Normally I wouldn't have drafts in there, unless I had to finish a post on another day, so this stuck out as odd to me. I opened it and found out that Forensic had somehow gotten into my blog. I'm guessing he used a keylogger, but anything's possible. Here are the contents. Hello there, my good friends. Are you feeling well today? Good, because Jerisim is not here today. Instead, he will be getting a post from his favorite friend, Forensic F. Forensic. So life's pretty good from where I'm standing. I've killed a lot of people now. This year I've killed Kevin Christensen and Treston Ye. Amazing, isn't it? Well, just you wait. Once I'm done with Jim Forrester, I'll kill Jerisim, and it ain't going to be pretty. What will I choose to kill him? Will it be the good old knife to the head? Or maybe I'll pick a slow, painful torture. I might not mentally scar him, but it is in the question. Oh, the possibilities are endless. But now there's a big question I will answer. What will I do with Jerisim's body? Will I? And it ends there. Why did he leave off mid-sentence? Did his internet break down? Was he noticing that I was starting to wake up? Or maybe he got booted off somehow? I don't really know. All I know is that Forensic tried to post on my blog, and I'm not happy. However, there was a sound clip left on the blog post. It was a 3-minute clip of static, with some voices talking here and there. I'll try to decode it later. August 24th, 2011. Today, the same person who uploaded the Kevin Christensen interview on YouTube added a new interview. This time it was Jim Forrester being interviewed. He worked on some scripts for Happy Appy, including Nate Needs Help. So were you one of the scriptwriters for Happy Appy? Unfortunately, yes. Do you know what happened to Happy Appy? Well, we actually managed to pull off a third of the first season just fine, without any complaints whatsoever. We were all ready to begin the other thirds when we were cancelled. Why was the show cancelled? An accident happened. Wait, an accident happened? What kind of accident would cause the show's cancellation? During a break we did to get the employees some resting time, we made a joke episode for fun. The episode in question had 2 smoldering towers which were on fire. You know, looking at it now, it reminds me way too much of 9/11. The episode was aired because someone managed to sneak a tape and broadcast it on Noggin, and poof, the show was cancelled. Good riddance. Do you know who broadcasted it? No. The only person I think that would broadcast it is, I forgot. It's been 10 years, you know? I can understand, Jim. Anyway, there's one last question. Who was the director of the show? I don't know who the director is as well, but I can tell you one thing. He's most likely dead. August 27th, 2011. Today I found the torrent of another episode of Happy Appy called Mean Miranda / Happy's Van Breaks. Mean Miranda's plot was about boys no older or younger than 6 to 8 being bullied by a teenage girl named Miranda. Happy gives the kids bandages and advice to help them. He keeps getting progressively angrier as the episode goes on, starting from being slightly irritated to being extremely pissed off. At the end, Happy coldly says, "Bully one more kid and you will get a surprise, Miranda." She almost mockingly kicks a boy in the leg, and Happy gets in his van and drives it at her. Right before the van hits Miranda, the episode cuts into the credits. Promos for Franklin and Blue's Clues. Happy's van breaks starts with the intro and immediately goes into the episode. Happy is putting a bandage on a kid's bruise when he notices that his van's engine is billowing smoke. He runs to it and notices a part of the van's engine is broken. Happy steals a mechanic's toolbox and gets to work on the engine. When Happy Appy works on the engine, a kid kicks a soccer ball and accidentally bounces it off Happy's head. Angered, he gets a wrench, runs off screen, and beats the kid to death with it. He goes back and repairs the engine, replaces the coolant, and changes the oil. While helping more kids around the playground, the mechanic, in response to his toolbox being stolen, breaks Happy's engine. Happy gets pissed and chases the mechanic in a POV shot. Eventually, Happy grabs the mechanic and stabs the back of his head with a screwdriver several times before the episode cuts out. Oddly, the chase scene didn't have Happy's hands in it, but someone's arms painted red. August 28th, 2011. Remember when I got those tapes from the now demolished studios? Well, I bought a small projector so that I could play the tapes to find out more about them. And like what I saw when I closely examined the tapes, there were more changes than I thought they had. Here's a list of what I could find. Happy's Vacation has stock beach music playing in the background of the beach scenes, while my former copy did not. I guess my old copies were the work print? Also, Happy sounds slightly different. Her Happy has the apple in the healing scene replaced with a tomato. I think this proves my theory that the apple thing was a mistake done by the producers. Happy Goes to School has an entire scene removed with a song in it, taking place between the math and science scenes. It involves Happy going to a social studies class and finding a kid struggling with his homework about the American Revolution. Happy tells the kid to watch what the teacher is going to put on, which is the segment of Schoolhouse Rock about the American Revolution. The boo-boo scene in Nate Needs Help is a lot shorter, and overall less weird. And guess who I saw today? It was Forensic, as usual. Unlike most times, I got a good look at part of his face. Well, to put it shortly, he might be human. Might be. September 2nd, 2011. I found while searching torrents for Happy Appy an intact version of the Happy Appy movie's bonus features. Visually, it wasn't good. It was just a simple menu with a white background. There was one bonus feature, creating a Happy Appy episode. I downloaded and watched it. It was around 30 minutes long and, like the title says, showed the making of a new episode which wasn't released, called Happy Meets the Roo Bears, where Happy is in a crossover with Aphex Twin. According to a worker, the episode would have been somewhere in Season 2. Here's what happens according to the clips shown. Happy is in a playground when he sees a watered-down Roo Bear running around. Happy asks who he is, and the Roo Bear does not respond. Richard drives in his long limo from Window Liquor. Happy and a Roo Bear heal a kid who accidentally hit his head on the swings. To be honest, I don't think Aphex Twin in a kids show isn't as weird as, say, Jack Black in Sesame Street. It's just me, though. September 3rd, 2011. Okay, there are 2 things I want to talk about on this blog post. First off, I've heard a rumor that there's an actual episode of Season 2 intact, but it's a very incomplete fan restoration, around 15% complete. I'm just going to say this now, but why would this show have fans? I can understand liking the more appropriate episodes, but Anyways, the rumor states that it was the very first episode of Season 2 called Camp Ah. In it, it starts with the intro, as always, but with some differences. First off, Happy didn't dance in the intro, but starred the new main characters, sort of like the CSI intro. As for the main characters, they are Happy himself, a man in a ski mask called Napoleon, and a little boy named Danny. I have a weird feeling that Napoleon could actually be Forensic in a different outfit. After that, it cuts to a scene where Happy is in his van, but there are two girls in the passenger seats. The girls are only clay apple heads on sticks with no arms or stems. After driving for a while, the van parks in the camp. Happy gets a washcloth and he and the girls sit on it. For a while, they just sit on the cloth, staring at the sky. After a few seconds, another apple appears, looking like a stereotypical beach jock. Happy says, "Move it, ladies," although the quality makes it sound like, "Movie it, leddies." The second thing is that Happy does not have an IMDb page. The page some people are mistaking it for is actually a TV show called The Happy Apple. I can understand why people would think it would be related to Happy Apple being the rarely used full title of Happy. When I mean rarely used, I mean rarely used. It was used only once in a TV Guide preview. But about Happy Apple, it's from the 1980s. How can you confuse a TV show from the 80s about an insurance company with a noggin TV show from the 1990s that has imagery of 9/11? And don't even get me started on Appaloosa horses. Just don't. September 4th, 2011. I finished decoding the sound clip, and, well, when I began to decode it, I just heard static and some odd noises here and there. I tried reversing it, changing the pitch, slowing the speed down, and adding volume, with some successful results. At first it was just the sound of Happy laughing. It wasn't a regular laugh, however, but one that sounded like he was injured. Soon after that, Happy started screaming and you could hear someone else laughing. Like Happy, it sounded like the person that had begun to laugh was also injured. I guess as a child struggling against a murderous Happy, but it could be near anybody. September 5th, 2011. After 16 pages of a Google search, I found someone who said that they were a member of the staff who made Happy. I was excited, so I got their address so I could meet them in person. It took a long time because the directions they gave me required me to go through a lonely dirt road, and I thought I would get my shoes dirty. Hey, can't be too cautious, can I? Well, anyways, I was at an angle where I could see the person who was standing near his house. I was right about to yell out to them, but I got a closer look and freaked out. It was Forensic, standing near the house right behind the corner of the building I was about to pass. If I had passed it, Forensic would have caught me off guard and stabbed me to death. I don't know why Forensic had set this up, but he's definitely out there to get me. He was still looking at the way that I was supposed to have come through and quickly checking his watch, so he didn't see me yet. He was a human. He was wearing this weird mask that looked like a happy baby, and the mouth would often move, giving the impression that he was literally a baby face. His arms were bone skinny, and it looked like he needed to put on 20 pounds to be considered barely underweight. He started getting more and more nervous and thinking that I wasn't going to show up. What was also of note was that near the house there was a van that was very similar to the one that Happy rode. I ran off and went back to my house to tell you about this near-death experience, since it'll probably happen more and more often. September 6th, 2011. Since I was freaked out by Forensic and it is nearing 9/11, I rewatched the Towers episode again. When I played it, I heard that faint whining noise in the background of the famous scene, and I instantly recognized it as a much quieter version of the decoded sound I was talking about 2 days ago. I don't know why that was playing in there, but it was. I still can't imagine what could match that audio clip. September 7th, 2011. I finally figured out what that sound clip is. While I was getting my groceries, it came to me that the voice that wasn't Happy sounded a lot like Forensic. Quickly I came up with the idea that the sound clip was Forensic fighting with Happy. I don't know why he would fight Happy, an inanimate clay puppet, unless he had some sort of mental condition. While I was on my way home, I saw a police car with its lights on and sirens blaring, so I followed it. When the police car stopped, I saw the cops leave the car quickly and run after a thin figure, which had dropped a gun and something red. It was none other than the Happy puppet with some dirt on it. I could have sworn that Happy's mouth was moving, but I was so freaked out I wasn't sure if his mouth was moving or not. Suddenly it came to me that this figurine was the one that I owned. Forensic must have broken into my house. Before the police came back, I got into my car and went home. Thankfully it was unscathed, but one of the front windows was opened. Once I got in, I shut the window and looked for the Happy puppet, which I had put in the living room. However, it was nowhere to be found. After I write this blog post and go to bed, I'm buying a nice knife as soon as I can. September 9th, 2011. I'm not sure how, but maybe the audio of Forensic and Happy was planned to be in a future episode of Happy. It got mixed up while they were putting the sound and music in. Was Forensic around while Happy was being made and put him himself in one of the episodes because he was in the staff? Or did he get so much infamy during the time that the producers decided he was perfect material to mock? I still can't put this all together. There's some good news about Forensic, though. To quote from today's newspaper, a crazed maniac was arrested last night after a robbery at a firearms store, a home break-in, use of firearms without a permit, linkage to various murders, and evading arrest. Some days I ask myself why I chose to get involved with Happy Appy. September 10th, 2011. Well, tomorrow is going to be the 10th year since 9/11. Oh joy. In all seriousness, I have too many thoughts in my head right now. Will I be visited by Forensic again, or will I be murdered in my sleep? Will my house burn down again, or will I have a normal day for once? I'm not going to make a post on September 11th, but on September 12th. September 11th, 2011. I know I'm not supposed to make a post on September 11th, but I really had to get this post out. Last night, a certain someone went on my computer today. Luckily, the only things that Forensic did was add 3 photos, a notepad file, and a distorted sound clip. The images and notepad file were made today during 2:20 to 2:30 a.m., while the sound clip was created on July 14th of this year. All the images were made using Paint, had the file name image1 to image3, and all were badly drawn. Considering that Forensic wears a gas mask and has long skinny fingers not fit to use my mouse, I knew they wouldn't be in good quality. The first image was Happy Appy smiling on a dark red background, with a knife in one hand, and words that says, "That's natural, children." I found out that this one was actually a GIF and not a PNG. I stared at it, and for one frame, Happy had blood on his teeth and knife. The second image is the only one that does not show something. It is in fact a portion of the song, "They're Coming to Take Me Away, ha ha." I seriously want to know what the connection is between Napoleon the 14th and Happy Appy / Forensic. Is it that they're both disturbing to listen to, or is there something else I don't understand? The last image is more notable than the rest. It was Forensic standing behind a black background, which has "I'll find you" in red. The reason that this image is the most notable is that it shows Forensic's long pale neck, gray clothes, and his unusual gas mask. It's actually more high quality than the other photo I took of him, even though the picture is quite bland. However, it doesn't show his filters, which is odd. The notepad file contained another gibberish string. Why do I keep seeing these gibberish strings? Are they a secret code of some sort that Forensic wants me to crack? Oh yes, about the sound clip. It starts with a bunch of ambience that sounds like it would belong to a factory. There was metal banging, steam blowing, all that stuff. It might be possible that it's just some kind of distortion. In the background, I heard a person walking, kicking over an empty tin can. After this, I heard a voice that sounded like someone beginning to say, "Stop," before it goes to static for the rest of the clip. My best guess of what this sound clip could be is Forensic killing someone. But looking at the date the file was made, which was on the 12th of July, could this sound file be related to Treston Ye? I somewhat doubt it, to be honest. September 12th, 2011. Today was one of the worst days I have ever had, but at the same time it was also one of the best. It all started when I was coming home after getting late night groceries on September 11th, when I noticed Forensic was crossing the road to my house. Knowing that he would try to burn down my house again or steal something, I sped up and had the car ram him at full force. I heard a couple bones breaking, and I knew I must have injured or possibly killed him. So I grabbed a flashlight and got out of my car. To my surprise, I couldn't find Forensic, although he made a trail of blood which pointed to where he went, so I followed the blood. The trail led me to a nearby forest a couple of miles out of town. I had doubts about this. Forensic had run off into the woods and is probably ready to attack me if I go too deep into it. I put these thoughts aside since I knew I had to kill Forensic in one way or another, so I got my knife from the car and went into the forest. The blood stopped at a dirt trail, and a few meters from it was a sign. The letters were faded, but I shined a light on the sign, and it read, "John Wilkinson Summer Camp." The John Wilkinson Summer Camp opened in 1996. The owner of the summer camp was, unsurprisingly, John Wilkinson, a 35-year-old man who had a mild case of schizophrenia. For years, it was a very popular summer camp. Kids kept coming to it, with some coming all the way from Maine and the United Kingdom. Unfortunately, in 2004, John Wilkinson's worsening schizophrenia reached a peak, and around 2 in the night, John got an axe, went into the log cabins, and killed 6 children before disappearing into the woods. The summer camp closed down, and the case remains cold to this day. I went up the dirt road to the summer camp, which was in an overgrown grove. Over the years, the summer camp deteriorated, leaving various moss and fungus growing on the rotting wood of the old cabins. I went into A first. Just for reference, the cabin series are A, 16 to 18-year-olds, B, 13 to 15-year-olds, C, 10 to 12-year-olds, and D, 7 to 9-year-olds. It just looked like a regular cabin, minus the fact that blood was on the walls. beds were undone, some of the wood was rotting, and there was an axe stuck on the wall. Obviously, since an axe is a better weapon than a knife, I took it. I went to B and axed the door down. It was the same as A, minus the axe. C was the same. Finally, I axed down D's door. As I walked in, I noticed the sound of a generator running. Knowing that this room was different from the rest, I turned the lights on. I wish I hadn't, because as soon as the old light flickered on, I was horrified at what I had seen. On the walls on the back of the cabin were the mutilated bodies of Kevin Christensen, Treston Yai, and Miranda, held up by meat hooks. I was completely paralyzed in fear for a minute. My breathing became more rapid, my heartbeat sped up, and I started sweating. Behind me I heard an all too familiar slithering voice with what sounded like an East Coast accent. "Do you like my trophies?" I jumped at the sudden voice and sharply turned around. It was none other than Forensic, with a dull, rusty butcher knife. He was wearing a black butcher's robe, heavy winter clothing, and of course his trademark gas mask. "Come on, Jerasim. Go on and take a closer look at my trophies. You know you wanna, out of your sick, morbid, but somehow natural curiosity." When he said that, I was both horrified and intrigued. Even though I had a paralyzing fear, I walked up slowly to the body of Kevin Christensen. His body had 3 slice marks on his chest. Half of the skin on his face was gone, and various nails were rammed into his body in such graphic ways that I can't mention. His jaw was positioned to make it look like he was laughing or something. I had to stop Forensic from killing any more people in this horrible way. There was a half-broken mirror next to Kevin's body. I picked it up with my shaking hand and saw Forensic sitting down in a chair, preparing to sharpen the rusty knife with a large grinding wheel. "So," Forensic said cheerfully, "you found me at last. Congratulations, Jerasim. You deserve an award. Do you want to know what it is, "What the hell did you do with them?" I yelled. Even though it wasn't what Forensic was expecting, it seemed like the only thing I could say to him. "Well, since you asked, I, Forensic F. Forensic, will tell you what he did," Forensic said as he got up to stretch his arms. "But first, I'll tell you the reward. It's a knife to the throat," he laughed, which turned from a somewhat girly giggle to a psychotic laughter. After catching his breath, he said, "To put a long story short, they were people who had annoyed me to a certain extent. First off, Kevin Christensen deserved his natural fate because he kept calling me slow and retarded. I personally got offended by that. So when y'all were still searching those 10 episodes, I managed to find and kill him. I watched you enter the house with that photo of Happy Appy in the bushes. After that, he sat down again and kept sharpening that knife. I could barely say, what about Treston and Miranda? Don't mention Treston Yai. He was a foolish little kid who was the voice of Happy Appy. I don't know why they got a teenager to voice Happy Appy, even though I should have done it. It feels natural, wouldn't you say? Also, he was much ruder than Christensen, but not as bad as Miranda. So who told you about Treston's death? Was it Jim Forrester? Is it?" I was shocked, but I slowly nodded my head. Forensic put the now sharpened knife to one side and began to sharpen another dull knife. Suddenly, he talked in a rather deadpan voice. "I know he'd tell you about his death. I mean, you do report the deaths of the employees of Happy Appy, right?" I suddenly nodded my head again. He sighed and said, "Well, I guess that's okay with me. Tell the world that employees of a once famous Nickelodeon show are dying." Forensic slouched over and sighed again. He perked up and said worriedly, "Oh, I got distracted. Finally, there's Miranda. Well, you see, Happy Appy didn't kill her with his van and mean Miranda. She got killed off for a while since she was very rude and kept insulting me, prompting me to hit her every time she made fun of me, and quite frankly, she deserved it in the end." The sudden tone shift made me jump a little. It didn't help that he laughed like an absolute maniac. I got distracted again. After the episode, Happy Appy and I killed her, as a natural, beautiful team. Now that I've told you their fates, go ahead, get closer to the bodies. Closer. Closer. The tone of Forensic's voice at the last "closer" made me jump a bit. Hearing him, a very deadpan serial killer, scream at me like that was shocking. The problem was that I was still paralyzed, so I couldn't move that great. "Come on, Jerasim, stop around. You don't want to end up like they did, right? Just go and get closer to the bodies. Now, goddammit." And again, I jumped. This time, Forensic jumped out of the chair and started forcibly pushing me towards Treston's body. I heard him begin to growl in fury. Treston was disfigured as Kevin was. He had the same slice marks, but in the abdomen area. His facial skin was almost gone, but was sloppier than Kevin's mutilation. He was also laughing, but it was, more forced. Like Forensic dug his hands into his jaw and forced it open. I had one more thing to say to Forensic before I planned to kill him. About that sound file you left on my computer, the one that sounded like it was in a factory. What was that? Oh, it was me killing Treston. Don't ask why, but I love to record people's death cries as I killed him. It's so natural to me, if you will. He He muttered something that I could barely hear, but it was basically along the lines of, "I need to stop saying natural." He replied with, "Now that you've seen Kevin's and Tristan's bodies, how about you see Miranda's? It's the best in my opinion, since she deserved her fate the most." And again, I jumped. I moved to her body just so that I wouldn't be screamed at by Forensic again and possibly piss him off so much that he would murder me. Unlike the others, Miranda was barely recognizable. Pieces of her flesh and organs had bite marks in them, and her limbs were dismembered. Again, she was laughing, but this time I couldn't tell at first. I still had the broken mirror and noticed Forensic was slowly holding up the second knife he sharpened in his left hand to backstab me. Forensic said, "Well, now that you've got all your questions answered, it's time for you to go." "No," I screamed, before taking out the axe and striking his left arm. He laughed in half agony, half enjoyment while I chopped it off. After chopping off his arm, I ran out of the house, leaving the axe with him. Outside, I found a can of gasoline. I dumped the gasoline all over the house. When I was finished, Forensic woke up. Realizing what I was doing, he grabbed the axe I had and a bag full of weapons and ran off into the woods. I got a match and burned the cabin down. For a moment, it felt very satisfying to destroy Forensic's hideout, in the same way he destroyed my former house. September 13th, 2011. The local policemen are, for the most part, assholes. Even though I work for them, when I tried to tell the officers about Forensic, most of them dismissed the story, saying it never happened. One of the officers, Robert Newport, did believe my story, albeit reluctantly. At least somebody at work believes me. However, due to some money issues, I'm going to take a month-long break from Happy Appy. I expect to return in October. See you later. October 19th, 2011. Hey guys, I'm back. I should let you all know that any rumors regarding my break are false. I didn't see Forensic during the break, which made my life easier. Also, I'll try to find all episodes of Happy Appy. I promise. Jerison. October 21st, 2011. Today I was going through a flea market when I realized that I could find a Happy Appy episode in the VHS section. After looking through some obscure VHS movies, I found a VHS with a rushed label. Happy Appy Goes to the Circus. Since I buy almost anything Happy Appy related, I bought the tape. After driving home, I got my VHS player and put the tape in, which had some pretty bad deterioration since the episode was recorded. Some parts of the episode taped over with an episode of Blue's Clues, and what wasn't taped over had very low quality audio and video. The title is the plot in a nutshell. Happy Appy goes to a traveling circus and helps kids who get hurt. The episode starts out with Happy Appy buying a ticket to see the Banana Brothers traveling circus. After buying popcorn and a drink, he goes into a seat and the show begins. Unfortunately, half of the scene was replaced with either the Blue's Clues episode or static, and the show scene was pretty bad anyway. I mean, the show was already low budget as is, but the show scene was by far the laziest thing on the show's run. The bulky strings were visible during stunts, the models were very rushed, and the camera was unfocused. Someone's head was even visible in the scene. After the 3-minute long scene, it goes to intermission. Happy Appy throws his trash away when he hears a kid crying. He walks to where he thought the cry came from and discovers a kid who hit his head on the bleachers. Happy heals him using bandages and an ice pack, and the kid thanks him. Then Happy Appy realizes that the trapeze act, the Flying Apples, has a missing member. Happy sees this as an opportunity to make him more popular with everyone, especially the children. He gets dressed as Aaron Apple, the other four were Abraham, Adam, Andrew, and Auburn, and talks to the rest of the act about how late he was. The second half of the show begins, and the first act was, unsurprisingly, the Flying Apples. Unlike the rest of the circus scenes, the trapeze act was actually decently made. It was like the entire budget of the episode was spent on making the Flying Apples part look good. After that, most of the god-awful circus scenes played, although the clown scene was somewhat funny, and the circus show ends, where the Banana Brothers thank kids for visiting the circus. Later, the Flying Apples meet the Banana Brothers, and they tell the Flying Apples how well they did in the trapeze act. After that, Happy is seen walking out, when he sees a kid getting bullied by a bandaged girl. Happy gets closer, and guess who was bullying the kid? Miranda. Miranda tells Happy Appy that she has a knife on her. The video cuts out, yet the audio keeps playing. This was probably a good thing for me since Miranda began to scream while Happy began to chop her up with a knife, laughing. October 23rd, 2011. Today I'm going to try to answer a massive question about Happy Appy. Why does Happy Appy murder kids? Well, I might have had an answer to the question for once. You see, after I went to the employee's house where Forensic was at, I had two ideas. Did Forensic kill the employee, or is Forensic the employee? I think the most likely answer is the latter. Another question arises. Who exactly is Forensic? Well, I can say a few things about this question. It's not Kevin Christensen, Tristan Yai, or possibly Jim Forrester. Also, I can't really confirm Forensic's identity. You might be saying that the decapitated arm has Forensic's blood in it and his fingerprints. Well, it's not that. You see, I didn't keep the arm. I made the foolish mistake of leaving it at the summer camp. Even if I did keep it, Forensic keeps coming back, meaning there could be a lot of people posing as him. So what did the last paragraph have to do with the question?
Public cloud, private cloud, AI, all with full UK sovereignty. CEVO, built for more.
This is where my story begins. Overcoming every fear. But this is the moment I've been waiting for. Not here to play, but here to deliver. Because every step I take creates inspiration that connects the world. Inspiration connects us all.
While Forensic might have edited the episodes to show those horrifying scenes, it makes sense that Forensic was an employee since he would have access to the props and the tapes. Because of this, more questions arise. Why did Forensic go crazy? Why are there not a lot of survivors of Happy Appy? How did the studio burn down? Did Forensic do it? Here are my guesses to the answers to the questions, and they will change if I get more evidence. This sounds weird, but maybe he's John Wilkinson. This makes sense, actually. John Wilkinson had schizophrenia, and as you probably know, killed children at his summer camp. The only problem is that he was chubby, whilst Forensic is very skinny. However, things can't change. Maybe Forensic killed them. This seems plausible, because I can say that 4 people related to Happy Appy died, other than the countless amounts of children. I think Forensic might have burned the studio down, for reasons I don't know about. October 24th, 2011. Today, Jim Forrester, who is surprisingly still alive, told me the names of more people who worked on Happy Appy, which puts me a bit closer to whom Forensic could be. First, there's Tristan Drews, the man who created the last designs of the Happy Appy puppet. After hearing about the strings of death associated with people who worked on Happy Appy, Tristan went into hiding. He's still alive, but goes under a different identity. Secondly, there's John Tresty, the man who created the music for Happy Appy. He was a musician who specialized in keyboards, synthesizers, and song production. After releasing his debut album, Hidalgo, which to this day is hard to find, he was called to work on Happy Appy's title theme. Although some parts of the story of the creation of the theme are missing, John basically got 5 kindergarten students and had them sing the Happy Appy lyrics. After that, he made the backing synthesizer track, combined the two, and previewed the result to Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon approved the theme song, and John kept his job, due to Hidalgo being a failure to sell. He's also still alive. Finally, there's John Wilkinson. Yes, I'm not lying. John Wilkinson actually worked on Happy Appy. He wrote 3 episodes for the TV series. I swear, I really think Forensic isn't John Wilkinson, but because he's schizophrenic, killed people, and worked on Happy Appy, this does not help. October 25th, 2011. Today I was sent in the mail a DVD called Happy Appy's Bonus Features. However, when I tried to play the disc, it didn't work at all. The entire video was static, and the audio consisted of 5 swooshes and a weird voice. I tried to decode the weird noise, and after a half an hour of playing with various audio tools, the weird noise turned out to be a kid talking to the listener. Don't trust Happy Appy. He has friends that will murder you. Never come with him into his van. October 26th, 2011. Somebody sent me a video of the first part of the true Happy Appy movie. Apparently the movie I owned was either a fake or a really long episode. The movie started up with a different opening. The song playing was the opening song of 2001: A Space Odyssey. The logo said, Noggin presents the Happy Appy movie. The first scene of the movie had Happy in his long coat putting a bandage on a cut that was on a girl's arm. Today I'm scared, Lily, said Happy. Lily asked why, but Happy just said, he is coming and no one can stop him. I wondered who exactly the person Happy mentioned was. Was it Forensic? 7 other kids came running over, and in the background, policemen were running to the playground where Happy and the kids were. For a couple of minutes, multiple policemen were yelling at Happy. Finally, the sheriff came out of the car and said, Stop in the name of the law. I know you've murdered Miranda, Tuck, and Gina. Happy grabs another needle with green fluids from his long coat and stabs the sheriff in the eye with it, while laughing like a maniac. In response, the cops took out their sidearms and shot Happy to death. His bullet-riddled body fell to the ground, while the kids began to walk over and cry over him. The police left, knowing that they finally dealt with Happy, and the episode just got outright bizarre. Happy was suddenly revived and stood up. The kids ran away screaming. Happy took out another knife and started to chase Lily in a POV shot. After 30 seconds, Happy grabbed her and broke her neck. The snap that resulted was enough for me to stop the video for a while, but I resumed, and the camera cut to the rest of the kids running from Happy Appy. Happy got in his van and drove after a little boy. As soon as I saw the boy, I recognized him as Danny from the Camp Awe intro. Given his significance there, could Danny be the one who Happy was talking about earlier? Anyway, one of the girls yelled, "Danny, no!" Danny picked up a lit cigarette that fell from the sheriff's mouth, gets into the van, and burns Happy's face, leaving a black burn on his cheek. Happy screams and Danny runs off. It cuts to Happy chasing Danny in his van. Danny opens the door again, climbs into the passenger seat, and tries to distract Happy. Eventually, Happy crashes the van into a tree, and Danny gets thrown out of the van. Happy climbs out of the van and picks up a sharp stick on the ground. It cuts to Danny waking up and picking up Happy's dropped knife. After that, it faded to black. I sent a message to the man who made the torrent and asked if he had part 2. He said yes, and that it would be done on the 27th. I guess I'll just have to wait. October 27th, 2011. I just finished watching the Happy movie, and it was weird. However, I did find something that will interest you. It starts with Danny running to a junkyard. He hid in a car, and it cuts to a girl in the playground, playing with a tin can. Happy slowly crept up to her. The girl screams, and he stabbed the girl with a stick. He runs off to get in his van. After driving for a while, he reaches the junkyard. Happy gets out of his car and looks around, yelling for Danny. Danny jumps into the car. Happy swears, and Danny runs him over. He jumps out of the car, and the van pushes Happy into a car crusher, and it crushes Happy and the van. A horrifying crushed car cube comes out, with Happy's skin, blood, and organs all over the fragments of the van. A woman comes out of the cockpit, and Danny says, "Thank you, June." She says, "Thank you for telling me and Dad about Happy's rage. I couldn't take this anymore. I wanted the movie to end now. I was wrong. Oh, was I wrong." Another Happy peeks behind an old car and boastfully says, "Did you really think I was going to die like that to a kid? Well, if you thought so, you're wrong." The credits start. Because of a video error, I could only make out these names in the credits. Director, Tristan Yap. Producers, Keith Blue and Joanne Brew. Happy, Tristan Ye. Danny Ray Bolia. After all of this time, I have found the identity of the director of Happy and/or Forensic. I'll need to research more about him. October 31st, 2011. Have a safe and happy Halloween, everyone. Knowing Forensic, I know I probably won't. Anyways, today I got a package in the mail. Taped to it was an envelope with a letter inside. The letter read like this: To Mr. Yakovlev. During a recent investigation of Kevin Christensen's home, I found a damaged journal that seems to be related to the show your blog is talking about. I hope it will help you find out more information about Happy. Sincerely, Officer Robert Newport. I opened the package, and inside was a 70-page notebook. However, most of the pages had been torn out. Here are the entries in chronological order. February 9th, 1999. I finally got a job at Nickelodeon yesterday. So far, I've been put on a possible Nickelodeon project that is still in pre-production as I write this entry. I will write more soon. February 25th, 1999. I've been put out of the project to work on Rugrats. The plot of the planned show, which was called Attack of the Killer Apples, was a rip-off of the movie Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. The problem was that almost no one liked the idea, including me. March 1st, 1999. Guess what? I've heard that the Apple show is going to see the light of day. The man who's going to help produce the show, Keith Blue, did some claymation commercials for Noggin. Since they're some of the most popular commercials on Noggin, the creator asked that he should work on the show. March 11th, 1999. I overheard a rumor that we're filming at the old stage where Double Dare was being filmed. March 23rd, 1999. I want to leave this project now. You see, today I was eating lunch when I saw some sick dragging in Happy's voice actor, Tristan, who was in his late teens and had a pretty deep voice. We started filming tests like Happy in his van and practicing lines. The guy who dragged Tristan in shouted action. A weird country song started playing on the radio in the van. I shouted to the guy who shouted action and dragged Tristan, "What the f*** did you do to Tristan?" He jumped over the coffee table and rest of the page and every other page except the last is torn off. January 2nd, 2011. Today I remembered 2 things about Happy today. The show's original air dates and some facts. The air dates were Nick Jr. / Noggin, April 26, 1999 to June 3rd, 1999. Pre-TV UK channel, May 16th, 1999 to March 31st, 2000. Brazil, I don't know where in Brazil, November 30th, 1999 to February 1st, 2000. The facts are, Happy had a scrap DVD release. The director was tall and mid-weight. He went by the name Fred. So it turns out that Tristan Yap isn't the director. I'm still wondering about who the director is, though. November 1st, 2011. I finally did it. I killed Forensic, and found a shocking discovery. Well, I think I have. You see, I was driving home at midnight when I saw Forensic running away from Jim's house. Knowing that he might have just grazed, injured, or even killed Jim, I parked my car on the sidewalk and ran into Jim's house with my knife. I looked all around the house, except for the basement, but I couldn't find Jim or Forensic. During this, I took a Winchester shotgun from his living room, just so that I could better arm myself. After checking all around the house, I went into his basement. I saw what looked like Jim's bleeding body sitting on the floor of the basement. I ran to him, thinking that he was dead. However, he wasn't. He said, "Oh Jesus, Jerasim, don't scare me like that." I said, "Sorry, Jim. Did you know that Jim interrupted me with, "Yeah, I know what's going on. Forensic or whoever the hell has broken into my house. That's why I'm stained. That's why I stained my best clothes with ketchup." I heard Forensic open the door and I loaded the Winchester. After telling Jim that I'd be back soon, I ran up the stairs, cornered Forensic, and shot him in the chest. For a second, I thought I'd finally killed him. However, someone looking just like him jumped behind me and tried to stab me in the back of my head with a knife. I shot him in the chest like the other Forensic. I thought I killed them both, but the second Forensic tried to make a run for it. However, his injuries made him collapse before he could run out of the house. I went into the cellar and called the police, before I noticed that the first Forensic was missing. When I went back to the cellar to see Jim again, I found a USB lying on a bookshelf, and I took it. When I told Jim about the USB drive and where it came from, he said, "That's odd, I certainly don't remember owning a USB drive like that. I seriously wonder what's in it." After a long wait, the police finally arrived. Thankfully, Newport believed me when I told him about what happened. I'm just going to say this, but I'm honestly starting to feel like he believes me. I got home and put the USB drive in my computer. It only had one file called Instructions, which was just a minute-long video of one of Forensics saying, "In your pillow will be," over and over. "In your pillow will be what?" I opened my pillow and inside I found a random switchblade, my wallet, which was missing a $20 bill I had put in there, and a DVD saying Happy Yappy Complete Series, with a label saying Season 1 was on it, as well as Season 2. At first all I could say was, "What the hell is this?" I can understand Season 1 clear as day, but who made Season 2? Could someone have made more episodes that toned down the violence? Or did someone make even darker episodes? Better yet, who made these? Jim, Kevin, or maybe it's Forensic? It has to be Forensic. But now I don't even know. I'm only watching the episodes just because they're happy. Second post. Today I talked to Jim about the DVD. His response was, "Well, it's very odd. I mean, who in their right mind would make 2 more seasons of that show?" He added that he wanted to see the new season as well. So tomorrow we're going to go through and see the missing episodes of Season 1 as well as Season 2. Also, another interview was uploaded by the same man. This time it was an interview with Treston Yai. Treston Yai? Yeah, that's me. How old were you when Fright House Screamers was around? 15. What happened when you did Happy's voice on the first day? When I recorded my lines on the first 2 minisodes called Happy Vacation and Hurt Happy, I did notice some odd things with the script for those episodes. In Hurt Happy, he ate an apple, which was weird considering he was, well, an apple. What was the worst thing that happened to you when you were on the show? I don't like to discuss with people about it, but here it goes. I was once dragged in the studio by a tall man holding a rope, which he had tied around my feet. After an argument, we filmed the episodes. That's just horrifying, to say the least. Do you know who dragged you in? I actually don't remember. The only thing I know about the man was that he was taller than most of us. November 2nd, 2011. This will be the first of 3 posts detailing Jim and I watching the contents of the DVD. Even though we are watching the disc, I still can't get over the fact that there's another season of Happy Yappy. I really can't. As soon as the DVD loaded, we saw it had a freeware DVD burner menu. Obviously Forensic or whoever made the disc did it as cheap as possible. I went to the episode menu and looked through the episodes of Season 1, in case there were any that I missed.
Uncover your wild side. Montenegro, wild beauty.
The 2 distorted episodes for Season 1 were actually watchable, and were named Happy at the Fruit Olympics / Nate Needs Help, Happy in Space / Meet Miranda. I pressed next and found the entire episode list for Season 2. Happy meets the Roo Bears / Camp Awe, Happy in the Oranges / Happy's Van Breaks, Lighter / Happy in Blackberry, Napoleon the Big Help / Nugsick, Rose of Blood and Bones / Can of Kill, Jar of Hay / Happy's Rising, Happy kills Benny / Miranda lives, Miranda dies, there's no second episode for some reason, Napoleon a Bigger Help / Meaner, Happy Happy's Christmas / Happy's House, Napoleon the Biggest Help / Danny's Love, Happy Fest / Happy Rots in Hell, and Epilogue. Judging from the names, we can only guess that Forensic made these, but who is he? I played Happy at the Fruit Olympics since that was one of 2 episodes of Season 1 that I didn't watch. It began with Happy saying, "Hey kids, the Fruit Olympics begin today," and watches TV. It zooms into the television set and shows a recreation of the Olympic torch relay, but with fruit. After the torch holder, an apple, lights the Olympic flame, the games begin. It's a cheesy compilation of sports played in the Olympics, but with fruit. It reminded me of the circus episode's Act 1 scene, but visually a lot better. Happy turns to the camera and says, "Hey kids, the 2000 Olympics begin in a year. You should go see it." And the episode ends. When it ended, Jim told me that he actually remembered to help film this episode, and he even did a few of the puppets with Kevin Christensen and Tristan Drews. Happy in Space was next, and it was horrific. It starts out with Happy sneaking on the space shuttle and turns to the camera and says, "Hey kids, your old pal Happy is going into space today," and waits. The shuttle docks at a lookalike of the International Space Station. After all the astronauts leave, Happy sneaks out of the shuttle and starts floating. He says, "Did you know that in outer space there is no gravity, meaning you float in midair?" He puts on a spacesuit and goes out of the ISS. An astronaut is working on a broken part of the station. Happy says, "In space, no one can hear you talk, or scream for that matter," and stabs the astronaut. We see him float off into space for around a minute. After this, Happy goes back in and finds out that the shuttle is about to leave. Happy jumps in the space shuttle. The space shuttle begins to enter the atmosphere. Happy turns to the camera and says, "Hey kids, watch this magic trick," and sets a man on fire. The shuttle starts to catch on fire, which is exactly like the scene in Happy's trick. We see Happy give a death smile as the shuttle is engulfed in flames. Happy jumps out before he gets burned and lands in snow. He says, "Hey kids, one day you will see something like this on TV." Behind him, the shuttle was breaking up into small pieces. The credits rolled. I played Happy Meets the Roo Bears / Camp Awe. It starts with the intro, which is now an acoustic version. It begins with Happy walking in the playground with his injuries. He sees the green Roo Bear running around, and Happy says, "Hey, Mr. Teddy," and the Roo Bear doesn't respond. Happy says, "Mr. Teddy, let's go find some kids to heal," and the Roo Bear nods his head. They hear crying from the swings. Happy and the Roo Bear walk over to a kid who hit his head on part of the swing, the part that you sit on. Happy gets out some bandages and heals the kid. They hear a car ram into another. Happy turns around and sees a long limousine crashing into a van, which wasn't Happy's. A man exits the car, and it turns out to be Aphex Twin himself. He starts doing the dance with the umbrella, but it was just stock footage from window liquor hastily put together. Happy and the Roo Bear walk up to him, and Happy says, "Hey, who are you?" And Aphex says, "My name is Richard." And Happy says, "Let's go find some children to heal." And Aphex says, "Sure." The rest of the episode is just them healing children who injure themselves on various parts of the playground. When we first saw this episode, it was so tame for a Halloween special that I thought it was a Season 1 episode mislabeled as a Season 2 one. Also, I told Jim, why was the episode Happy and the Roo Bears if only the green one is present? He said that they would have all been there, but they didn't get enough money to get the others. We saw Camp Awe. It starts with the intro, which was that CSI-like intro featuring the main characters. Happy, Napoleon, who could be forensic, and Danny from the TV movie. Why was the acoustic version used once? It starts with Happy driving his van, saying, "Who's ready for a camping trip?" with 2 girls in the passenger seats cheering. After driving for a while, Happy parks in the camp, sets the washcloth, and sits on it next to the girls. After staring at the sky for a few seconds, the beach jock apple appears. Happy says, "Move it, ladies," and it's much clearer this time. Suddenly, some sort of quality shift happens. Happy's voice was different, the girls looked different, and so did the bully. It was almost like another person picked up where Nick left off and did a horrible job at it. Anyway, the beach jock apple said, "Don't go on the beach," and Happy says, "Why?" The beach jock apple says, "Because I said so," and pushes Happy out of the way. Happy decides to go up the trail to the beach. What he finds are a bunch of children playing on it, and one is poking around at something out of view with a stick. It turns to the object, which is Miranda's body. Happy screams, "Stop doing that," and brings out a knife. The next shot showed the girls still sitting on the washcloth when they hear children screaming. One of the girls says, "What happened?" And the other one says, "Let's go find out." The 2 girls go to the beach, but what they find are a bunch of children's bodies in one horrifying pile. On the top of the pile was a blood-stained Happy with a knife. He turns around with a death smile and says, "Hey girls, I have a present for you. Come over here." And they both walk over, and it cuts to the place with the washcloth, now with both girls screaming. The episode ends with Happy dragging some children back into his van and driving off, with this narration. And that, my friends, is how Camp Awe got its name, from Happy himself. Interestingly, there was whispering during the credits of the episode. They were very brief. December 14th. We had no idea what that date meant. Was it supposed to be related to a season of the show? I played the episode Happy in the Oranges. It starts with the same old intro of Happy Appy dancing, and it cuts to Happy killing the beach jock Apple. The episode must have taken place after Camp Aw. We see Happy Appy walking around the playground with children at play. Happy sees something to the right. He sees two puppets that were oranges sitting on a bench. Happy walks to the bench and says, "Hey, who are you?" And the oranges say, "We're the Oranges." And Happy says, "Well, I'm Happy Appy." And the oranges screamed and ran off. Happy shouts, "Every time," and goes into his van. He goes to the orange's house in the middle of the night. The first orange is watching TV, while the second one is reading a book. The second orange says, "Hey, Oscar." He replies with, "What, Octavius?" And Octavius Orange says, "Do you know that no words rhyme with orange?" Oscar Orange says, "Oh, really?" Octavius Orange finishes with, "Yeah, you know what? I'm going to bed. Running from Happy sure tired me out." And Oscar Orange nods and continues to watch TV. Happy Appy jumps into the roof of their house with an orange peeler in his right hand. He whispers, "Hey kids, let's go skin some oranges." And Happy climbs down the ladder to where Octavius Orange is and peels his skin. After that, he puts Octavius Orange in a vise and starts turning the crank, making Octavius get squeezed. After that, Oscar Orange knocks on the door and Happy jumps into the ceiling. When Oscar Orange opens the door and turns on the light, he sees Octavius Orange's body and screams. Happy Appy comes down from the ceiling and peels and vices him in the same way as Oscar Orange, and the episode ends. Lighter's premise was about Happy finding a Zippo lighter lying around on the playground. It starts with the regular old intro, but with the acoustic version. Why the acoustic version this time? It cuts to Happy walking around the playground. I have a question. If Happy kills a lot of children, why don't the children notice him instantly, or the parents? Happy stops and picks up the lighter. He says, "Today we're going to learn about fire." We know it was most likely going to happen. Happy burns down houses and sets children on fire. Happy Appy walks over to a living room. He exclaims, "Fire can badly hurt people, and in some cases kill them, like this worm." He set the worm on fire, and you could see its body turn into ashes. Happy said, "Magnifying glasses can also set small insects on fire," before walking over to a kid. The kid didn't recognize him, and Happy turned on the lighter and set the kid on fire. The kid tried to stop, drop, and roll, but it was too late. Happy said, "Let's go find a house to burn," and Happy walks over to a house on a boardwalk and burns it down. The fire spreads, and the entire boardwalk catches on fire. The rest of the episode after that was Happy watching the place burn to the ground. At the end, he says in his cheerful voice, "That was fun. You know, you should do that to make me proud." Jim said in a smug tone, "Sure, let's totally follow in Apple's words and burn down." I played Happy in the Blackberry, which was 2 minutes short of a normal episode of Happy Appy. It starts out with a giant angry Blackberry puppet saying, "Hey, my name's Derry Berry, and I hate Happy Appy." Derry runs toward Happy, who is putting medical tapes and cotton on a kid's bloody gash near his wrist. Happy turns around holding scissors, and Derry accidentally runs into them. Happy says, "Remember kids, always look where you're going or you will get a boo-boo." Derry pulls himself off the scissors and tries to eat Happy. Happy pushes him off and stabs Derry in the eye with a scalpel. Derry screams, and Happy pulls out the scalpel, ripping Derry's eyeball out in the process. Happy grabs a rusty saw and slowly hacks him in two. The rest of the episode shows Derry's body after Happy cuts it in half. I played Napoleon, the big help. It began with Happy trying to kill June. Just to clarify this, June is Danny's mother. He is struggling to kill her with the same saw he used to kill Barry Derry with, while June is trying to stab him in the face with a knife. Happy says, Master, please come help me." And Forensic, in all of his glory, walks in slowly and says, "Yes, Happy Appy?" Happy says, "This woman is trying to kill me." Forensic says, "Let me help," and Forensic stabs June in the back, weakening her. The rest of the episode was basically a snuff film, recorded on a low-quality home camera. What Forensic did on the camera to June was absolutely horrifying, so I'll be quick on what Forensic did to her. First, he cut off her arms with a scimitar knife slowly and painfully. After that, he proceeds to cut off her legs with the same cleaver and starts skinning her. After minutes of skinning, she dies, and Forensic cheerfully says, "Oh no." He opens her guts out and starts eating them. After 20 hard-to-watch minutes, he finally stops. Thank God. After that horrifying scene, Danny from the TV movie comes in crying and sets Happy on fire. Forensic threatens to kill Danny. He runs off screen, and Forensic walks out with the scimitar knife. Finally, the Happy Appy model melts, ending the episode. Jim's reaction was, and I quote, "What the hell was that?" I had the same reaction, but in a quieter voice. We had a lot of questions about the episode. Why was Forensic in it? Did Forensic make the episode, or did one of his friends? For that matter, did Forensic really make the episodes? I don't know, and we really don't want to know. I played Nuxic, which was actually called Happy Goes Bonkers. It starts out with a girl forming Happy into his normal shape, but drops a garrote wire next to Happy. Happy grabs the wire and off-screen cuts her throat open with it. After that, he says, "Hey kids, I'm going to kill Danny." The rest of the episode is Happy going around using disguises to try to kill Danny. They include the spacesuit from Happy in Space, the costume from Happy Goes to the Circus, and Octavius Orange and Derryberry's skin. Somehow, Danny finds out that Happy is trying to kill him. After the 5th attempt, Happy, like the title says, goes bonkers. He rants to the camera about how he never has his way. After 15 minutes of ranting, he stares at the camera motionlessly, and the episode ends. I said to Jim that we should watch the next third tomorrow, and so I left. The thing is, though, as I left, I swear I saw Forensic walking up the street, but it was so dark that it could have been someone else. November 3rd, 2011. Welcome to the second part of the Happy episode watching posts. In Rows of Blood and Bones, we see Happy painting a picture with red paint. The picture is of a rose in a playground. It was innocent enough until we see Happy run out of red paint. He says, "Oh, whoops. Hey kids, let's go find some red paint and white sticks." We see Happy go out to his van and lure in 2 kids. We see him mutilate them off screen. It cuts to Happy painting the same picture, but now we see him with more red paint and white sticks as the stalk of the rose. After a minute, he finishes the painting. He shows the end result and says, "My masterpiece is complete. I call it The Rose of Blood and Bones. Hey kids, you too can make a painting using body parts and blood. If you make one, send it to me and I will give you a prize." The video ends before the address was shown. In Can of Kill, we see Happy cleaning out some large tin cans and working on mechanics in his van. After a few minutes, Happy notices the camera and says, "Hey kids, I'm working on my can contraption," and goes back to working on the can. It cuts to a tin can in the middle of the playground that has the note that says, "Open me" on it. Happy comes from the left and says, whenever someone opens the Can of Kill, a spray bottle pops out and sprays the kid with poison. This is my best invention ever, and it should get me a Nobel Prize. Well, mostly for peace. While he is talking his mouth off, a kid named Quincy opens the can and gets hit with some sort of poisonous gas and gets knocked out. Happy notices Quincy's body and says, "Hey, it works. You too can make a Can of Kill. All you need to do is send $5 to this address and you can wipe out anyone that hates you." And an address was listed. Before the credits played, Happy drags Quincy's body into his van. I played Jar of Hate. Happy is sitting in his van when he says, "Hello kids, you want to see my Jar of Hate?" A kid walks up to him and says, "Happy, hate is a strong word." In response, Happy says, "Shoot, Jacob," and pushes him away. Happy proceeds to write Jacob's name on a blank scrap of paper and places it in a jar of names. Happy says, "My Jar of Hate has the names of people I will kill. Let's see who's going to be the lucky ones." He empties the jar and picks out 3 names. Happy says, "The people I will kill are Jacob, Miranda, and Danny." He sneaks behind Jacob with the cleaver from Big Help, jumps behind him, and the credits roll, while you can hear Jacob being killed in the background and Forensic screaming, "Stand still." I played Happy's Rising. It started with Happy healing a kid using a bandage, but he says, "Hey kids, wanna come have fun with me and Benny?" Everyone, including Benny, comes running into Happy's van. However, to trick Happy, Benny leaves quickly and silently. It shows Happy with a hand grenade and he says, "Want to see a cool trick?" Of course, the children shout yes. Happy throws a smoke bomb, drops the grenade, and gets out of the van. We see a child scream as the van explodes into 1,000 pieces. The scene is very realistic, with body parts everywhere. Happy polishes a toe, puts it in a jar, and puts the jar in a mysterious brown bag which has been in the background since the Blackberry episode for whatever reason. Benny runs over to Danny, who is playing with a girl. Benny says, "Happy tried to kill me," and Danny says, "Well, at least you're safe with me here," and the episode ends. I played Happy Kills Benny. It starts out with Benny playing at the playground, but he notices Happy and his new van, which was all black this time around. He says to his parents that he wants to go home because someone is staring at him funny. His parents look at the area that Happy was, but he's not there. They said, "No one's there though," and Benny calms down. Benny sees Happy again, and Benny runs towards his parents. He says that Happy is stalking him, and the parents see Happy, but he's helping a kid. Later, Benny finds a $20 bill. He picks it up, but Happy stabs him. Happy drags the body to his van, and it cuts to the credits, with a brutal murder being played. Miranda Miranda Lives starts playing. It starts out with a piano version of the theme song sung by 3 of the 5 original kindergartners. They were presumably in 1st or 2nd grade when the episode premiered. The intro showed clips from Happy and the Oranges, Happy Kills Benny, Camp Awe, and 2 other episodes I hadn't seen yet. It began with Miranda's body on the beach. We see another kid poke it with a stick, but Miranda mysteriously awakens, screaming loudly. She says, Happy Appy is going to pay for what he has done, and run towards the playground. We see Happy Appy working on another portrait of a rose, with several more nearby. Miranda throws open the van's sliding doors and screams, Happy Appy, I'm going to kill you right now. And Happy says, fine, do it. Kill me. Just try. You'll just end up feeling the wrath of Napoleon. The episode ends. Miranda dies began. Miranda gets a knife and stabs Happy's arm, pinning him to the wall. Happy screams in pain and Miranda says, I finally have you in my grasp. Now I will do what I've wanted to for so long. Happy smugly says, what's that? Miranda says, kill you. Suddenly a shadowy figure looms over Miranda. It was none other than, guess who? Forensic. He coldly says, the only murder that will happen today is yours. Miranda screams and tries to stab Forensic, but he slams her down on the table Happy uses to cut up kids. At this point, it's quite clear that whoever worked on this episode used an obvious stunt double for Miranda, as her skin and hair were darker. Forensic pulls out the scimitar knife and begins cutting her open. She screams in horror, and as soon as she screams, he's irritated. To stop her screaming, Forensic gets a random piece of wood on the floor and shoves it in her mouth, silencing her. Forensic opens her up and starts cutting organs out, eating parts of them in the process. By this point, Jim turned the TV off and decided to take a break. We really had to. A few hours later, we came back to the video and we were greeted by more sickening scenes, which I will describe briefly. To put it in a nutshell, there's cannibalism, necrophilia, limb dismemberment, and skinning. Yeah. After that, Forensic turns to the camera, smiling, holding a chunk of Miranda's brain. The episode ends. That's it. Jim and I can't do any more episodes. From here, they're just going to get more sickening. I can't do it, and yet I feel some strange wish to watch the rest. Alright, we'll watch the rest tomorrow, but after that, I'm destroying the DVD. November 4th, 2011. Welcome to the last post of the Happy Appy Season 2 series. I started Napoleon, A Bigger Help, which is just great. The last thing we saw yesterday was the snuff film, and the first thing I see today is possibly another. Oh well. It starts out with Happy saying, Hey kids, last week was fun. Killing Miranda with my best pal. Hey, come over here. And Forensic walks into view, saying, Yes, Happy? Happy says, You know, we've killed women, but we haven't done any children yet. Forensic gasps like a girl and says, Oh, you're right, Happy. Let's kill someone. Oh god, I can't take it anymore. They find a child skipping some pebbles at a lake. Happy's van comes into view, and the kid flings a pebble at it, leaving a mark on the driver's side window. Happy gets mad at the kid, so he shoves him in a burlap sack and goes into the van. Inside, Forensic murders the kid while Happy sits in view. What happened was so absolutely horrifying that I can't say what happened in detail. I'll just say that by the end, the kid only had half of his skin, his skeleton, and chunks of organs left. And like the Miranda scene, you know why I didn't post what happened. And before you say I should know Forensic's identity by now, I should mention that during his snuff films, he wears a ski mask instead of his gas mask. In fact, it's the same ski mask Napoleon wears in the CSI-style Happy Appy intro. Meaner played. It picks right off after Happy goes bonkers, where Happy is in his van polishing his cleaver and cleaning the body parts of children. The corpse of the girl he sliced with the garrote wakes up, and both the girl and Happy scream. Happy injects the girl with some of the green liquids he used on the kid in Happy the Doctor, and proceeds to mutilate her off-screen. After Happy is done, he is heard chopping the girl's head off with a cleaver. Happy leaves his van with the knife and says, That was fun. Hey, killing is a fun thing to do. You should do it at home if your mommy and daddy will allow you to. If they don't, which will probably happen, do it anyways, because I, Happy Appy, say so. And the credits roll. In Happy Appy's Christmas, we see Happy Appy drive to a playground in his van, which is decked out in Christmas lights and decorations. After a minute of waiting, Happy, dressed in a Santa outfit, leaves the van through the side door and shouts, Merry Christmas, children! His voice grabs the attention of nearly every kid on the playground, and they rush over to him asking for presents. Happy panics for a moment, and then slowly gives every child a small present. One of the kids opens his present, and it's a juice box. Eventually, every present gets opened, and they all turn out to be juice boxes. We see all the children drink them, except for Danny, who is hiding behind the monkey bars. All of a sudden, we see all the children collapse. When I first saw this, I thought he had done a Jim Jones and put poison in the juice boxes. Happy says, "Looks like my knockout drink worked," and drags the kids into his van from Danny's point of view. We see Happy drive off while Danny runs after him. Eventually, Happy shouts, "Merry Christmas," causing Danny to stomp on the ground and scream, "I hate you, Happy." The episode suddenly ends after that. Happy's house played. We see a nice looking house with Happy standing in front of it. Happy says, "Hey kids, who wants to see my house?" and walks inside. We get a tour of Happy's house. For the first half it seemed like a normal house. Suddenly Happy says, "Now for the main highlight of the tour. Are you ready to see my basement?" He goes outside and opens the cellar door. We see a dark room. Happy flicks on the light switch and we see the basement, full of body parts. On the walls were dry splatters of blood and skin stretched to look like bear rugs. On the various tables were jars of body parts. There was one table covered in a cloth with a humanoid figure under it. Happy says, "Hey kids, do you like my workshop?" and goes to the table. He says, "Well kids, here's my magnum opus under this cloth." He unravels the cloth and what's under it is a statue of a human, made of human parts. It's unfinished to say the least. Happy is yet to add the organs and the rest of the skin. Happy says, "Hey kids, you should make a statue like me," and then the credits roll. Jim mocked Happy's ideas as he did when we watched Lighter. Napoleon the Biggest Help played. Great, another snuff film, I thought, and seeing the list of episodes, hopefully the last. In this episode, Happy is seen putting organs into his statue. He puts a stomach, heart, and ribs in, but finds out he has no intestines. Happy screams for forensic, and he comes over. Happy says, "Napoleon, could you please find me some intestines, preferably adult ones?" Forensic nods and goes out. We see Forensic go into Danny's house, where he and his father are crying over the death of June. Danny notices Forensic and screams. Danny's dad rushes over, and Danny runs away. Forensic slashes the dad's throat and drags him out the door. Forensic says, "You're very lucky I haven't killed you yet, Danny," and takes Danny's dad to Happy's house. Forensic cuts open Danny's dad's stomach and mutilates him to no end. Happy cheers Forensic on, while Forensic throws Happy body parts like a bear throwing chunks of flesh to her cubs. After probably one of the less brutal snuff scenes when compared to Miranda and the kid, we see Happy cheerfully place the intestines in the statue and the episode ends. Jim couldn't take this anymore. If we see another snuff film, I'm so going to destroy the disc. We played Danny's Love. We see Danny kissing the girl from a few episodes back, and Danny says, "I love you, Jenny." Happy notices Jenny from the bushes and says, "Hey kids, who wants to see a relationship end?" Jenny goes near the road. She notices that a limo is there, which looks like the one Aphex Road, and Happy meets the Rue Bears. Excited for whatever reason, she knocks on the window. A man in shades, who looks a lot like John Wilkinson, rolls down the window. She says, "Hey mister, you have a nice car." He smiles and says, "Thanks." Suddenly, Happy opens the door and grabs Jenny. We see the limo drive off. Danny sees the limo drive away with Jenny, and Danny screams, and cries for the last 5 minutes of the episode. Finally, Happy Fest / Happy Rots in Hell were up. In Happy Fest, we see Happy discuss plans in the camera. He says, "Hey kids, I have an idea that will change the world. I will make everyone happy," and brings out a knife. I knew what he was going to do. He was going to carve smiles into people's mouths. He got out of his van and said, "Hey kids, who wants a smile even when they're sad?" And all the children, which there were around 5, come running into Happy's van. Happy locks the doors, does a death smile, holds up a knife, and we see the outside of the van where children are screaming and Happy is laughing. After that, Happy opens up the van door and climbs out. In the background, you can see a kid's body whose mouth was stretched like Kuchisake Onna, but in a smile. Happy says, "If you make everyone smile, the entire world will be a better place." Then the credits roll. Finally, Happy Rots in Hell was up. I couldn't believe it. It was the end, well, minus the epilogue, and we couldn't feel any better. This is actually our favorite episode. Just guess why. In Happy Rots in Hell, Happy drives to an old house where Danny is hiding. We see Danny holding a knife, while another girl is with him holding keys. Danny says, "I hope Happy doesn't come here, Abigail." We see Happy knock down the door with brute force. Abby says, "I'm going to go downstairs and open the door to the basement." Danny says, "Okay, Abby, but if Happy hears you or sees you, call for me." Abby walks downstairs, trying to not make a noise, gets the keys, and tries to unlock the door. The jangling of keys alerts Happy. He creepily says, "I hear you," before running over to try to kill Abby. She unlocks the door and gets in the room right before Happy could reach her. She locks the door and Happy shouts, "Don't think you can hide forever, Abby," before running. A revving of a chainsaw is heard, and Happy is seen trying to chainsaw down the door. Danny shouts, "Get me instead," and Happy says, "Oh goody, you're much more important than her." It cuts to a POV shot of Happy trying to slice Danny with a chainsaw. Danny runs into the stairwell room. Abby locks the door again, and the two run down the hall as Happy tries to cut down the door. Abby finds out that there's a door to the basement, so she tries to unlock it. When Happy breaks through the door, he runs towards them, but Abigail unlocks and opens the door and slams it in Happy's face. We see the basement, which is a bunch of pipes and a random chest. Danny opens the chest and finds a knife and a revolver with 6 bullets. Danny tells Abby to get out using some stairs to the side. She does, and Happy breaks through the door. He charges at Danny with the chainsaw, making Danny jump out of the way. Danny fires the revolver once, but misses hitting Happy. The chainsaw gets stuck in the wall, and Happy pulls it out, forcing him back and having to dodge 2 more bullets. Danny fires the rest of the bullets, and one hits Happy. He screams and pushes Danny down. Happy grabs the chainsaw and shouts, "Now I will have my revenge." Danny rolls out just as Happy forces the chainsaw into the ground. He pulls it out and notices that Danny is going after the chest. He charges at him, but Danny grabs the knife and throws it at Happy. Happy dodges it, and the knife hits a gas pipe. Gas sprays everywhere, and Happy rushes to clog up the pipe with a cloth. He stops the leak, but the room is covered in gas. Danny finds a box of matches and lights one. He mocks Happy, causing him to turn around. Horrified, Happy tries to cut Danny in half, but Danny gets out of the way and drops the match on the gas. Happy begins to scream as the basement fills up with fire. Danny gets out of the basement in time, somehow not getting burned. Happy notices that there are some explosive chemicals to the side and says, "Oh no, it looks like this is the end for all," before it cuts to the house where it explodes and collapses, due to the foundations being blown up by the explosive chemicals. We see a camera pan to the destroyed basement where Happy's melted, crushed body lays. Abby is crying nearby while Danny is trying to comfort her. Suddenly, Forensic grabs both of them and coldly says, "You killed my creation, now I will do the same to you." Finally, I played the epilogue. It starts out with someone playing Gloomy Sunday by Rezo Saris, while it shows clips from all the episodes in its intro, minus the snuff ones, albeit in black and white. It cuts to a man typing on a typewriter on his desk with the crushed Happy at its side. The paper the man is typing on seems to be about Happy Happy. A subtitle appears that says, "Portrayed by an actor." A narrator talks over the scene. It looks like the evil rampage of Happy Happy has come to a close. Although he had died, his unfortunate impact on the world lives on. The many people who died on that show did it so the sick man who directed the show could see his true vision, a snuff TV show. Where the director is, I have no idea, but I think everybody would like to think that he died in a gruesome way. But the man turns his face to the camera.
54,450 meters carved into the clouds. 3,333 kilometers unrolled beneath them. 184 riders. 21 stages.
This is cycling at its very best.
One champion.
Pure entertainment.
One yellow jersey.
Pure drama.
And only one place to watch it all. Tour de France. Exclusively live on TNT Sports.
You'd think he had died, but although Happy is long dead, the director lives on, and somewhere in the world he is making private home movies, which continue the horrible story of Happy Happy. But you might be wondering one thing. Why did Happy Happy go so bad? We might never know until the director comes out and reveals why he made Happy Happy kill all these people. We see the director slowly fix Happy's puppet with clay model utensils. Somewhere in the world, the director is slowly rebuilding Happy's clay model, damaged in the series finale of Happy Happy. And if the director rebuilds Happy's clay model, who knows who might be killed next? It could be a celebrity's child. It could be the president's child. It could be any child. We can only say 2 things. The director is alive, and he might be killing someone. I hope someone will kill the director, Frederick Gorgote. It cuts to Happy's rebuilt model. The director adds a knife, it cuts to black, and a scream is heard. I hope someone will kill Napoleon. And now we know who Napoleon/Forensic is. He is the director who made this show, Frederick Gorgote. As the disc ended, Jim said, "Well, at least that's over, and we know who Forensic is." He gave the disc to me and said, "Keep this, even though I want this to be destroyed. Keep it so that you can learn more about how these episodes were made." I said okay, and I left his house to tell you about the last episodes. November 5th, 2011. You know, I don't think that revealing Forensic's identity was a good idea. When I went to sleep on the 4th, I heard someone open my back door. Since it was probably Frederick or one of his friends, I grabbed a gun and went into the kitchen. In front of me was a man in Forensic's clothes trying to burn my house down again with a lighter. However, unlike the normal Forensic, he was quite fat, giving me the idea that he was John Wilkinson in disguise. Before he could turn on the lighter, I shot him in the leg. As he stumbled to the ground screaming in pain, he dropped the non-lit lighter on the ground. He tried to light it up again, but I stepped on his hand with my right foot. With his free hand, he tried to slash my Achilles heel with a knife, so I kicked the knife out of his hand with my left foot. I grabbed the knife and held it to his throat. The man proceeded to say, "Do it, you stupid foreigner. End my life, and you'll fear Frederick so much that you'll piss your pants at the thought of him, you sissy." I chuckled and said, "No, I'll just do this." As soon as I finished talking, I grabbed him and threw him headfirst into a metal radiator, knocking him out. After that, I called the police over, and they revealed who tried to burn down my house. It was none other than John Wilkinson. I seriously wonder where Frederick Gorgote is. He can't have possibly returned to the John Wilkinson summer camp. November 6th, 2011. I got it. You know the address mentioned in Can of Kill and possibly the Rose episodes? I think Frederick is hiding out where the address is. Now that I may have a possible lead, I'm planning on going to the address soon in the next day or so. I have to go now. I need to find some small weapons to bring, just so that I could run from Frederick and protect myself if he chases after me. November 7th, 2011. Oh. Today I found out that a Mr. Oscar Mathewson died today. Now, normally I would post on the blog the deaths of people if they worked on Happy Yappy. This man didn't. In fact, he was a big fan of this blog and would ask me questions by my email. I'm going to stop Frederick now. I'm horrified that Frederick is starting to kill the fans of this blog. When he's done with my fans, he'll go for me next, and that is not going to happen. November 9th, 2011. This post will be the last post to this blog. Thank God. Even though many questions related to the main show remain unanswered, this post will or might answer the ones related to Forensic and Frederick. First, I must talk about the trip to the address and what happened. Since I live in the suburbs of Aberdeen, Washington, and the address was near Alma, Colorado, I chose to take a car ride, and I took some things with me. The first thing I took was a photo of Frederick Gorgote, for when the forensic I find is actually him. I also took some weapons, like the knife and the pistol. After driving for almost 23 hours, I reached Alma, Colorado. The address, which I will not tell for people's safety, was over 5 miles out of Alma. I drove over to the address, and there it was. It was a fancy abandoned house, sort of like the one in Happy Rots in Hell. In fact, it was the same house, albeit with a spray-painted sign that read, Happy Yappy Fun House. I don't know why the house was rebuilt, though. To make sure Frederick didn't trap the front door, I peeked inside. Sure enough, there was a shotgun trap using a Winchester. I tried to sneak into the window, but Frederick locked the window, so I had no choice but to break through it. I climbed in, making sure not to cut myself on any glass. After that, I disarmed the Winchester trap and took the shotgun. The house was completely abandoned, and all lights were turned off, save for the room where the window was. I looked for the light switch, but I was distracted by the fact that parts of the floor were wet. This meant one of two things. A water leakage had happened, or there was blood on the floor. I ran to the light switch and tried to turn it on. However, it didn't work, so I headed for the circuit breaker. Sure enough, the circuit breaker only had one switch that was on. I turned on every switch, which made nearly every light in the house turn on. I went back to the staircase room and turned the light back on. As I guessed, there was some blood on the carpet and the floor of the staircase room. I said, "Hey, Forensic, I know you're here, and I turned on the power for every room in this house. Now you can't hide in the shadows." There was no response, which I knew was going to happen. I shouted, "Hey, Frederick Gorgote, I know you're Forensic," and no response. Since there was no response, I explored the house a bit. From the staircase room, the living room was to the right, while the kitchen was on the left. Since I was closer to the right than the left, I explored the living room first. It looked like it had been abandoned since the 1950s. The couch was old, brown, and had various tears in the cushions and the seats. The TV was an old analog set that could only display static due to it not having a converter box. And a frame on the wall had a picture of the weird guy from the towers. On the front wall, there was a door that was left open. I went through it, and it was the laundry room. It looked like a regular laundry room at first, with washing machines and laundry baskets. However, some pieces of clothing in the laundry baskets were stained with blood. And over the laundry baskets was a framed photograph of Frederick as Napoleon hanging out with Happy Yappy. Other than a door to the right side that leads outside, there was nowhere else to go. I went out of the laundry room and went into the kitchen, and I wish I hadn't. The kitchen was just as run down as the living room, but it was probably worse. There were countertops, dishwashers, and an oven which had been rusted up. On them, however, was rotten meat infested with maggots. The stench was unbearable, so I quickly ran out of the kitchen and into the dining room, not noticing anything else other than the rotten meat. As I entered the dining room, I noticed there was more maggot-infested rotten meat, so I ran into the next room over, which was the hallway. and looked at what the dining room had in it. There were various chairs, all of which were pulled out. Other than that, it looked like a rundown dining room with just rotting meat. The hallway was nothing special, to be honest, and led nowhere. At the end of the hallway, near the laundry room, it looked like someone piled up a bunch of wood to block off entry to the hallway. After dashing through the dining room and kitchen, avoiding the smell, and accidentally knocking a chair over, it was time to go upstairs. It was the only place I could go. As I was walking up, though, I had a feeling that someone was watching me. I turned around, but nobody was there. I finally went up the stairs and tried to decide where to go, the left hallway or the right. Suddenly, I heard an all too familiar voice. "Hey, Jerasim, guess who?" I froze instantly. It was Frederick on the other side of the hallway. I said, "Are you going to run away from me this time?" And he said, "Now why would I do that? You know I'd never run away." And I responded with, "Listen, Frederick, how do you keep coming back?" I heard no response from Frederick for a while. And Frederick said, "Well, I have some people who work for me. They do my dirty work and try to kill you." And snapped back with, "But anyway, how did you get here?" And I said, "There was an address listed in 2 episodes of season 2, and I just went to whatever that was." And Frederick said, "It looks like I shouldn't have put that address in. It would have made the authorities' search more fun. For me, that is." I wondered if I could talk Frederick out of killing me. I said, "Listen, Frederick, why do you kill people?" And he cheerfully replied, "Well, it depends on who I killed. If it was a worker of Happy Happy, it was because I wanted Happy Happy to be more mature, but those employees and managers wouldn't let me. Now that they're all dead, I went after your fans, and I'll soon go to you." I was about to say that John Tresty, Jim Forrester, and Tristan Drews were still alive, but I stopped, probably because Frederick killed them already, except for Forrester. I said, "Well, you don't have to kill people just because they ruined your show, or should I say magnum opus." Frederick took out his blood-stained scimitar knife and said, "Do not make fun of my show. I bet you don't have the balls to make another comment." "Well, do it." Sighing, I said, "You should have been happy that your show aired and got decent ratings. Look at some of the shows that only air a few episodes before being canceled." Frederick put away the knife and said, "Hey, you're right. I should have been more happy about the show." I was relieved to finally have corrected Frederick. But I still love my lifestyle. I love killing people, evading cops, and most of all, stalking you. Oh, the joys. I knew that Frederick was mentally insane. It would be hard to stop his ways. "Frederick, have you ever wanted to be successful?" Frederick said, "Yes, at covering up Happy Happy forever. I don't need your help because I'm doing it just fine." I said, "No, I mean having a successful life." He shut up, before replying with, "Well, yeah, who wouldn't want one?" I cringed before saying, "Well, because you've, to put it best, up your chances of having a successful life." Frederick was offended. He pulled the knife out again and said in a louder tone, "Why the hell would you say that?" Sighing again, I said, "Because 1, you killed a lot of people and the cops are looking for you. 2, if you're caught, you're going to jail forever or put on death row." Frederick finally knew that I was trying to tell him that because of his actions, he's never going to have a successful life. He finally broke free of his other personality. He said, "Oh my god, I can't believe I built my life. I really can't. If it wasn't for my mental illness..." Frederick sat down on the stairs and put his head in his left hand. "Listen, Frederick, you don't have a choice. One day you will go to jail and you will die there." Frederick said, "Go. Just go. I don't care about life anymore. I'd rather kill myself than be put to the electric chair or lethal injection." I said, "Listen, Frederick, you could probably start a new life by changing your identity and moving to South America. But you'll get arrested one day, so it's a checkmate now." Finally, he said, "Listen, before I kill myself, I want to show you my true face." I said, sure." And Frederick took off his mask. I saw a skinny, pale face with various scars, and hair that was ripped out at random spots. It was none other than Frederick. Frederick said, "Well, Jerasim, it looks like it's time to go. I'm sorry for killing everyone related to Happy Happy. I'm now going to make the survivor's world a lot safer." He got his scimitar knife and jammed it into his throat, effectively killing himself. I felt depressed that I couldn't save Frederick from his mental illness. I checked his body for anything related to him. In his jacket, I found some interesting things. I found a couple of knives with dried blood on them and a folded sheet of paper. Reading it, I found that 9 people had worked for Frederick. After taking the paper and his gas mask, I left the house and went to my car to get back home, but leaving my shotgun, katana, and knife behind. Well, this is it. I can't believe I have to stop posting on this blog, but I must stop posting on Happy Happy because I pretty much did everything related to the show. I watched seasons 1 and 2, killed the show's insane director, and even went to the studios where it was filmed. However, that does not mean that the search for answers is over. If you look hard enough, you can find the answers to the unexplained questions that relate to Happy Happy. Now you might be wondering two things. What will I do, and what will I regret when I quit posting on Happy Happy? Well, I will actually open another blog, which will be a short-lived one that talks about Fry House Screamers. Remember that? Now, what will I regret when I quit posting on this blog? Absolutely nothing. I just want to never see this show again. I'm sorry for leaving this blog, but I must part ways for now. See you soon. Gerasim Vasily Yakovlev. P.S. I haven't explained something. How did the episodes get on Noggin? You see, not all of them did. Only a select few aired before the show was cancelled. How the others came about, I don't know. Maybe Frederick, after Happy Happy was cancelled, made new episodes which were more low budget and gorier. PPS? Here's a question I'm going to answer. Where's the playground? You see, they did film the playground scenes at a real playground in Colorado. The only scenes that were filmed in the studio were any scenes other than the playground. They had two vans for Happy. The first was a miniature and the second was an actual van. After the scene in the Happy Happy movie, they bought a new van. After the part in Happy's Rising with the grenade, a new black one was bought, and that's all I could find out. Second post. Here are the contents of the list that I first mentioned. There's 10 names, meaning that 4 have either been killed or arrested, 2 have been injured, and 4 have unknown fates. My followers and helpers. John Wilkinson's fate is unknown. Oh no. Blythe Underwood is arrested. Kenny Spooner was killed by Gerasim when he blew his head off. Shane Rogerson is dead, possibly cause of death by structural collapse of studio. Willie Batts is injured, had his arm chopped off. Dudley Franken. Nathan Jakeman. He posed as me when I tricked Gerasim into thinking I'm a sane employee. He didn't come, however. Fox Garner. Milton Barrett was shot in the stomach while he was with Kenny, but escaped. Mervyn Payton. November 10th, 2011. The man who uploaded the 3 interviews closed his account on YouTube, but he has given me one last interview, which is with Ray Bolia, aka Danny. Ray Bolia? Keep it quick, please. I still have nightmares about what Frederick had done to me. How were you involved with Happy Happy? Well, it all started in a town called Alma, Colorado. I was living there peacefully until one day I was kidnapped by Frederick. How did this happen? It was 1999. Happy Happy had just been cancelled, and all employees were fired. The director who was charged with the crime had moved to Alma, where he lived under a new identity. How did you get kidnapped? When I was 7, I was being babysat by my mother's friend. Late in the night, the man kidnapped me without leaving a trace. Where were you taken? I was taken to a house that had the shape of a barn. It had tinted windows, 3 floors, and a cellar. It was also dark blue. There, Frederick filmed more episodes of The Sick Show. How did you escape Frederick? After filming Happy Rots in Hell at his house, an anonymous person tipped the police, saying that the kidnapper of me, Miranda, Abigail, and some other kids, was living in the dark blue house outside of town. So the police broke into the house and saved the 4 of us. Frederick ran away, though, which I find stupid. He needs to be found and killed for what he's done to me. Sorry, I get too carried away. Last question for now. What happened to Frederick? He became a creature known as Forensic. July 15th, 2012. As soon as you've seen this post, you're now either asking this or about to comment with something like this. Where the hell have you been? Well, the easiest answer I can say is that I basically decided to stop caring about Happy Happy. There are 2 reasons why. The first is that some members of Frederick's group, to put it in simple terms, are still seeking revenge. The second is that there's nothing left to say about the show anymore. During the time I was gone, I went back to my family in Perm, Russia, and sometime later this month,
Sports by Sport Powered.
Mobile gaming has changed a lot over the years, going from producing absolute classics to whatever this is. There is no doubt that a lot of people grew up on mobile games, and since the App Store's launch in 2008, millions of people have channeled their creativity in order to produce their own games. And between all of these games that were ever released, there's bound to be some that fall through the cracks and get lost to time. Today, we're talking about some of those games and how they became lost and eventually, years later, were actually found. Oh boy, I haven't talked about this one in a long time. Charlie the Steak was pretty much the reason I got into Lost Media in the first place. So many people were interested in the search and a great community was built around it. For those who don't know, Charlie the Steak is an interactive, quote-unquote, stress reliever game. It's kind of similar to the talking games we've covered in the past, such as Talking Tom and Talking Ben, but with a much more gory twist. Your goal in this game is pretty much to torture this steak as much as humanly possible, and doing so gives you meatballs which you can use to unlock further levels. When this game was released, it wasn't really met with a lot of popularity. It stayed pretty obscure until it pretty much dwindled off the face of the planet. But around this time, a meme started surfacing in which a photo of Charlie was being coupled with the song Vacation by Dirty Heads. I personally never saw this meme until I knew who Charlie the Steak was, but quite a lot of other people saw this meme, and they started questioning where this steak character was from. And that's when they came across some photos and screenshots of Charlie the Steak on the internet. So naturally, people went to the App Store to try to install the game, and found nothing. This is pretty much what sparked the search for Charlie the Steak. Multiple people, including myself, were making videos about it, trying to bring the game to the attention of as many people as possible, and it worked. We ended up getting the attention of pretty much the best person in this situation, which was the original creator of the game. Now here's the issue. A big part of why so many mobile games are lost today is because of a single iOS update. iOS 11 removed support for 32-bit applications in favor of 64-bit apps, and any developer whose apps were 32-bit needed to update their app or it would be removed from the App Store. Apple gave developers a couple of years to do this, but by 2021, every 32-bit app was completely removed from the App Store. What's interesting is the fact that the number of apps on the App Store actually peaked in 2017 at 2.2 million apps. But by the time 2021 rolled around, there were only 1.8 million apps on the App Store. This means that over the course of those few years, Apple removed more than 400,000 apps from the App Store. So you can imagine how many of these apps are just completely lost to this day. There's also the issue of when a developer is no longer making money from their apps. You see, if you want to develop and upload your own app to the App Store, you need an Apple developer account, which costs $99 per year. To some that may seem like a lot, and to some that may not seem like very much, but when a developer isn't getting that many downloads on their app, there's really no reason for them to keep paying for it. And once you stop paying for it, any apps you've uploaded to the App Store will be taken down. Until you start paying again, of course. A combination of these two situations is what caused Charlie the Steak to become lost in the first place. Not only was it a 32-bit app, but the developer just stopped paying for the Apple developer account. But once word got around that the app was gaining popularity, the developer reinstated their Apple account and updated Charlie the Steak to work on 64-bit devices, allowing people to install the game again and rendering it fully found. The next two games are pretty related to each other. We're talking about Talking Patrick and Talking SpongeBob. What's so unique about these games is the fact that we really weren't even fully sure that they existed. The only proof we had of their existence were a couple of screenshots on the internet and a single YouTube video from 12 years ago.
We are doing an iPhone app review for Talking Patrick. So, Patrick, you can shake him violently, make him laugh, make him say random things.
Trickster, you are one smart shopper.
And, you could also record and play the things that you made him.
Will there be nachos there?
That's my recording. And plus you can record by using the record button or hit back to go back to the shaking thingies.
This video was uploaded by CK the Frog on YouTube in 2012, and the video today has over 2 million views. Once it became apparent that this game was lost, people started flooding to the comment section of this video and asking the creator if they still had access to the Apple account that this game was on. And this is the response we got. Those looking for the app, don't bother asking me for it. I don't have it or the Apple account anymore. I moved on to Android and got rid of all my Apple stuff. Good day. So that was pretty much a dead end, and all hope was lost until a person by the name of Waffle Guy 3610, nice name by the way, came along claiming that they actually had the Talking Patrick app on their old iPhone. Obviously this was great news, but there were a couple of issues. You see, when you go to extract and upload an IPA file for others to use, you need to either jailbreak your device or use a method to decrypt the IPA file. Not everyone knows how to do this, and the first time that the IPA file was quote-unquote found, it was actually still encrypted, and so no one could really use it. It was pretty much just a random file and anything could have been on it. But some very helpful people were able to get in contact with Waffle Guy and help him decrypt the app so that everyone was able to download it and play it for themselves. In a very similar fashion, Talking SpongeBob was also found in the same way that Talking Patrick's found, by the same person as well. But for some reason, Talking Patrick was a lot more popular and sought after, so Talking SpongeBob was just kind of an extra. Our final app for this video is Talking Annoying Orange. This game was developed by a company called Gigabyte Solutions. And as far as we know, the real Annoying Orange company had nothing to do with this game's development. The main reason we know of this game's existence was because of a gameplay review from the channel Crazy Mike Apps, in which he pretty much played through the entire game, but other than that, information about this game was very scarce. Now, while we were never able to find the app ourselves, 2 prototype versions of the app were actually discovered. The gameplay will be playing in the background, but these apps were different from the version that was in Crazy Mike's video, but they were clearly from the same developer. So I made a video on TikTok about the prototypes, and after that, nothing else was found about the game for months. Until very recently, when one of my viewers looked the game up on the App Store and suddenly it was back under the name Talking Orange. And lo and behold, the developer was Gigabyte Solutions. Now, this was obviously not something that we just missed previously, like we didn't forget to check the App Store. What probably happened was the developers stopped paying for their Apple developer account, and so their entire collection of apps was taken down from the App Store. But at some point in recent time, probably in the last month or two, they got the idea to start paying for the account again, which put all of their apps back up. Now, we haven't heard a word from these developers, and we really don't have a way to reach them, so we have no idea what inspired them to do this, but it's certainly a very interesting way for lost media to get found. It pretty much just found itself, and it saved us a lot of work. Now, I'm sure this game probably still violates some type of copyright law, and it's probably the reason they changed the name from Talking Annoying Orange to just Talking Orange, probably to avoid getting sued by the Annoying Orange company. So let me know what you guys thought about these apps, and if you liked this video, make sure to drop a like and subscribe. It really helps me out a lot. Also, comment down below which lost apps would you like me to cover next. See ya!
ChatGPT cannot replace your energy provider. AI cannot replace the planes that we fly on. So as we think about the longer-term implications of AI, there are a number of drivers that we believe could make real assets an increasingly important and powerful diversifier within portfolios. Firstly, we think we could see an increase in the relative value of assets that cannot easily be replaced by AI. A key disruptor of the whole AI revolution is its potential or ability to replace or replicate human intelligence, and in so doing potentially dramatically change companies whose business models have a high reliance on human labor. In this way, it's quite similar to other major economic transitions like the Industrial Revolution. So on a relative value basis, it's therefore probable that asset classes which cannot easily be reproduced or displaced by AI, may increase in value. Real assets such as energy infrastructure, networks, real estate, transport hubs like airports cannot be replaced by AI. ChatGPT cannot replace your energy provider in order to have an electricity supply to your home. AI cannot replace the planes that we fly on. Secondly, AI infrastructure enabling stocks, especially those solving key pinch points in development and construction, could continue to rise in value as they unlock and accelerate the broader AI value chain. Not only are many of these real asset sectors largely unreproducible, but they are in many cases central to the success of AI itself, particularly areas like power generation, grids, and data centers. As the build-out of these assets unblocks growth obstacles to AI, we could therefore see relative value rewarded in markets. And one final observation concerns the extent to which real asset owning companies can themselves benefit from AI technology. When we consider sectors such as real estate or transportation, these are business models with thousands of available data points on any given day, be that traffic volumes, leasing activity, or tenant financial health and performance. Driving outperformance for these asset owners, such as the ones that we invest into, will be enhanced by those that optimize where and how they operate their assets and where they deploy additional capital. AI tech applications will therefore become a powerful edge for the companies that can harness its capabilities, and we look for businesses that not only have unreproducible assets, but also recognize the outperformance that can be achieved through that operational excellence. We think that all of these conditions, combined with the most favorable macro backdrop since probably 2021 or 2022, positions real assets as an increasingly important allocation for investors as the AI age develops and matures. For more information, please visit guinnessgi.com.
Mobile games are a treasure trove for lost media. Millions of apps have been released since the launch of the App Store in 2008, over 15 years ago, and subsequently tens of thousands and maybe even hundreds of thousands of mobile apps are currently lost today. I'm covering some of the most prominent lost mobile games, and some of which I personally played back in the day. So many of you guys loved the last video, so we're back with more lost mobile games. This time we have a really good selection, and you might even remember playing some of these lost games. Make sure to drop a like and subscribe so I can keep making more of these, and without further ado, let's get into it. Our first app is quite famous, but despite this, it has remained lost for over 15 years. This is I Am Rich. I Am Rich was a joke app that released right around when the App Store first launched. The developer of the app, Armin Heinrich, made the app after he saw iPhone users complaining about apps priced over 99 cents. So he priced the app at $999.99. The app is quite useless, and all it does is show you a glowing red gem and an icon that, when pressed, displays the following message: I am rich, I deserve it, I am good, healthy, and successful. He even spelled deserve wrong. Armin never expected anyone to buy the app, and it was only up for less than a day before Apple took it down. But 8 unlucky people bought the app before it was taken down, and 2 people ended up refunding the app, which means that there are only 6 people on Earth who have the app tied to an Apple account. Now, just to remind you, this was back in 2008, so the likelihood of these people even still having the accounts to this day is super slim. Now, even though the app was taken off of the App Store, if you purchase an app, it still stays available for you to download on your Apple account. But because we have no idea who these 6 people are, it is really hard to track them down. And even if we did find them, we'd have to get them to dump the IPA file. Now, if you go to Google right now and look up the IPA file, you're gonna find a couple of results. I'm certain that these results are fake just because of the sheer improbability of someone actually coming across the IPA file. And also because of the simplicity of the app. You see, someone could have just recreated it and uploaded it for others to use. And that's likely what happened. It's really not a complex app, so a novice coder can just remake it. The archive page for the supposed app was created in 2022, which makes it even more suspicious because Why would they just randomly find the app 14 years later and quietly make an archive page? But yeah, there are 6 lucky Apple accounts out there that have this app tied to them, and I guess we'll never know who they are. But they're probably really rich in order to spend $1,000 in an app, especially back in 2008, you know, with the whole economic recession thing. Having $1,000 to spend on a useless app and not refunding it is pretty crazy. Our next app is from a franchise you likely recognize. We're talking about Bendy in Nightmare Run. This was a spin-off of the Bendy and the Ink Machine games made for mobile. It was released on Android and iOS in 2018, but was unfortunately removed from the App Store because the developers behind the app, Joey Drew Studios, were sued by a company called Fat Mojo. It was removed from the App Store around 1 to 2 years ago, and the thing is, the IPA file has been found and dumped multiple times. The problem comes in the fact that the levels in the game are downloaded from servers and need internet access. Because the game and the servers were taken down, you can't even get past the tutorial on this game, even if you have the IPA file downloaded. This is a problem that plagues a couple of other games, such as Avo, which you guys probably recognize, and I'll talk about it in another video, but basically, a lot of games rely on downloading more data from their company servers, and when these servers go down, there is virtually no way to play these games. It is possibly the most annoying form of lost media because there's really nothing you can do about it. No matter how much you search, you're just not gonna find it. I think I remember playing this game at one point in time, so it's kind of a bummer that it's gone. I mean, it had a pretty cool art style and some nice gameplay, so maybe one day the servers will go back up. Because unlike Avo, the company behind Bendy is still alive and kicking. They just had a legal issue regarding the game.
AWS AI is moving business forward. It's how Audi takes vehicles from concept to customer. Delivers real-time match insights to Bundesliga fans. And how small businesses grow online with GoDaddy. How will AI revolutionize your business? AWS AI is how.
Our next game is one that you have to remember playing. This is Angry Grand Run. It was a pretty popular game that I personally played, and it was released around 2013. A couple of years after its release, the company behind the game took it down and replaced it with a 3D version. This was basically just a Subway Surfers knockoff. I mean, it plays and looks very similar. And this was kind of sad to see because they turned a unique game into just another piece of shovelware. Still, the game had a little bit of popularity, and it is still on the App Store to this day. But that's the 3D version, and we want the original 2D version. Now, the IPA file for this game was supposedly found in 2022, but the uploader of the IPA had uploaded an encrypted version of the game, which was basically entirely useless and only playable on the device that the IPA was extracted from. An encrypted IPA file is basically just a bunch of jumbled up code, and no one can decrypt it other than the person who uploaded the file. So that was a dead end. But in late 2024, someone who had the game previously installed on their Apple account managed to extract and decrypt the file for everyone to play. I'm sure at least some of you remember playing this game, because I could not have possibly been the only person to play this back in the day. I have a lot of memories with this game, and it was super fun. Last but not least, our final game for this episode, It's Fred. It's Fred was an iOS-only game released in 2012 based on one of the most popular YouTubers at the time, Fred Figglehorn. Some of you may not know Fred, but he was actually the first ever YouTuber to reach 1 million subscribers, and he did it in 2009. Because of his popularity and an animated series that was being made about him, a company called Thruster Games came up to him and proposed to make a game for him based on the animated series that he had at the time.
What am I doing? Well, I'm just playing the new Fred app.
I should start a charity for squirrels.
And just when you thought throwing Fred around his house and hearing his mom yell at him wasn't fun enough, there's a dance-off section.
The app was priced at 99 cents, and it was this simple 3D adventure game in which you work to defeat a boss called Kevin. The game was pretty much just made to promote the show, and it was very silly, and it was taken off of the App Store not long after its release, and it really only supported up to the iPhone 4. Thing is, a lot of the earlier mobile games were not free, they were paid. Because I guess at the time, people really didn't see any other way of making money from mobile games. so a lot of developers decided to make their apps cost money. Now, obviously, later on, in-game ads became a thing, and most games that you can download from the App Store are free today. But the paid apps bring somewhat of an issue to the topic of lost media, because not everyone is willing to spend even just $1 on a phone game. But luckily, we did find one person who was willing to spend that money at the time, and that was Supreme Cheese. And in December of 2024, the game was found and uploaded to archive.org. So now, all of the 4 remaining Fred fans can rest easy, knowing that the game is no longer lost media. So that was all of the games for this video. I tried to include a couple of games from your suggestions, and I will keep doing that in the future. So if you have any games you'd like me to cover next, then leave a comment down below, as well as liking and subscribing, because it helps a lot more than you think. Anyways, thank you for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next video. See ya! It seems like you guys can't get enough lost media, so I'm back here with a third part of mobile game lost media. In this part, I'm covering some of the most requested games from the comments, along with a couple games that you might remember from your childhood. So make sure to like, subscribe, and comment which game you'd like me to cover next, and let's get into it. If you were a kid back in 2019 and you watched FGTV, then you definitely remember this game. This is Avo by Playdio, and it was this interactive augmented reality puzzle game in which you beat the different stages by using your finger to move Avo, the avocado, around. FGTV's video on the game ended up garnering over 32 million views, which instantly skyrocketed the game's popularity. Eventually, though, around 4 years later in 2023, the company behind Avo, Playdio, wasn't making enough money and decided to file for bankruptcy. You know, this is kind of normal. Not every company lasts forever, so after the company shut down, they took down all of their apps with them. This made it so that Avo could no longer be downloaded from the App Store. So one would think that all we'd have to do is get someone who already had the app downloaded and tell them to extract the IPA file for everyone to download. I wish it was that simple, but unfortunately, that was not the case. After I made a TikTok about the game, someone actually came out and extracted the IPA file so that we could all download it. And to be honest, it looked super promising. I remember loading up the game and actually being able to play it, but that was only for the first level. You see, by the time I got to the second level, that's when I realized what the problem was. This game is structured into levels, and only the first level of the game was actually free to play. The rest of the levels had to be purchased and downloaded from a server. The thing is, with lost games, is that we usually can get around the in-app purchases one way or another, but in this case, even if you did buy the extra levels, you would still have to download them. And with the company being shut down, there are no servers to download the extra levels from. So while this game is not entirely lost, 8 out of the 9 levels in the game are impossible to download, rendering it mostly lost to this day, 6 years later. I think we're all familiar with the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise, as well as the creator behind them, Scott Cawthon. But Five Nights at Freddy's wasn't the first game he made. He actually had a lot of game projects prior to ever making FNAF. Most of these were mobile games that later received PC ports. There's honestly a lot of games that I could cover, but it would make for its own video, so I'm really just picking out one. And the one that stood out to me the most was Fighter Mage Bard. This game was released in early 2014, a few months before the release date of the first FNAF game. There's really not much information regarding this game on the internet, but there is a gameplay video out there which you can see playing in the background. And you can just see how much Scott Cawthon's style was already solidified going into the first FNAF game. He really loved that CRT old school kind of look. This game was released for iOS, and funnily enough, it was also released for Windows Phone. Both of these versions are completely lost and there's pretty much no trace of them to this day. And if you were curious enough to look it up online, you might find an archive page for an APK file of the game. But I'm warning you, do not download it because the game was never released on Android, so the APK file is completely fake. In late 2015, the game was actually reskinned and presented as FNAF World Halloween Edition, as sort of an early version of FNAF World. But if you ever played FNAF World, you know this game has nothing to do with it.
Hello, Isaac. Play my music.
Our next game is quite a peculiar one. This is Rabbids Arby's Rush. A lot of you might know the Rabbids franchise for their Nintendo games, but they actually had a few mobile games developed as well. One of these being Rabbids Arby's Rush, which was a collab between the Rabbids franchise and Arby's out of every single company on Earth. It was a Subway Surfers style game in which you played as a rabbit inside of an Arby's. Yeah, a very weird combo, I know. Though the exact date of when the game was taken down is unknown, it was likely taken down around 2020 or 2021. While the game itself was a very interesting collab between two unexpected companies, the gameplay itself was nothing too crazy. As you can see on the screen, they really were just trying to cash in on the Subway Surfers trend. The game's life was short-lived, only being around for just over a year or two, so it's clear that it probably did not get much attention despite the Rabbids franchise being quite popular. Despite this, the game was actually found a few months ago by Dipper Gaming. You may or may not recognize the name Dipper Gaming, but he was actually one of the people that helped archive Charlie the Steak, and he had helped us get the IPA file for it, so he's done quite a bit for Lost Mobile Games. Anyways, this game was a pretty cool find, and it's quite interesting, so let me know if you ever played this. Our next game is a highly requested one. This is Zoob. Zoob was a video messaging platform and they had a web-based and iOS and Android version. The app was available from October 2011 all the way until April 2017. The main use for this app was recording voice messages which would be sent back to you via a 3D animated character. Zoob actually ended up collaborating with a lot of popular franchises including characters from Pac-Man, the Smurfs, Cut the Rope, and even Ice Age, which were all completely legal and licensed. So Zoob was the real deal. It was around 2015 when the popularity for Zoob picked up and people started making memes out of the videos that the app produced.
Excuse me, what's the actual...
I truly did not realize the sheer amount of memes that made their way over to modern social media like TikTok that originated from Zoob. It's actually kind of insane just the number of memes that I'm like, wait a minute, I recognize this. And I only recently found out that they originated from this app. So this app might have been more influential than I originally thought. As I said before, Zoob had a website version and an app version. And when the website version was shut down in 2017, it displayed this message when you tried to open the website. But even trying to access older versions of the website using the Wayback Machine proved to be unsuccessful. The Zoob APK file was actually found, but it seems like the app requires you to connect to the Zoob servers. And when you try to run the Zoob APK today, you're greeted with this message, telling you to check your internet connection and to try again later. Zoob left a pretty big impact on the social media space, and the likely reason that it was shut down so suddenly in 2017 was probably that all of the licensing costs were way too expensive, since they were licensing characters from some of the biggest movies and games at the time. I personally never used the app, and I really didn't hear about it until recently because of you guys, but it seems a lot of you loved the app back in the day and it really resonated with you, so I decided to add it to this video. Anyways, let me know what you thought about these lost games, and if you could drop a like and subscribe, that would really help a lot, as well as commenting which lost games you would like me to cover next, because I really do read the comments, and 3 out of the 4 games I covered today were actually from the comment section suggested by you guys, so there's a likely chance that the game you suggest will be mentioned in my next video. So yeah, comment down below. See ya!
Welcome aboard the new Barbie Dream Plane. It's toys. Departing to Malibu. Prepare for takeoff. And buckle up with the Barbie Style You Create doll. Take off on exciting adventures and see a whole new world of imagination with the new Barbie Dream Plane.
Free delivery on orders over £20.
Mobile gaming has revolutionized the way that millions of people play games, introducing new genres of games and making games more accessible to everyone around the world. Mobile games have existed since the very first mobile phones ever came out, and the space has changed and gone through many eras through the last couple of decades. And with this much change in the industry, hundreds of thousands of games have come and gone, with many of them becoming lost media. That's right, welcome to the 4th part of the mobile game lost media series. Today we've got some fun ones, and I'm sure you'll recognize a couple of these games. Before we get started, if you have any suggestions for games I should cover in future videos, please leave them in the comment section down below, because I do read the comments and it's very likely that the game you suggest will be included in my next video. But without further ado, let's get into it. Starting off with our first game on the list, Five Nights at Freddy's AR. This was a mobile game spin-off of the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise that made use of augmented reality technologies to turn your house into a Five Nights at Freddy's map. The aim of the game is basically to fend off the animatronics that walked around your house through various methods like zapping them or shining a flashlight in their face. This game was quite interesting because it was the first Five Nights at Freddy's game that was truly designed for mobile, and it wasn't just a port of a PC game. It was only made for the phone, and it took advantage of features like the gyroscope and the camera to give you an immersive augmented reality experience. This game launched in 2019 and was unfortunately taken down in 2024. The problem with this game was that it relied heavily on an internet connection, and it needed to connect with the servers to download content. With the game being taken down, its servers were also taken down along with it. This means that even if you were to get the APK or IPA files for Android or iPhone respectively, you would not be able to use them, as most of the content of the game would be unavailable. This renders the game mostly lost, as there is really no way for most people to access the game. It's quite a shame though, since this game was a pretty cool twist on the franchise. I personally played the game back in 2020 and I thought it was pretty fun, but I didn't really play it for that long, so if you did, let me know what you think about Five Nights at Freddy's AR. The next game on the list is one that a lot of people should recognize. This is Minecraft Story Mode for mobile. I'm sure we all know what Minecraft Story Mode is. It was a very popular game back in the mid-2010s, and pretty much every Minecraft YouTuber was either playing it or talking about it at the time. It was basically the Minecraft movie before the Minecraft movie. But anyways, this game actually had a mobile port, and it pretty much lasted as long as the other versions of the game lasted, coming out at around the same time and getting removed from the App Store in 2019. Now the thing is, when Telltale Games, the creators behind Minecraft Story Mode, ended support for the game, they ended it it for all platforms, so it pretty much became lost on every platform for a while. But on mobile, it remained lost the longest because it was more difficult to archive than other versions. It wasn't until 7 months ago, around 5 years after the game was taken down, that the game was actually successfully archived for both Android and iOS. Like Five Nights at Freddy's AR, this game required online downloads, but with the way that the developers set it up, it was much easier for players who had previously installed all the episodes and content from the game to archive it and upload it to the internet. Now, the process of actually getting the game on your device is more difficult than just installing an IPA or APK file. You actually have to go into the folders of your system and paste different files in different locations. Despite this, I'm glad that the game was archived, but now that I think about it, I remember a Netflix version existing as well. Now, that one is definitely lost because I don't think you can really archive Netflix games, but let me know if you played Minecraft Story Mode, specifically on mobile. I will admit, the next game is not really lost media, but I came across it while I was researching for this video, and it really brought me back, so I thought I'd mention it. This is Tasty Planet. It's a game where you basically start as a bacteria that is meant to serve as a cleaning solution. And the way you clean is by eating dirt and other particles. The thing is, the scientist who invented you did not realize that you would get bigger each time you ate something, and at one point you get so big that you eat the entire world. This game came out around 2011, and some of you, if you're old enough, may remember playing this game. Me personally, I did not play the mobile version as a kid. I actually remember playing the desktop version, which you can find today on those sketchy game websites like Pokey. I must admit, it is starting to show its age, but it's got me thinking of a new series that would be called something like Forgotten Mobile Games, or just Forgotten Games in general, in which I talk about some old but not necessarily lost games. So let me know what you guys think about that idea down below. Is this a series you'd be interested in seeing? But yeah, I just thought I'd share this game, and back to the lost media.
What goes through our minds?
Memories. If I could use more than one word for memories, it would be about creating memories. Because when you ask somebody where they got jewelry, they'll tell you a whole story. What I love about jewelry is how entwined our products become in people's life's journey.
Our next and final lost game is Skylanders Lost Islands. Now, the name is kind of ironic, but this game was one of the many Skylanders mobile games that Activision ended up publishing in order to promote their franchise. If you don't know, Skylanders was a Toys to Life game franchise that started in 2011 and ended in 2016. You would basically grab these toy figurines called Skylanders and place them on a portal that was connected to your console, and this would bring the toys to life inside the game. Now, this was pretty mind-blowing to a lot of kids at the time, and it still is pretty cool, but because of the success of this franchise, Activision decided to expand to the mobile space, creating some spin-offs of the Skylanders games and even porting a couple of full Skylanders games onto the iPad. But today, we're talking about Skylanders Lost Islands. The main plot of this game is that some people got their village destroyed by the main villain, Chaos, and you had to help them build the village back up. It was very much in line with a trend in mobile gaming at the time, which were these kind of village building games. A lot, and I mean a lot of different franchises were joining this trend and making their own versions of these games themed to fit their own franchises. I remember playing a game similar to this one that was about Shrek, and another one that was about Smurfs. I actually found the games I was talking about. It was Smurfs Village and Shrek's Fairy Tale Kingdom. And interestingly enough, Smurfs Village was actually the highest grossing iPhone game in 2010, beating Angry Birds. So yeah, I mean, I guess the games were pretty popular. But why is Shrek making that face? So naturally, Skylanders got their turn, and in 2012, Skylanders Lost Islands was released. Gameplay-wise, it wasn't really similar to the other Skylanders games, and it was, in every meaning of the word, a spin-off, but it had its own charm and a community that loved the game. But unfortunately, in 2017, the game was removed from the App Store and support for the game ended. But if I know anything about the Skylanders community, it's that they will fight for their franchise. And so, in 2023, 6 years after the game was taken down, the game was successfully archived and you can now play it once again. As far as I know, the game is fully playable on BlueStacks, which is an Android emulator, and I believe it's also playable on Android phones, but I'm not too sure about iPhone. You may need to jailbreak your device in order to get it to work. But it's great to see that the game is back up and running for a lot of people. If there's anything we've learned from this video and the past mobile game lost media videos, it's that a lot of the times that mobile games became lost, it's because the companies behind them ended support for them, which kinda sucks. But anyways, let me know what you guys thought about these lost mobile games. Have you played any of them, or do you remember seeing someone else playing any of them? If so, let me know down in the comments below, and also leave a comment with any recommendations of games you'd like me to cover in the next video. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe, it would really help me out a lot. See ya! After the App Store's launch in 2008, people started realizing that they could create anything they imagined and put it on the App Store for others to download. And in the last 17 years, millions of apps have been published on the App Store. Hundreds of thousands of those apps were removed from the App Store at one point or another, but today, around 4 million apps still stand on the App Store, with over 1 million of them being games. But what happened to the thousands of apps that were removed? Well, a lot of them were archived and shared as IPA files, but others completely disappeared and became lost media. Today, I'm covering some of the most interesting examples of mobile game lost media, so let's get into it. Sick Bricks was a Toys to Life game created by Spin Master, and you've probably seen this logo before since they're responsible for creating many childhood toys. They aim to replicate the success that games from the Toys to Life era had, such as Skylanders, but with a unique twist, and while making the toys more affordable and eliminating the $70 starter pack you needed to even start playing the other Toys to Life games. The game was free to play with the option to buy toys and integrate them into the game world. The figures looked a lot like Legos and could be mix and match to create a unique character combination with different combinations of abilities. The camera would then scan the figures and add them into the game. The game takes place in Sick City, which was under attack by an evil organization run by Overlord Omega. It featured a top-down view where you could tap to move your characters and attack enemies. This game was super accessible to many because a large portion of it was free, and also it didn't require any NFC technology like other Toys to Life games from that time. While other Toys to Life games required a scanner or a portal to work, this one just needed your camera. The launch of Sick Bricks was not unsuccessful, but sales were not as high as Spin Master expected. The Sick Bricks toys stopped production in late 2015, but remained in stores around a year after that, mostly in clearance aisles. What is quite admirable, however, is the fact that the Sick Bricks app remained functional all the way until 2020, when the servers for the app were shut down and the app was removed from the App Store. Even if the IPA or the APK file for the game was found, it would be pretty difficult for the game to actually get to a playable state since the servers are offline, and the game needs to download a lot of information off of the servers, so it's pretty much unplayable until you connect. However, this is one of the cases where I am hopeful it could be found if someone who has a fully downloaded version of the game can dump it for others to play. After doing some research, I found that there are some people interested in bringing the game back, mostly on Reddit, but unfortunately it seems like there isn't enough interest to get a full archival effort going. This game has been on the tip of my tongue for so many years, and when I finally remembered it actually existed and it was a real game and not just a figment of my imagination, I was ecstatic. Only to later realize that the game is lost media. Anyways, let me know if you've played Sick Bricks before, and if you have, do you still have the toys from the game? On January 3rd, 2013, a video from the channel Thinker titled 14-year-old prodigy programmer dreams in code was published. This video made the rounds across YouTube and other social media and ended up amassing over 12 million views. The video documents a 14-year-old kid by the name of Santiago Gonzalez who was pretty much a genius. He knew over 12 programming languages by heart, and he graduated high school and started college in the 6th grade. And he also finished his master's degree in computer science by the age of 17. Now, you might be wondering what this has to do with mobile game lost media, so just give me a second, I'll get to it. You see, Santiago had created games for the iPhone, iPad, and Mac. At the time that this video was released, he had created over 15 apps for the iPad, mostly consisting of games. He claims his games had thousands of downloads, and considering each one of them cost at least 99 cents, that's a pretty decent number of downloads. Today, all of his apps are long gone from the App Store with pretty much no trace of them whatsoever. And this is like the only clip we have of what games he actually developed, along with minimal gameplay from this same video. Now, there's a chance he didn't remove the apps from the App Store himself and Apple actually did it for him. Because in 2017, with the release of iOS 11, Apple dropped support for all 32-bit apps. And pretty much any apps that were not updated to 64-bit by that time were completely deleted. Well, not deleted completely, but removed from the App Store. And that could possibly explain why the apps are gone, since the video is 12 years old. And so they were probably taken down sometime in 2017. I also remember seeing MLG edits of this specific video back in the day, but those are pretty much completely gone from YouTube as well. I tried looking everywhere for them, and I know my memory is not failing me here. Those MLG videos definitely existed, and I remember like the frog and everything. So please, if you're seeing this video and you also saw the same MLG video, please let me know in the comments down below. Because I cannot be the only one who actually remembers seeing this video and the memes that came out of it. So please let me know in the comments if you know what I'm talking about. Today, Santiago is a machine learning research engineer at Apple, working at the intersection of computer vision and natural language. I don't know what any of that means. But good for him, he's always wanted to work at Apple, and I guess he achieved his dream. So yeah, shout out Santiago. Bloxworld is a game that is very near and dear to my heart. It was a sandbox building game that is quite similar in concept to Roblox, but it was still quite unique. Instead of requiring a separate program on PC to create your own games, Bloxworld had an engine built into the app itself that was super accessible and easy to use, so much so that even little kids could create their own games with ease. It also had something that Roblox doesn't really have to this day, which is a robust physics engine completely built into the game. Without any coding whatsoever, users could create working planes, cars, and some pretty complicated builds just through the in-game engine. There was also an optional block-based logic system that is very similar to Scratch in the sense that you could program certain things to behave in specific ways, and it was pretty easy to understand. Once users create their game, they can publish it for everyone to be able to play completely free of charge. When people played or interacted with your games, you got coins which you could then use to buy certain block packs that you could add to your builds. So there was this entire in-game economy for free. The game peaked in popularity between 2014 and 2017 with a slow decline after 2017. It kept declining all the way until 2020 when Linden Labs, the company behind the game, announced that they were shutting the game down along with its servers. This sucked because players who had put hours into creating their own games and worlds lost everything completely with no real way to archive their builds. And so after the game shut down, the game slowly faded into obscurity and became lost media. But this might change because in 2024, they announced that they were working on an effort to revive the game. A Kickstarter campaign began and over $28,000 were raised to help fund the game's revival. The game is currently available for wishlist on Steam, and there is hope for the iOS version to be released quite soon. I really hope this game picks up traction again since I used to play it so much as a kid, and I hope at least a few of you guys did as well. When the re-release does happen, the game will probably be quite different to the original, so we can't say that the game will be fully found once it does re-release, but it'll be somewhat similar to the original, probably just with UI and graphics updates, and I'm fine with that, to be honest. Anyways, let me know what you guys thought about these lost games, and this was honestly a super nostalgic video for me to make since every one of these were somewhat part of my childhood, and I hope that there are others watching and hopefully commenting that shared the same experience as me, because I'd be pretty sad to find out I was the only one to have played these games or to have watched this video. But a like and sub would be truly appreciated, and let me know what type of video you'd like to see from me next and what games/topics you'd like me to cover. See ya!
Explain scary TikTok accounts. Explain scary TikTok accounts.
my...
We need to.
Hello, my loves. Welcome back to my channel, or welcome to my channel if you are new here. Hi, hello-y. My name is Loey, and I am so excited about today's video. We have two pretty creepy TikTok mysteries on our hands that somehow just flew right under my radar. I think because lately I've been making pretty big, like, scary TikTok compilations and not really focusing on individual stories or individual accounts. But the two TikTok accounts that we're talking about today honestly have some of the most unnerving and scary content that I've seen on TikTok in a really long time. When I was getting together all my videos and researching for this video, I was just like looking over my shoulder, genuinely creeped out to my core. And it's not like we're talking about true crime or anything with like real life repercussions, really. It's more just that these videos really crawled under my skin, and you'll see what I mean. Have you guys seen those videos going around with people getting text messages reading "I can see you, Portia" in them? Yeah, we're talking about the Portia thing. If you don't know what the Portia arc is, a video went viral last month of a person saying that they keep getting text messages from unknown random numbers calling them Portia. Text messages such as, "Portia, is that you? Portia?" The person shows multiple text messages that they get like this every single day. This one reads, "Portia, dinner is ready." Which this person is responding to these texts like, "Hey, I think you have the wrong number, like I'm not Portia." To which whoever is always texting will be like, "Portia, stop messing around, like just answer me, like talk to me." The person will say again, like, "I'm not Portia," and whoever is texting them doesn't listen. "Portia, please. Portia, I swear to God, please come home. Portia, is this you, sweetie?" At one point, the poster sends, "I am not Portia, I am not Portia, I am not Portia, I am not Portia," over and over and over again to one of these random numbers texting them, to which the number responds, "Portia, please take your medication." And here at slide 15 out of 27 in this slideshow TikTok is where things take a turn for the creepy. Not Portia gets a text message that simply says Portia, along with a grinning face in the dark, which is super creepy for absolutely anyone. The poster even gets a call from a bank saying that they're looking for Portia. Then somebody makes an account called "I See You, Portia" and starts following the original poster's account. "Portia, I am not Portia," is where things take a turn for the creepy. Not Portia gets a text message that simply says Portia, along with a grinning face in the dark, which is super creepy for absolutely anyone. The poster even gets a call from a bank saying that they're looking for Portia. Then somebody makes an account called "I See You, Portia" and starts following the original poster's account. "Portia, I am not Portia. Portia, are these photos of you? Please stop haunting me. Portia, come out." That TikTok went viral. It has almost 1.5 million likes at the time that I'm filming this. And everyone pretty much agreed from the start. It was either like somebody pulling a prank on this person, or it was some kind of spam thing, and you know, it had just gotten completely out of control with people believing that this was someone named Portia. But TikTok can never just let something rest. And so all these accounts started to pop up out of nowhere, usually titled something along the lines of "I See You, Portia," or something like that. And they start making these videos that are really freaking people out. This one is just all the photos that Not Portia was sent over the course of their conversations with all of these unknown numbers. And it says, "Portia, you cannot run. I will be there very soon." And then from the same account, there's this one. "Portia. And look, I know that when you're just listening to that, it obviously just sounds like a little kid whispering, "Portia." but I need you to understand that all of my followers have been tagging me in these videos and saying, like, you need to figure out, like, this whole Porsche thing, like, what is this? Do you know what this is? And I search up, like, I see you, Porsche, because I'm trying to figure out what it is on TikTok. And the very first video that comes up is that whispering video, and it starts auto-playing. So I just hear somebody go, Porsche, like, as I'm researching this video. And it honestly, I almost jumped out of my skin. The original account apparently keeps trying to post, like, their lore video about this entire story, how the first text messages came in, I'm assuming. And apparently TikTok keeps taking it down for some reason. But the account did post 2 more TikToks kind of about this entire thing. The first one saying, nah, this Porsche stuff got crazy. Where you can see the posters very obviously, like, in a hospital as they're filming. And then the second one is of, like, pipes in a home. Just captioned, they're in there. I can hear them. So now accounts all over TikTok are going to random people's TikTok accounts and writing in the comments of every single video, I see you, Porsche. Porsche, come outside. I'm in your walls, Porsche. To which, of course, the person will be like, what is this? Like, who is Porsche? They'll look it up on TikTok and get bombarded with these mildly creepy videos. And so that is the Porsche arc people keep talking about. It's called the Porsche arc because the original poster said Porsche arc on their TikTok, like, this was their arc in their life of being Porsche because they kept getting mistaken as Porsche. Apparently people are also getting text messages of someone saying, Porsche, is that you? Porsche, I see you. And I know that's probably just friends pranking each other, especially with kids on TikTok. I think this became like a very popular trend of just sending each other the same creepy images and saying, Porsche, is that you? But so many people tagged me in this, and it was honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, sort of hard to get to the bottom of. When you're just sifting through video after video of someone just saying, I see you, Porsche, with absolutely zero context, it takes a minute to start figuring out the puzzle pieces. Like, this one took me a solid 30 minutes to even find the original account of. But that's the Porsche arc explained. Honestly, again, researching and just hearing someone go, Porsche, like, it was pretty eerie. But our next TikTok account that we're going to be looking into is something much weirder. I know we just talked about a TikTok slideshow for several minutes, but you know those cute little animal TikTok slideshows with, like, the little otters or the bunnies or the kitties? The TikTok account Tiny Paws Paradise has been posting these cute little slideshows of kitties for a while now, and honestly, a lot of them have gone fairly viral. When the account started back in June of this year, I don't think anybody thought there was anything even remotely creepy about this account. It was just tiny little kitties, usually on very big couches or beds, and sometimes looking a little uncanny valley. Like, sometimes the cats would look almost like they're AI generated, but I sort of think they were supposed to look like that. But then, and seemingly out of nowhere, the post took a really dark turn. Kittens were no longer frolicking through the sand or laying on their big couches. They were in abandoned buildings, and sometimes with creepy, unexplainable figures standing in the back behind them. But when October of this year rolled around, things got much weirder. I'm talking full-blown, full-body apparitions in the photos behind these cats. Some of the scariest ones I feel like I've ever seen in my life. These photos feel so uncanny valley, and whatever is in the background in any given photo is so creepy. Like, creepy, creepy, creepy shadow figures and, like, ghosts and just faces staring at you in the dark. And then suddenly you'll scroll away and it's like kittens on loaves of bread. The whiplash between photos of absolute nightmare fuel scenario with just a tiny little baby kitten in it versus, like, kittens at the beach or in freshly baked cakes is just so weird. But I think that it was probably all in the name of getting eyes on the account and then getting people asking, like, what's going on here? When October 1st hit, however, people started noticing something different in Tiny Paws Paradise posts. Say that 5 times fast, holy cow. They realized that on slide 4 of every single post from the account, there was now a box instead of a kitten. A small cardboard box covered in what looked to be glowing sigils. Nobody really knew what was in the box or what it was meant to represent, but in every single post, slide 4 was not of a kitten, but of this box. And people are in the comments, they're like, what's in the box? Like, what's in the box? And the creator isn't saying anything, isn't giving anything up. On October 12th, an answer came. Instead of the usual simple box photo for slide 4, we also now got a message saying, do not open. Then on October 16th, we get another clue. This time in the form of a date that's written above the box in this slideshow, reading 31st of October, 2023. In the interim, the slideshows keep coming. The date is posted again, this time written on the walls in blood next to the box. And I really, really envy people who knew about this before Halloween, because I feel like the buildup had to be crazy. Also, these videos were going fairly viral online, so a lot of people were tuning in to this mystery. Then, on Halloween, we get another post, of course. This time, the box has almost what looks like an alien or something in the background behind it. The box begins to levitate in the air, the lid comes off, and then the final photo is of a cat surrounded by pumpkins to say Happy Halloween, I suppose. The creator posts their very first video after this with the following caption. Hello everyone. For half a year, I've been delighting you with my cozy, warm, and mystical stories with kittens. Today, we can together uncover the mystery of this enigmatic box and find the next key in this creepy adventure. Perhaps a bit later, I'll publish this video on the channel, but now you have a cool opportunity to support me and be among the first to continue unraveling the eerie mystery guarded by the kittens. Thank you for your support, warm words, and cool conspiracy theories in the comments. Love you all. P.S. The rings know something. Basically, the video that's being talked about here is behind a paywall on TikTok. And out of respect for the creator, I'm not going to show you it, but I will give you a brief explanation of what this all led up to. Essentially, it's an animated scene of 5 kittens entering into a demonic pentagram and then a sigil along with the numbers 40-3. Obviously, no idea what that means, but hopefully it does mean that this account is doing something with this story. Because the idea of just having these cute little kittens with demonic, creepy figures behind them and stuff is so fun, so creepy. I love it so much. And I just had to show you some of these absolute nightmare fuel images. So yeah, those were 2 mysterious TikTok accounts that I missed during the month of October that you guys were tagging me in for your dear lives. Good gravy. My entire mention section is just you guys tagging me in these 2 accounts. The Portia accounts, well, I guess there were more than 2, but these 2 mysteries really between Portia and Tiny Paws Paradise. Have you seen either of these TikTok mysteries come up on your For You page? I feel like the world of TikTok horror was actually pretty fun during the month of October, so I've got to go back and crawl through and see what I missed, you know? I think I've got to start making more scary TikTok videos like this and not just waiting until I have 50 TikToks to share with you, because I end up missing so much good stuff, you know? But that's going to be it for me today, guys. If you did enjoy, go ahead and give me a thumbs up, and please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. A special thank you to my subscribers who are members of the channel. If you want to join the channel memberships and get extra members exclusive perks like members only videos and much more, you can click that little join button. It should be somewhere around the screen. We would love to have you. An extra special thank you to our VIP loves for their generous support of the channel. I love
The nation's...
There's footprints that leads to the window of their house. I can't.
Oh god, that is horrifying.
ever recommended you a video or channel that has sent you down a deep, dark rabbit hole? I mean, besides my channel, of course, of course. Well, recently, YouTube recommended me a video that made me fall down a deep, 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 dark rabbit hole. And that video was from the channel Loey Lane. Now, Loey Lane does deep dive investigations on various disturbing TikTok accounts that I had no idea existed until now. And I thought because you guys love all of my creepy content as much as I love making it, I would share some of my favorite disturbing / cursed / haunted TikTok accounts that I learned from Loey Lane. Obviously, I'm not going to do as in-depth of a deep dive as she does. So if you want to find out more about the things I talk about or just more accounts, then make sure to check her out. I will link her in the description for giving me the inspiration for this video. So the first disturbing TikTok account that I'm going to show you is the first one that I came across and got me obsessed with all of these weird TikTok accounts. And that account is Lord Ver. So some of these accounts are definitely not real. Like, they come out later and say that it was just an augmented reality game, which I hadn't heard of that till now. But apparently that's a thing on TikTok where they make these scary videos that seem real, and then when you deep dive, it's kind of like playing a decoding game by watching all these TikToks. It's super fun. So some of the accounts are like that, but this account in particular feels real, and he's never come out to say that it's not real. So as far as I'm concerned, it's real. But let me explain what I'm talking about. So his account is just, you know, your standard TikTok account where he posts personal content and funny bits. But then you get to these. Who made this snow sculpture in my front yard while I was at work? And it seems like it's a snow sculpture with like red spray paint, hopefully red spray paint. We're gonna say it's red spray paint. YouTube, it's red spray paint. But yes, somebody made this. And at first glance, I thought it was like a cat ear. Like, I thought it was just a weird cat ear thing. But people were actually saying it looks like eyes on the top and then a mouth. Kind of like a frog. And the caption is, should I call the cops? Hashtag scary, creepy, stalker, cursed horror snowman. So he follows it up with this TikTok, where somebody asked if there's another one behind it. And, oh yeah, there's another one behind it with just this creepy smiling face. What? And it just continues.
This, I think, is just spray paint. But it was getting kind of dull because it was old. But it looks like fresh.
And what is this? I didn't notice this before. I don't know if it was there. I think it's new. I think somebody's been here again. I don't know. I'm really scared to touch this.
Okay, so basically somebody was saying, search up snow killer. They make snowmans and paint it red to mark prey. So this was a comment from somebody just like scaring this guy more than he already is. Having these things showing up in his yard. But then he points out that somebody came back and sprayed more, like freshly on the other side of this one. Don't know what that is. So then he goes and he tries to prove to himself that it's not a portal. Like some of the people in the comments were telling him it was like a demon portal. Thank you, TikTok comments. Making people's anxieties and fears way worse than they already are. So yeah, seems to not be a portal to hell or demons, I don't know. But then, you know, TikTok comments back at it again. Based on what I know, you might have just summoned a demon, an evil spirit, or some other harmful thing. Maybe you could try to cleanse these with sage. Based on what I know, me, random TikTok commenter. My God, remind me to never post anything scary on TikTok because TikTok commenters will just make my fear and anxiety like 1,000 times worse.
Okay, so it's been a few hours since I put my hand through the portal or whatever. I just got a call from my girlfriend and she had to take herself to the emergency room. And I'm sure it's just a coincidence, but she said that she's having chest pain since I left, which would have been a couple hours after I posted my last video. I am a little freaked out, honestly.
This poor guy. So yeah, really weird coincidence. Maybe not a coincidence. Demons? But I'm gonna say coincidence, because I don't think it's a portal. So then he basically makes this TikTok showing that his girlfriend legitimately went to the hospital just to prove that he wasn't making it up, which is crazy. And then it keeps escalating. This one is, I think I have no choice but to call the police now. And somebody came back and made more of these snow sculptures around his house with "if I'm" and the same faces again. He said, "We are scared of being at our own house." And then he actually commented, "The police have been contacted and we believe we are safe. I'll post a video with more details tomorrow, probably." Oh my god, so I'm looking at the if and I'm. Tell me how creepy this comment is. I'm trying to be positive. That's ironic. It says 1F, like not if, but it says 1F, female, and 1M, male. Gangs or bad people mark it to know who and how many people live like at the residence, so they have the info when they come to steal or kill people in the house. That comment just gave me shivers. Like, if I ever find this at my house, oh my god, I'm so glad that they called the cops. Like, demons and all that stuff they don't freak me out that much, because it's very paranormally, and you kind of have to like believe in it. But stuff like this, like real stuff like this, like bad people and oh my god, no. But at the same time, what were the gang members doing? Did they legitimately want to paint like a little frog and a smiley face? They got bored. They were like, all right, we're marking this, and now we're gonna make sculptures before we murder today. Okay, so he posted an update about contacting the cops. TikTok won't let me upload a video of me breaking the snowman because it looks violent or something weird. But the authorities have assured us that we are not in legitimate danger. Thanks, authorities. Though they didn't know what to make of the snowman and paint. Well, then how would they know? Honestly, it didn't really take us too seriously, I felt. Advised us to destroy the snowman and to look out for any suspicious activity. That would not make me feel good at all. Something still isn't quite sitting right with me. I just want this to be over. I would be so scared. I'm already scared. Like, my chest hurts and this isn't even happening to me. Thank God we don't have snow anymore for the rest of the season. And then for a little bit, he goes back to posting just like regular TikTok content. But then he gives an update, says he installed security cameras and lights and wrecked all of the demon portals. Again, goes back to posting regular TikToks. But then, okay, this is sus. Found footprints in my backyard leading to the woods. And, now this. Did someone try to poison us, or WTF? Then, of course, you have the very positive and uplifting comment saying, there's a dead body in the water tank, go check. Check your water tank. Might have to go check your water tank. So later on he says, I don't have a water tank, but it seems my well was actually tampered with. The paint is stripped off the bolts, and if that's not bad enough, there's footprints in the super high snow leading, that's so creepy, that leads to the window of their house. I can't. Why am I filming this while I'm alone? I mean, I have Dexter at least. Hope. Oh yeah, he's right there. He's on guard dog duty. Continuing on, not trying to overreact, it's definitely a coincidence, but our oven spontaneously caught on fire late last night. These poor people. Kind of feeling scared of everybody lately. Don't know what to do. So again, maybe coincidence. We'll say coincidence. I have never been this scared in my entire life. Can't shake this feeling of constant dread. I pray that we will be protected. So he goes outside and starts putting crosses out because I guess TikTok is making him think it's demons. Your neighbors across the street watching you spray paint snow and put wood trim crosses up. Like, is that it again? Could you imagine though if this is him like doing a scary story time type thing on TikTok? Can you imagine the neighbors across the street are actually probably terrified of him? Like they're like, oh my god, this guy is a problem. Look what he's doing. That's the twist. They're making TikToks about him and being freaked out about what he's doing. Okay, this next one is if it's true, if this guy didn't make this, it's so creepy. Security camera footage from last night. It only records when triggered by events, meaning like motion or sound. The camera catches something. Why are these the only two events captured? Please pray for us. So this is the first event, I guess with like everything looking normal. And then the second event that it catches are the crosses turned upside down and painted red. With nothing in between. So now we're going in the way of demons. Like, so the first one was them normal, just like standing up the way that he left them. Not red. And now this one. And then, of course, he starts losing his mind a little bit and getting really pissed. But good for you, man. And then a car drives by. They're like, oh my god, he's at the neighbors. Again, the neighbors are probably like, he's doing it again. We gotta call somebody. Sharon, get somebody on the phone. And the final TikTok, as of now, of this story, because this was posted March 22nd. So only a couple weeks ago. Okay, cool, but why don't I remember taking this video? which is super creepy. It also looks like he's down on the ground. Honestly scared to watch the second half, let alone post it. So I don't know if he's insinuating that somebody else took this video or that he was like sleepwalking or in a trance and took this video. But then afterwards, he posted like 4 regular TikToks. So I don't know how this ends, but he does have a YouTube link. Oh god. Full video, I do not remember recording this clip. So this is what he meant by the second part of it. Okay, so he set the camera down. I'm so scared. What is gonna happen? Okay.
If anybody can find you a bed to love, dreams can. Dreams.
What goes through our minds?
Oh my god, don't. Okay. He is going through it. And his eyes were creepily red, which is. Okay. What did I just watch? I feel broken in my mind. I don't know what to do. Yeah, my heart and stomach don't feel good from that entire experience. So either this guy is a genius at freaking people out over snow sculptures and some sort of like horror project he's doing, or I don't know. Hopefully, maybe we'll get more info. If you guys end up liking this sort of video, make sure you leave a like so I know, and then I can do follow-ups or more of these. But yeah, that's it for Lord Veer. But if you want to check him out, follow his journey, see if anything else comes up, and then let me know, then feel free to do so. Okay, so the next disturbing TikTok account we're going to explore is called Knitted Sun. And at first glance, you might already be like, what in the hell? So here's a brief overview of this story. Whitney is my knitted son, and I hope everyone loves him as much as I do. I truly believe he was made and put on this earth to bring me joy, comfort, and love. Totally normal. Just a totally normal thing. Whitney will never replace the loss of my real son, but over time I bet he will truly start to feel like true family. Okay, so already a sad backstory. This woman lost her real son and then made a knitted replica of him to comfort her. Okay, I bring my knitted son with me everywhere I go, but yesterday someone stopped me at the grocery store and said, "Sorry ma'am, your son has to wear a mask in here." What? They then got a closer look, apologized, and walked away. I guess what I'm asking is, should I knit Whit a mask? You know, wholesome account, just shows her day-to-day life with her knitted son. She even has pre-birth pictures of him, aka the yarn that she used to eventually knit him. And it took her, coincidentally, 9 months to knit him, just like a real baby. My knitted son Whit had a friend over today. I made sure he came in the front so I could track if anyone is sneaking into our garage. What? What's in the garage? One of my knitting needles is missing, but it wasn't in my knitted son's room. He has his own room. Then I saw this in the hallway. It's some of which yarn. I don't know what he's been up to. Also, the footprints going to the garage are back. Okay, so she's been finding footprints in the snow, but the only people who live in her house are her and her knitted son. Her son that is made of just yarn. Told my knitted son Whit that I'm going to see what's going on in the garage. I need to know where my missing knitting needle is and who's been in my garage. Is that a noose? So she finds the footprints again going to the garage and finds this little yarn noose on the door. Upon going into the garage, she finds, a knitted pentagram. Oh god, more of my knitted son's yarn by the garage door and something else. I don't understand what his yarn is doing here and what this is all about. And, wouldn't you know it, more creepy snow that's been spray painted red. Oh no, I think I found it. Yeah, so this is where things get weird. I found this in the right corner of my garage, but saw something else in the left corner. My missing knitting needle. And more of my knitted son's yarn. Oh god, what has he done? And again, some substance that appears to be red, but we don't know what it is. Spray paint, spray paint. My knitted son Whit is missing. Someone said there were notes in the garage that needed to be flipped. Maybe they're clues. Sorry, mommy. So at this point, obviously, it has kind of turned into an augmented reality game. They have come out and said that it is a horror project, mystery clue game that you can play on TikTok if you go through all of the videos and try to figure out the mystery. But what's interesting is this video that's posted a little later on by this woman on the account.
My sister Mary, who you've all been watching with the Knitteds and Wit, my sister Mary is not well. We haven't heard from her in 2 weeks. I have a spare key, so I went over to the house. She wasn't there. Nothing suspicious, except this note and her phone. And the note just says, please upload the rest of the videos on this phone.
And then we get a lot of creepy uploads like this. Oh my god. Okay. Like, even knowing that this isn't real, it still is so disturbing to watch. My knitted son Wit had such a big day hiding in the basement that he didn't want to go to bed and wasn't tired. Look, he's asleep. I think mommy needs some rest too. I feel like I'm having one of my episodes. And then, I guess it's starting from the angle of Wit making TikToks on his mom's account with the knitting needle. But yeah, if you want to go through and watch all of these, they're very interesting. Basically now they're... Oh god, that is horrifying. Don't know what that is. What? Okay. These are so creepy! I don't know why. This video, this thing in the bed, whatever the heck that is, freaks me out so much. And now the bio says, my sister and her knitted son are missing. I'm uploading videos left on her phone. So this last one was actually posted only 2 hours ago. So if you want to continue watching the story and seeing what happens, then I recommend you do. But talk about disturbing. Ugh. Okay, this last one I'm going to talk about, again, super disturbing. But if you've been watching this far, you know what you're getting into. It's a TikTok account called Bon Skinny. But when I went to it, it just says, this project is over. And it just has these two TikToks on it. This one just like a disheveled room with masks everywhere. And then this one, a hot mama pickle. But looking up on Skinny, there's somebody who archived their posts. And, yeah. I feel like you don't even need to watch them. You could just scroll through this account and be disturbed. And it's basically the account of this girl who wears the creepiest mask I think I've ever seen. And does these super creepy, I don't know, TikTok trend, like versions of TikTok trends. But in this, like, deconstructed house that she lives in. So a lot of these were re-uploaded to YouTube under Bon Skinny. I don't know if it's their actual YouTube, but they're just, look at this. So yeah, a takeaway from that clip and something a couple people have touched on YouTube where they deep dove on this account was that they believe that Bon Skinny had a deeper meaning behind her creepy, disturbing videos. Basically saying that the mask just becomes more and more covered with makeup as she makes these TikToks. And the main message behind it is like people caring too much about what they look like, or the image of this girl who's mentally disturbed because she cares so much about what she looks like. So people try to say there's like a deeper meaning, that she's trying to use this disturbing performance art to showcase the dark side of TikTok and Instagram, where people feel like they need to look perfect all the time and it can make you crazy. But this video is more so me showcasing some of these accounts. If you want an actual deep dive, there's so many on YouTube you can look up, or you can watch these TikTok accounts yourself and let me know what you think. But that's going to be it for this round of disturbing TikTok accounts that have traumatized me, and thus I wanted to traumatize you guys with, so that I'm not alone. But like I mentioned, if you enjoy this type of content, I will happily do more. There are so many creepy TikTok accounts. Now that I've fallen down this rabbit hole, I have found so many. So if you want to see more, make sure to leave a like before you go. Also, if you're looking for something else to watch, why not check out one of these videos? There's also a subscribe button over here. It's totally free. Make sure to subscribe and stick around. I also have an entire scary game, story, scary everything playlist. I'll try to put some more scary content up here for you guys that enjoy that. But the playlist is also linked in the description below. But as always,
catching glitches in the Matrix TikToks.
Headed to where it's getting cold. Shall we go?
Nothing like...
Hello, my loves. Welcome back to my channel, or welcome to my channel. If you are new here, hi, hello-y, my name is Loey. Somebody just audibly gasped in their home. Somebody just heard me say that for the first time and was like, oh my god, she said it. My viewers have been telling me to say hi, hello-y instead of hi, hello, my name is Loey, for years and years and years. And you know what? Fine, let's try it. Do we like it? Do we like hi, hello-y? Should it stay? I may sound a bit raspy. I've been feeling a tad bit under the weather lately, but that always means that I can scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll on TikTok to find the scariest and creepiest videos that I want to share with you guys. And I've really been in the mood to do another Glitch in the Matrix video. It's been a long time since we visited Glitch in the Matrix TikTok. So today, we're going to be looking into 19 of the strangest Glitch in the Matrix videos that I could find on TikTok, with a bit of a twist that I'll explain after we thank the sponsor of today's video, Hunt-A-Killer. Thanks to Hunt-A-Killer for sponsoring this video. And what is Hunt-A-Killer, you may ask? It's only the most unique adult board game company that makes incredible immersive experience. Tackle very own Murder at the Motel or to this video. My scary and haunted side of TikTok videos take me a minute. I feel like maybe a little bit longer than they even should. I don't know why they take so much longer than any of my other videos, because you guys always do the hard part for me and tag me in your favorite scary TikToks at LoeyBugXO over on TikTok. Thank you so much for doing that, by the way. It helps me make these videos so much easier. But it's just like the watching them and then writing down what I want to say, seeing if there's anything more to the stories. Today I thought I'd kind of blend together the sort of content I've been doing on stream and then a normal scary side of TikTok and see how they work. We're going to be watching these 19 Glitch in the Matrix TikToks together pretty much for the first time. I've skimmed over them, made sure that they were interesting, checked the comments to make sure it wasn't just something like silly or that could be explained away really easily. So we're watching them together. It's like a true reaction. But yeah, it's like my normal setup. I don't know. Let me know if you like this or if I should go back to the more structured, like planned out content that I do. Yeah, I'm so curious if you guys will like this better. So I'm gonna put in my AirPods and we'll start watching. Okay, this first one actually comes from Reddited Things, and it was an Ask Reddit that read, what is the creepiest glitch in the Matrix you've experienced? Now, this is just like a voiceover, so I'm gonna read it to you. The post is from Chocolate Wasted, and it reads, I had an Android phone which had a Google Cards feature option that could notify you like 15 minutes to home if you were out. I thought this feature was annoying and useless, so I kept this. Hello, my loves. Welcome back to my channel, or welcome to my channel if you are new here. Hi, hello-y. My name is Loey, and I say in pretty much every single one of my scary side of TikTok videos that these videos are not possible without you guys tagging me in your scary video finds. But today we're looking specifically at Glitch in the Matrix TikToks, and I have to say, you guys have been on a roll recently with the TikToks that you have been tagging me in. I don't know if we have some weird telepathic link or something like that, but I literally was just thinking how I wanted to make another Glitch in the Matrix video, and you guys tagged me in some of the weirdest Glitch in the Matrix videos we've seen in a long time. So I think we have like 20-something videos to get through. I'm so excited to share them with you. Before we get into it, you guys, today's video is sponsored by Raycon. Oh my god, I've actually made it. I've heard so many YouTubers and so many insecure in my ear, and they never get uncomfortable. I actually have no idea how they do that. So this Father's Day, why not support a TikTok user named Danny recently went viral online for a clip that he posted of the sky seemingly glitching out. In it, he explains that what you're about to see is not some trick of the camera. He saw this with his own eyes and just happened to be recording.
As I'm taking this video, the sky done something weird, like it glitched. And I wasn't looking through the phone, like I was scanning the field, but I was like looking at the field, and I seen the sky do it. And I was like, what the world? And I stopped the video, and I went back, and my phone caught it. I don't know what it is. It's weird, for sure. I'll show you guys a video. Check it out. Tell me what you think. It's kind of weird.
I don't want to discount that it could be the camera glitching on the sky and that maybe he didn't see what he thought he did, but if we're taking it at face value here, if he's saying, you know, I saw this with my own eyes, what is a logical explanation for that? It literally looks like the sun glitches out, like we're in a GTA 5 map. And I was scrolling through the comments section to see if netizens had any theories on the matter or any kind of scientific explanations, but instead what I saw was commenter after commenter saying that they had seen the same exact thing recently, or that they had seen some other glitch in the sky. One person said that they saw two suns in the sky the other day. And there was this one random comment with like 3 likes that I found so fascinating. It comes from a beekeeper living in Florida who says that they basically live outside. I see this frequently. Notice a lot of changes in the sun, too. Sunflowers don't chase the sun anymore, and I've noticed bees behave differently. Bees wake, work, and sleep with the sun. Their patterns have changed over the last 3 to 4 years. It's wild. Like I said, the most logical explanation here is that it is just the camera glitching, but I found it really fascinating that so many people in the comment section said that they had seen something similar. So have you seen the sky glitching and being weird recently? And if you have, what has your experience been like? As a certified horse girl, I didn't even plan this. I'm just wearing this shirt. I saw this video from 5150 Farm and Rescue of their horses just glitching right on out.
My horses are frozen in time because it's a glitch in the matrix.
Obviously, they're not really frozen in place. I mean, you can see one of them literally move in this clip. These horses are the definition of when fight or flight is presented. Instead, they just freeze. This TikToker was just cooking something on the stove when suddenly it looked like her pot started buffering. The comments on this video were sending me into orbit. Restart your Wi-Fi, girl. I don't know. God forbid the game developers have a low budget. What, you wanted them to animate the whole thing? Someone said the lamp looks weird. God, Reddit lamp guy will follow me for the remainder of my days. Don't worry, they're patching the server right now. I don't know what was going on with this pot of water. I mean, probably nothing, but it really did look quite creepy. Someone actually said this would send me into a spiral, and I fully agree. Maybe this is why they say that water never boils when you watch it, because it's actually just glitching out.
When I tell you I just had the weirdest experience of my entire damn life at Walmart, I'm not joking. I had to literally get the hell up out the store. I left my stuff there and I took off. I came home as quick as I could.
This glitch in the Matrix story from a woman named Carla is genuinely one of the craziest things I've ever heard, but I also fully believe this story. Carla is out window shopping at Walmart, okay? It's just a bit of self-care. You know, she's just there having a good time. When suddenly, unexpectedly, she sees something that she can't explain.
Okay, I want you to look at this picture because this picture of me, that is my signature haircut. That is the haircut that I get. Every time I chop my hair off, that is the haircut I get. It is that haircut that is stacked in the back and it comes to the front. That's my haircut. My kids will tell you that is my haircut. So I'm at Walmart and I'm shopping and I'm minding my own business. I do shopping, window shopping to kind of like get my me time and just kind of like time for myself, right? So I'm not really paying attention to what's going on around me. I'm in the clothing section and I'm looking at the clearance aisle. I just kind of feel a little bit funny, so I stop shopping and I look up and I look kind of to the left of me. My jaw drops, y'all. Tell me why I saw me and my kids from like 15 years ago standing literally 10 feet away from me. Like, what? I'm not, like, no, it wasn't nobody else that I was mistaken for me and my kids. It was us from like 15 years ago. I had that same haircut that I just showed you, but they looked like this.
You might think that this is a case of a doppelganger, okay? That's kind of what I was thinking at first. But then Carla shares this detail, that it wasn't just 2 children that her, like, younger self had with her, it was 3. And the reasoning that she's kind of come to for that is so chilling.
But the even crazier part is there was a boy that was with us. He was a little bit older than my oldest daughter, and the craziest part about that is I had a miscarriage when I was 18. And I knew it was a boy. But I sat there for like 2 seconds and I watched them and they looked so happy. And then reality hit me and I realized like what the f is going on, and it scared me and I just took off. But what's crazy to me is there was 3 kids there, so I don't know what timeline that was from or what happened there. but I am telling you, this was the craziest experience I've ever had in my entire life.
She posted some other videos about this, and I'm gonna get into one here in a second, but this story is so fascinating to me. What if there are times in our lives where we fully encounter our older selves or our younger selves, like she is here? She is so certain that this was her, not a doppelganger, not a lookalike. I mean, if you think to yourself, okay, well, maybe you don't know what you look like, she knows what her kids looked like, and she...
But they looked like this.
Glitching out.
When I tell you, I just had the weirdest experience of my entire damn life at Walmart. I'm not joking. I had to literally get the hell up out the store. I left my stuff there and I took off. I came home as quick as I could.
This glitch in the Matrix story from a woman named Carla is genuinely one of the craziest things I've ever heard, but I also fully believe this story. Carla is out window shopping at Walmart, okay? It's just a bit of self-care, you know, she's just there having a good time. When suddenly, unexpectedly, she sees something that she can't explain.
Okay, I want you to look at this picture because this picture of me, that is my signature haircut. That is the haircut that I get every time I chop my hair off. That is the haircut I get. It is that haircut that is stacked in the back and it comes to the front. That's my haircut. My kids will tell you that is my haircut. So I'm at Walmart and I'm shopping and I'm minding my own business. I do shopping, window shopping to kind of like get my me time and just kind of like time for myself, right? So I'm not really paying attention to what's going on around me. I'm in the clothing section and I'm looking at the clearance aisle. I just kind of feel a little bit funny, so I stop shopping and I look up and I look kind of to the left of me. My jaw drops, y'all. Tell me why I saw me and my kids from like 15 years ago standing literally 10 feet away from me. Like, what? I'm not, no, it wasn't nobody else that I was mistaken for me and my kids. It was us from like 15 years ago. I had that same haircut that I just showed you, but they looked like this.
You might think that this is a case of a doppelganger, okay? That's kind of what I was thinking at first. But then Carla shares this detail, that it wasn't just 2 children that her, like, younger self had with her, it was 3. And the reasoning that she's kind of come to for that is so chilling.
But the even crazier part is there was a boy that was with us. He was a little bit older than my oldest daughter, and the craziest part about that is I had a miscarriage when I was 18. And I knew it was a boy. But I sat there for like 2 seconds and I watched them and they looked so happy. And then reality hit me and I realized like what the f is going on, and it scared me and I just took off. But what's crazy to me is there was 3 kids there, so I don't know what timeline that was from or what happened there, but I am telling you, this was the craziest experience I've ever had in my entire life.
She posted some other videos about this, and I'm gonna get into one here in a second, but this story is so fascinating to me. What if there are times in our lives where we fully encounter our older selves or our younger selves, like she is here? She is so certain that this was her, not a doppelganger, not a lookalike. I mean, if you think to yourself, okay, well, maybe you don't know what you look like, she knows what her kids looked like, and she's seeing a glimpse of her children like 15 years ago. In response to one comment saying, we all have multiple timelines going all at once. So right now in the universe, there's an old you, young you, baby you, happening all at the same time. You just jump time somehow. Carla posted the following video, and it's like 8.5 minutes long. I'm not going to include the whole thing here. You can go to her account. As always, I have everybody that I talk about today listed down below to go watch the whole thing. She gets into the subject of multiverses, which is something I've seen people talk about a lot online lately. There's kind of this talk of like scientists have proved that multiverses are real. And I mean, I'm sure you've heard of the Doctor Strange movies. I'm sure you know what the concept of a multiverse is. It's just the idea, like this commenter said, of multiple universes all existing at the same time. And anyway, she says some interesting things in this video about multiverses and Mandela effects that I'm going to include here.
I saw a video on the multiverse theory, Mandela effects, and glitches, and it all brought everything together for me. So they think that they've kind of cracked the code when it comes to glitches in the Matrix and Mandela effects and things like that. Mandela effects are when you remember something one way and other people remember it a different way. Like the cornucopia from the Fruit of the Loom logo. A lot of people remember the cornucopia being there, but there's also people that don't remember it being there. Berenstain Bears. Some people remember it being spelled with an A-I-N, and some people remember it being spelled E-I-N. So there's a lot of examples of Mandela effects out there, and we all know about the glitches in the Matrix.
54,450 meters carved into the clouds, 3,333 kilometers unrolled beneath them, 184 riders, 21 stages,
This is cycling at its very best.
one champion,
Pure entertainment.
one yellow jersey.
Pure drama.
So when it comes to the multiverse theory, everyone has different choices. When you make a decision, whether it's good or bad, indifferent, doesn't matter. There's multiple decisions that you can make on one given situation, right? The multiverse theory states that there are multiple timelines that are going on at the same time as this timeline. And depending on which decision or choice that you make, these other timelines have you making the other possible choices and decisions at the same time, and those consequences are playing out at the same time as this one. So there's infinite timelines that are going on at the same time because there's infinite possibilities because of the amount of choices that we can make at any given time for any given person.
It's all really fascinating, and I will say, again, I know you guys have seen a big surge of Skeptic Loey recently, but I think this story is true. I think she saw exactly what she thinks that she saw. And how can that be explained? I don't know. Maybe something in our brains does it. Maybe it is a true, paranormal experience, a glitch in the Matrix, some sort of unexplainable phenomena. Or maybe it didn't actually happen at all, but I don't think it matters. Because if that's what her brain is processing, it's real to her. And again, I want to make it very clear, I fully believe this story. I've never had an experience like that before. The closest thing that I can think of, and I've talked about this before, and trigger warning for loss of a parent. We were talking about Father's Day earlier with the Raycon earbuds, but I lost my dad, my goodness, I guess that this year is 9 years ago. And right after he passed away, specifically in Walmart, I know this is so random, but at the time I was kind of living in the middle of nowhere. It was really one of the only outings that I had during the week. When I would go shopping at Walmart, I would see him for a split second in every single man that I saw. It would be like I would look at a man, and for just a brief little millisecond, I would see my 6'5" elderly father. And I would blink, and it would suddenly not be him anymore. It would suddenly be somebody totally different. And I still remember it to this day, almost a decade later. Was that just my brain processing grief in a really weird way? Most likely, of course. But it was so real to me. To this day, I don't think that matters. That I cannot view it from a logical standpoint. That is what happened. I saw my dad as a random man every 5 minutes in a Walmart. I hope it makes sense. It's not super similar, but just the closest, I guess, story that I can equate to it. But yeah, check out Carla's account if you want to hear more. Now, Carla talked a bit about Mandela effects and specifically the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia, which I found very interesting. Because online, there's an entire group of people who actually believe that Fruit of the Loom's cornucopia, you know the Mandela effect where it's Fruit of the Loom never had a cornucopia on the logo. A lot of people think that that's not a Mandela effect at all. That it's just the company blatantly lying and gaslighting us. And over time, there have been some very interesting things to actually back this up. And most recently, in this video from Tieran Talks, she finds proof that the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia sure as heck existed at one point.
My husband and I are at a vineyard right now, and we decided to, in true millennial fashion, play a game to pass the time. And we found this really cool game. Turns out if you look at the back of the box, it's from 1991. 1991. The very first card that we look at is called Clues. That's the theme. So the idea is that you give your partner the clues and they have to guess the brand. The first 3 clues right here are underwear, cornucopia, and apples and grapes. Can you guess what the brand is? Can you guess? I know it's backwards, but you can read that. It's Fruit of the Loom. This is from 1991. That proves that there was always a cornucopia in the Fruit of the Loom logo as far back as 1991. There was always a cornucopia.
And once again, this is not the first evidence that someone has found that the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia did exist at one point. I mean, clearly this is a game. It's not like Fruit of the Loom official merchandise or something, but why would this game from the 90s talk about a cornucopia in the Fruit of the Loom logo? You know what I mean? Like, it's just so random. And like I said, this is not an isolated incident. Back in 2023, there was a TikToker named Dime Lifting who made a video about this topic and basically insinuated that Fruit of the Loom was just gaslighting everybody.
I got to the bottom of the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia Mandela effect, and I'm upset. Claire really pulled through for us and went through all of her old clothes until she found an official logo. Not only is this an official Fruit of the Loom shirt, except the cornucopia looks exactly how we've all described it and remembered it. This reignited my fixation, and after digging through the internet, I found this old newspaper that specifically says...
I'm just gonna play some songs and call my friend in because they actually need me. Wait 1 second. Una Miles. Una Miles.
Honestly, man, I'll never get nothing. So fuck Christmas. I never get shit for 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 Christmas. So fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck about it. Fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck about it. Fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck about it. Fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck about it. Why you always lying? Saying it'll get but bitch, I'm knowing that you telling a story. That's why I'm like Christmas has fucking burn. Every time I go and get presents, they got clothes for me. I swear that shit is so fucking annoying. So they better not ask. I never
We'll get back to the classic recording downstairs TV.
I got fucking face, bitch. I never get shit for
Even in the 6 weeks old, there's going to be still making one videos.
I never get shit for Christmas. I never get shit for Christmas. So fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck about it. Fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck about it. Fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck about it. Fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck about it.
I'm trying to answer the call on my phone, but look, it won't switch on and the screen is crap.
You know how.
Baby, you know that I miss you. I wanna get with you, but I can't tonight, so baby girl, that doesn't issue. Girl, you know I miss you. I wanna get with you, but I can't right now, so baby, kiss me through the phone. Kiss me through the phone. See you later on. Kiss me through the phone. See you when I get home. Baby, kiss me through the phone. Girl, we both grown. Looking at my phone and you looking at your phone. So kiss me through the phone. Girl, give me the through the phone. It don't even matter, cause I'm disappearing. When the light turn off, girl, you know a nigga dark skinned. It do not matter, cause I'm about to show up. I'ma go ahead and light the whole party up, cause they gon' see me in the light. Baby, you know that I miss you. I wanna get with you, but I can't tonight, so baby girl, that doesn't issue. Girl, you know I miss you. I wanna get with you, but I can't right now, so baby, kiss me through the phone. Kiss me through the phone. See you later on. Kiss me through the phone. when I get home. Just kiss me through the phone. I know you home alone. Bitch, yeah, I'm grown. I'm just trying to kiss you through the phone. And I'm just trying to kiss you through the FaceTime. So baby, I'm just waiting for you to hit my line. Like baby, it's not a motherfucking plane. Like baby, yeah, you know you wanna be mine. So baby, yeah, you better hit my motherfucking line. So I'ma go kiss you in the fucking phone. Baby, you know that I miss you. I wanna get with you, but I can't tonight. So baby, girl, that's the issue. Girl, you know I miss you. I wanna get with you, but I can't right now. So baby, kiss me through the phone. Kiss me through the phone. See you later on. Kiss me through the phone. See you when I get home.
Let's go. Hey, I just pooped in the urinal. Toilet got clogged. I just ate 7-Eleven hot dog. I just cooked a batch of crack in the crock pot. Jerked off back to back. I'm still not soft. Slimy. Better word to describe it as grimy. I just had sex with a British girl. She's saying, blimey, I remember you from 6th grade. Wait, how'd you find me? I know you pooped your pants in middle school. Don't remind me. Okay, hit your grandma with this wood. Minecraft, she's gonna suck the diamonds out my mine shaft. When JFK was the president, she had a fine ass. Now the boob side to the floor. Can we rewind back? I'm doing my taxes, pants down on the porta potty. She said, are you off your rocker? Only sort of shawty. They say that I stole every flow, but man, there's no copy. I'm a fan of promiscuity. I got a horde of bodies. Little dude peed in the urinal right next to me. Why did he choose that one instead of the other three? Wait, maybe he was trying to get a gander at my D. Oh, yeah, he's just looking over the stall now. Oh, God. I just pooped in the urinal. Toilet got clogged. I just robbed a 7-Eleven of their hot dogs. I just cooked a batch of crack in the crock pot. Jerked off back to back. I'm still not soft.
The girl just called my phone. She gave me a little call. Watch she get the bouncing on the ground. You bouncing my balls. Trying to fight a pit bull. That nigga lockjaw. Stop going to that Barbie. Hit my head like a golf ball. Why the fuck I just see Studio? I threw his ass like a ball. Passed myself in school. I ran to the bathroom stall. Barbara got mad. Ran up on a cut. He rocker lunger. Shot me. Big ass pants. They catch wind. I'm finna take off. These drawers too big. Now I'm walking around with big drawers. Dookie in my pants. Now everybody call me shit drawers. Why the fuck I got a basketball, but it's a little ball? Big ass pants. They catch wind. I'm finna take off. These drawers too big. Now I'm walking around with big drawers. Dookie in my pants. Now everybody call me shit drawers. Why the fuck I got a basketball, but it's a little ball?
I just pooped in the urinal. Toilet got clogged. I just robbed a 7-Eleven of their hot dogs. I just cooked a batch of crack in the crock pot. Jerked off back to back. I'm still not soft. I just pooped in the urinal. Toilet got clogged. I just robbed a 7-Eleven of their hot dogs. I just cooked a batch of crack in the crock pot. Jerked off back to back. I'm still not soft. I'm on 125th and Lexington giving money to homeless guys. I'm a real New York financier. No Epstein. I do everything for her, but she won't even go the extra mile. Damn, I'ma drop it like the Epstein files. Now I'm at the club and it's getting wild. All the ladies drop it like the Epstein files. My brother's finally 21, man, it's been a while. Yeah, we blacked out like the Epstein files. Yeah, I'm Jewish with some money and a little style. But you won't find me in those Epstein files. Storm David, she wore it on her chest. 6 mil out of 6 mil, Becky looks the best. She smacked a booty when she's slipping out that dress. She's saying it is real, now I'm telling you impressed. I've been getting cash, I'm not talking about myself. Unsafe number said that I hope you're doing well. They got redacted, it didn't ring a bell. I'ma call him Jeffrey, I'm hanging to myself. Me and bro move like Epstein and Trump. Memphis, genuine caviar bombs. All the missing files are getting dumped. We're the hackers and this system's corrupt. Billionaires and blackjack, nah, I wouldn't trust it. Cause they'll hit at 16 right until they're busted. I hit the floor, she hit the floor, we cause a ruckus. The way she drop it, everybody will discuss. And we drop it like a file. Honey, drop it like a file. Wait, stop, lock, what? Pocket on the files. No, they're threatening to sue me, I don't wanna go to trial. I do everything for her, but she won't even go the extra mile. Damn, I'ma drop it like the Epstein files. Now I'm at the club and it's getting wild. All the ladies drop it like the Epstein files. My brother's finally 21, man, it's been a while. Yeah, we blacked out like the Epstein files. Yeah, I'm Jewish with some money and a little style. But you won't find me in those Epstein files.
Epstein, she be eating all my kids up. You ain't in the files, good shit, nigga, big ups. I ain't in the files, all them niggas hella dirty.
like, damn, D bar, why your nuts? Then I kicked her out the crib cause her bus name. And the Epstein files went dumb when they dropped. Only kids in my room is the ones in my sock. Epstein files went dumb when they dropped. Only kids in my room is the ones in my sock. I do everything for her, but she won't even go the extra mile. Damn, I'ma drop it like the Epstein files. Now I'm at the club and it's getting wild. All the ladies drop it like the Epstein files. My brother's finally 21, man, it's been a while. Yeah, we blacked out like the Epstein files. Yeah, I'm Jewish with some money and a little style. But you won't find me in those Epstein files. Alex, are you gay or straight? I'm pansexual. I don't have a partner, I put money on a pedestal. Am I ADHD? I haven't seen a professional. I just can't sit still cause this motion is perpetual. No handouts, no siree, honey. I just love the game, man, I simply don't need money. Laughing at my jokes, I'm not even trying to be funny. Is there something that you feel you're trying to keep from me? I'm the world's 153rd best unlicensed gynecologist. I cancel myself cause I'm trying to get into politics. Is money, power, fame like an addict with cocaine? I am not ashamed to say that I want all of it. Call them GPS, they keep messing with the boy. I'm an entrepreneur, strategically unemployed. Plain Jane watch, call it chicken with no seasoning. That's what I had for dinner, cause I'm cutting, that's my reasoning. I'm a trillionaire, I hit Zimbabwe with $100. Put it on red, turned it to 2, cause one was not enough. Feeling like my toast is the way I had to double up. Gambling is not a good way to make money. I make it rain silver dollars on the strippers and give them concussions. And when you ask how many rolls, I got me a dozen. Got no money left for tax, I'm up in the budget. Frick the government, I got a fake ID like we love. Alex, are you gay or straight? I'm pansexual. I don't have a partner, I put money on a pedestal. Am I ADHD? I haven't seen a professional. I just can't sit still cause this motion is perpetual. No handouts, no siree, honey. I just love the game, man, I simply don't need money. Laughing at my jokes, I'm not even trying to be funny. Is there something that you feel you're trying to keep from?
This is the last time I'm playing, I'm not having any problems with it. You don't take off the day. I can remember. Now we have to try and view the malls. Where this is so. In my zone and shuffle rap, that's the neat best one.
Back in my zone, man, you know I can't stop. I was blue face, I was really with that mop. They said that I was slipping, but I know that I'm not.
He crashed that dummy, look how he got dropped.
I feel like I'm Sonic cause you know I can't stop. Crib got an elevator going to the top. I'm in my zone, in my zone, in my zone, I'm 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 in my zone, look, knick-knack, paddywhack, tell them get a whip back, knick-knack, paddywhack, tell them can they handle that, knick-knack, paddywhack, tell them can they handle that, knick-knack, paddywhack, let them know that I'm back, yeah. They on my DM telling me that I'm mean, everything about me's a mean, nigga, fuck me, means make the world go around, nigga, fuck me, why you mad at me because you not, I mean, if you try to do this, I bet you that you gon' flop, call me John Cena when you see me, bitch, I'm at the top, all I know is gas, no brakes, man, it's non-stop, you a little too big to be rapping, when you about to pop. I'm in my zone, 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 look, back to the smiles, back, nigga, this ain't goldfish, if I was fish, bitch, I'll be a blowfish, one fish, two fish, red fish, goldfish, who's this, who's that, I don't know, I could be the savior of rap, but I left that, I hung it up in the closet like a knick-knack, I left the gym, bitch, I just got a six-pack, say I'm a trash rapper, I don't know about that. I'm in my zone, 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 look. Jackie Chan, that's my motherfucking uncle. Go and ask my mama, hey, Jackie Chan, my uncle. Hey, Jackie Chan, he my uncle. Go and ask my mama, Jackie Chan, my uncle. Hey, Jackie Chan, he my uncle. Go and ask my mama, Jackie Chan, my uncle. Yeah, Jackie Chan, he my uncle. Go and ask my mama, Jackie Chan, he my uncle. Jackie Chan, my uncle, he look like me under the mask. Jackie Chan, my uncle, we both run fast. Jackie Chan, my uncle, we both eat ass. Jackie Chan, my uncle, we both eat ass. Be honest, don't I look like Jackie Chan? To be honest, don't I look like Jackie Chan? It's the reason that they call me Chan. Because my uncle Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan, that's my motherfucking uncle. Go and ask my mama, hey, Jackie Chan, my uncle. Hey, Jackie Chan, he my uncle. Go and ask my mama, Jackie Chan, my uncle. Hey, Jackie Chan, he my uncle. Go and ask my mama, Jackie Chan, my uncle. Yeah, Jackie Chan, he my uncle. Go and ask my mama, Jackie Chan, he my uncle.
This is the best one. I'm going to show you how much views this has. Look how much views it has because it's the best.
Bitch, I'm Jesus, I turn water into PP. Drunk as fuck, I was supposed to be the DD. Man, I got beef with the people that make Reese's. Rather get a mouthful of the crackhead's feces.
Don't make bitch look like a man tonight. Fucked up, people down my head. I'm like, people cripple. And it's like Chick-fil-A got bad blood. The Chick-fil-A without chicken.
My mama bought a house and ain't got no kitchen. Why the fuck I'm always smiling? Because I stay sleeping. I got glue on my hands, I got glue. Hate the fuck out of nigga like Jackie Chan.
Man, I got anything back down at the crib. Alright, princess. You think if I black man? Watch his hat, fight like a fat cat. I'm going to one club, so I pulled her. But you want me in the game. I'm watching Wolfman. Fucking that ball. Wolfman. Climb. I like to Wolfman. Big midget toes. I'm poison their time. No half that. They give me red eye. Sorry, that a funeral when I'm a dead guy. It was true what you thought from that best. The blind dead guy. They all went to the casket. He was at a shit. I don't know if he did look back. Alex was all the shit. They say, how do you know if you make on the pipe hand? They say, when I smash, I'm exclusive to my right hand. They pray before we go to sleep at the night, man. When people break this Friday, so you understand when it's Friday, I'm trying to have my way, because it's Friday. I'm Jesus, I turn water into PP. Drunk as fuck, I'm supposed to be like PP. Man, I got beef with the people that make Reese's. Rather get a mouthful of the crackhead's feces. No makeup on, bitch, you look like a man tonight. 12 spit on my head, I just beat up a cripple. He had no hands to fight. I can get in Chick-fil-A and got banned for life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 niggas in my room. Pride month, baby, we get freaky during June. Yeah, we going crazy during Pride month. My nigga got pregnant, his little baby doing 5 months. Man, it's a boys' night, nigga, we just wrestling. My girl at the crib waiting on me, I ain't stressing it. This ain't gay, we just having a little fun. It's just hot cross buns. It's a lotion party, nigga, you cannot get in. My boy got BBL and I'm the first to knock it in. Even in July, I don't think we stopping in. All the niggas about to leave. Thank you all for stopping in. It's Pride month, we be going wild during Pride month. Pride month, why they give us 1? Give us 5 months. Pride month, yeah, we going dumb during Pride month. Pride month, why they give us 1? Give us 5 months. It's Pride month, go ahead and take your cake out. I really don't like making up with guys, we just make out. We having sausage parties at the crib, doing helicopters. Me and Jim got our dicks tangled. Someone tell a doctor. Turn the house to Magic Mike, this is strip club. Long time ago, I paid $1 for a dick rub. A long time ago, I sold my car for a blowjob. Thought it was a girl, it was a guy, but that's no pride. Yeah, that's no pride. Made a gay OnlyFans, I got no job. Dad caught me taking pics, he like, oh God. Mom saw me slinging dick, she like, no God. All this time I be break, trying to get slopped. Smell my dude underarms, that's a pit stop. Everybody say my number under big cock. If you got some little meat, you gon' get blocked. You gon' get blocked. Put me on too hot to handle with a whole bunch of niggas. Go ahead, blow me like a candle, and I promise to get bigger. I'ma blow up, post my nuts all on Twitter. If my music fall off, my penis gonna be a winner. Hell yeah, my penis gonna be the boy. I just broke up with my girl, I'm sexually unemployed. All these girls getting boring, nigga. Where the boys? Give me Tom, give me Jack, give me Matt, give me Troy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 niggas in my room. Pride month, baby, we get freaky during June. Yeah, we going crazy during Pride month. My nigga got pregnant, his little baby doing 5 months. Man, it's a boys' night, nigga, we just wrestling. My girl at the crib waiting on me, I ain't stressing it. This ain't gay, we just having a little fun. It's just hot cross buns. It's the lotion party, nigga, you cannot get in. My boy got BBL and I'm the first to knock it in. Even in July, I don't think we stopping in. All the niggas about to leave, thank you all for stopping in.